because it was taxing in the same way that I speak about music that I was making, performing this for
Welcome to the stream,
large
people. Thank you for
audiences.
joining. Been
I'm
gone for a
also at the
while, but I'm
same
back.
time like telling somebody that I actually it was
They got the
made me
world's
feel so
smallest man
guilty
on me,
because
so
I'm
you know
over
I gotta
here and
kill him.
truth is like
Pose God.
that's my number one priority, and I was having so much truth in my life and in my mission, except in two of the most important stages that I could be on, which was my music and my lyrics and in my relationships with people with my woman. I think that a lot of times that we we view like lying to our girlfriend as not really counting,
Yeah, we say things like we lying to you because we love you.
Right. It's not the same as like, I always felt like, well, I would never lie to my homie, but that was my homie, and I was lying to her, and that was really breaking me down inside, and also her. So that once the relationship kind of deteriorated, then this situation happened, and I really depict the situation on the album cover, which you see me like in the middle of a trashed apartment with.
Said she was pulling the stove out the wall.
Stove came out the wall.
I thought you was just writing raps and throwing the papers to the side.
I was, but if you kind of look a little bit closer, like the kitchen table is flipped in there, and there's like broken glass on the ground, and I wanted to make it clear that all these papers on the side and everything that I was crumpling up and writing, it was kind of like I was sitting in the middle of this chaos and writing about it. Because even when the situation happened with Homewrecker, later, my ex girlfriend, when we were speaking kind of about what just happened, she was like, she saw the moment at which I realized that I didn't have to get on this flight that I had scheduled because I was supposed to go to New York and do like some TV show with ASAP Rocky or something, and I didn't really want to do it, and I didn't have to get on this flight, and I was so excited, kind of like to write a song about what was going on. So it's a moment in time when she just pulled the stove out the wall, and then I'm like, yo, yo, and then I'm like catching a breath, and I'm like, it's gonna be a good ass song.
That's crazy. And she wanted to fight the other girl too.
Yeah, that was hectic. That was hectic and just like difficult for me to like come to terms with. You love somebody, you don't want to see them in that light.
And you caused it.
And I caused it, and I'm like completely aware of that. And just a major theme of this album is
Oh no, I didn't
accountability
just sell.
on my part, and perspective and empathy. And I wanted to really demonstrate through these different situations how many sides there can be to a story and to a person. So in that particular story that we're speaking about in the song Homewrecker, it would seem as if she's kind of the antagonist or something, but I tried to really display it in a way that lets you know that I recognize that I was kind of the antagonist, and I was the one that caused this to happen, and um, this is a good woman, man, that like was pushed to the brink, and like love and make you do crazy things.
We could all be free. You say we could all be free if we only knew we were slaves to the pains of each other. Elaborate on that a little bit.
That line is kind of an homage subconsciously to Harriet Tubman when she said, "I could have freed more if they only knew they were slaves." And it's kind of how I feel about the state of the world today. I feel like, as you said, hurt people, and there are a lot of people in pain right now, and they're dealing with it through opioids and Percocets and fentanyl and heroin in middle America, and we're dealing with it through lean and our weed and our Molly and flats in the hood, and we're also taking out our pain on other people, and we're being directed by the powers that be to look at our neighbors and the people to the south in Mexico or across the ocean in the Middle East and Muslims as the reason of our suffering, and it's a lie. I wanted to make this album and really make that song specifically to kind of give a different vision for the future that's not so hateful, because I feel that we're so much more alike than we are different, and human beings are
Nigga
so
Vic
similar.
Mensa speaking the truth.
Every human being, regardless of where you're from, we all come from Africa at the root of it, and our DNA is like 99.99999% the same. There's only small changes to make me, and you. But we get led to believe that we're so very different, and that leads us to a place of hate, and it's really detrimental to growth. And the only way that we can really face the powers that be and the problems that we live with head on is by unifying. And so that was a song I wrote to paint a picture of unity in a way that could help us all.
Now Jay-Z has been supporting you heavily. How did you
He's on Rock Nation.
Yeah, I know that, but there's a lot of artists on Rock Nation.
That is true. That is true. That is true. That is true.
Might not even know.
Very true. That is very true.
How did Jay's relationship get so good?
Hov has just been somebody that has helped me to grow as a man, and the way that I approach making music is so reflective of just my real life and my real experiences that's in turn come to be just very influential to my music. And he was an executive producer on this album, and somebody that really heard the album from its creation and heard different songs come in the mix, heard songs come and go, and would tell me what he thought about what I was doing, and what he thought about this record, and how I might be able to get my point across maybe more succinctly. He was somebody that really helped me with continuity and making the storyline and the arc of this album be, how can I say, very continuous and cohesive. That's the word I was looking for. So if I was hovering too much on one point, then he was like, you don't really need that song. You don't. It's a blessing for me, because I've been a super fan of Hov music before I ever met him. That's one of those relationships where I feel like I knew him before I met him, just because I've been so in depth with the music, and that's what rap is. I feel at its best. It's like you may really know a person, even though Pac and Biggie passed. I feel as if, in a certain way, in a certain sense, I know those men, and that's the same way that I knew Hov before meeting him. He's really that person that he is on record, and I know I learned a lot from him growing up, just about the world. I didn't know that you were 6 years old in first grade until he said he got more sixes in first grade. That never occurred to me. So then, working with him, he's imparting this wisdom on me, just man to man, and not just through lyrics. It's the same way as learning things from him musically.
He told you to pull a bar, right? Because it said you did some rap on OMG, which is a very tough tune, very Wu-Tang instrumental.
Thank you, man.
And he told you to pull the bar?
Yeah. He was, he has a way of saying things that are like deep in very little words, saying a lot by saying a little. And he just told me that what you're doing won't work out in your favor if you know in your heart it's not right. The universe only works one way. And I didn't want to change my lyric. I don't think that I've ever changed a lyric that anybody told me to change. I'm pretty stubborn in that way, just because I think about the things I say, and I don't say them unless I mean them. And once he put that game in my ear, though, it kind of made me start thinking, and gave me perspective to anything that I was doing that could bring down another young black man, regardless of music, whether I like the music or
Damn my
um,
soul.
I agree with it culturally. At the end of the day, there's so many people that want to keep people like us out of the room, and they don't want us to have a platform. They don't want us to have a road to success. They don't want us to be getting money, and I don't want to be one of those people holding back or, you know, restricting another young black man's access to his dreams because why would I, you know?
So was it just
And
that you didn't like
one.
his music, but you had no personal issue?
Yeah, I had no personal issue, and I had to come to a place where I could really just be putting strictly positive energy into the world, regardless of what I think about the music. Because I could be a hater about music, 100%. Because I really care though, and it's not because I want to be a contrarian. It's because I care, and music means so much to me, and lyricism means a lot to me, and it doesn't mean a lot to a lot of other people.
Right. We all have our different opinions on what we like, and we all like
Right.
different things at different times.
I always wondered why Yachty though. And I'm like, why is Vicky even throwing a shot at Yachty?
It just rhymed with Illuminati.
Like that don't even
And he was, you know, and that made me think about it. I was like, this is not right. You know, it just rhymes with Illuminati. That's the only reason I wrote the line. You know.
So when Jay told you to take the line about yada 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 yada, did you say, hey, you wrote Takeover, you wrote Super Ugly, Jay?
But those were personal problems.
No, I just didn't. I just didn't do it. You know, I tried and I thought about it and I was like, I tried to think of something that I could replace it with and I wasn't into it. So I hit him up and I'm like, you know, thank you, man, but I'm gonna stick with this line. And then he gave me just that piece of information that made me think. And Coach K is my man. You know, I go back with Coach K. Coach K is somebody that showed me love early. Coach K introduced me to No ID. Coach K flew No ID from LA out to Chicago to come see me and my group when I was 17 years old. That's the first time I met No ID. And it didn't really occur to me. I think that it's easy to get maybe disillusioned in your own bubble and like bouncing your ideas off of people that are in your circle and kind of agree with you, and forget the way that other people may be
Yeah, I
impacted
like
by
the way
your
this guy
actions. And
thinks,
so when I
man.
spoke to Coach K, and I'm like, man, you know, um, I don't want to be holding Coach K back or try to take food off his plate. That's my man, and I also don't want to be the guy trying to take food off another young brother's plate. You know.
And that's the OMG don't need it. That record is
It just doesn't need it. It's not necessary, and the mission and the purpose that I have specifically on this album is far more about me and about my journey and introspection than it is about, you know, taking shots or headlines for like sensational reasons. It's not that type of record. It's not one of those records where um, it's based on who's on this song and who's on that song, and it's a who's who list of rappers doing verses on the album. I wanted to approach it like an Illmatic perspective, and I always thought it was ill how Nas had that bar where he was like, my first solo album had no famous guest appearances or something like that. I always thought that was ill because
the outcome. I'm crowned the best lyricist. Yeah.
word, because you really grew to to appreciate and understand Nas from Illmatic because it was really just about him and his verses, and he really held his own on every single record, working with producers like Pete Rock and Q-Tip, and I'm working with producers like No ID and Pharrell, and it's all me on these verses. I wanted you to come to understand me and know me as a person and as an artist and as a man from this album.
You really use your music for activism, man, and that's dope. That's not a popular thing to do, but why do you choose to do that? I guess I kind of know now because you said you felt like you weren't doing what you were supposed to do with the music.
I'm cut from that cloth, and I've been lucky enough to have a lot of wisdom imparted upon me in my life. I have a friend named Aja Monet, who's just an amazing poet
This guy
and
sounds like a smart guy,
activist and
yo.
organizer, and just a great person. It's like was a mentor. I was around 16 when I was 16, and she gave me Malcolm X autobiography, and just turned my mind out to like a different way of looking at myself and knowledge yourself. And I know that's like an old school thing, that
No, we gotta bring that back.
we gotta bring that back in a major way because I feel like that we're down a path of self destruction, like as a culture, very often because we're not as people having knowledge of self. I remember when I read something that Mos Def said that somebody
Yo,
asked him
thank you for
about the
stopping
state of
by,
hip hop
guys.
at a point in time, and he was like,
Drop a like,
hip
leave a
hop
comment.
is gonna reflect
Tell me you hate
where
me, tell
we
me you
are
love
as a
me.
people,
Just thank you for
and
stopping by.
I think that when you look at some of the trends in hip hop and it just being kind of empty, and there's a lot of self medication going on and we're not getting to the bottom of it. It's just reflecting where we are as a people because we've kind of in certain ways lost like sense of purpose and the knowledge of self. Like knowing who you are is is so important to knowing where you want to go and where you can go.
That's what my whole book is about. Knowledge of self.
Word up.
So you don't want to drag DJ Academics around Chicago anymore?
I don't want to drag DJ Academics around Chicago. I think that what he's kind of come to prominence for is phony, and I think he's a phony, and he's not even a DJ. But but it's not really, it's not my mission.
I didn't know that.
It's not my mission to like to destroy DJ Academics. I don't really think he has a place in the culture past being a parasite. But I'm not like waking up thinking about him. I don't really give a fuck about him.
I wanted to salute you too, man, because a lot of things you do in the community you don't promote. Like when everything was going on with the Dakota Access Pipeline.
Yeah, you ended a fucking win
I never
streak.
saw you
Fuck
post
you do
about
that
it. I
for?
never saw you say anything about it. But I had people on the ground. They was like, "Yo, Vic Mentor's out here," and I'm like, "Really?"
Man, I think that in my life, I have just kind of been called to certain certain struggles and certain situations by a sense of necessity. And I remember in the last year, just I was in London doing Wireless Festival, and Philando Castile got shot on camera
Alden Sterling.
within 2 days of Alton Sterling.
Because we go off that week.
This is like basically almost just a year ago, like 1 year ago. And Philando Castile got shot, and it was like so graphic. Alton Sterling got killed, and it was so graphic. And I was sitting in a hotel room in London, and I was like just fucking distraught. I'm trying to sleep it off. I'm having nightmares of like police shooting me in the alley, and I wake up and just like start like crying hysterically, and I'm feeling like I'm just feeling doubt and feeling dirty for my heritage and feeling like everything, all of these ideas of what it means to be black, um, that have been created by like imperialistic, just like exploitative American culture, and are weighing so heavy
Yo,
on
good
me.
fucking
And
defense, life.
I felt, I really just felt ashamed of like, for this brief moment, I felt ashamed of like my skin, and I felt ashamed of my heritage. And I called my homegirl Aja that I just mentioned, and she was able to like bring me back to center. And I know better than that. I know that it doesn't mean I'm like a criminal or I'm a thief or and a liar because I'm of African descent. I know that, but it could be it can weigh heavy on you. You know,
society can make you feel that way.
You know, it can weigh heavy on you when you see so much struggle and so much pain, and so I often feel as if I have like a responsibility to, in whatever ways I can, lend a hand to the struggle of oppressed people, and the Native American people are the most oppressed group in America, and frankly one of the most oppressed groups in the world. And when I got down there to Standing Rock, I'm seeing so many parallels between the Black American experience and the Native American experience, and I'm seeing also so many unified movements between our cultures, and a lot of the people that I met down there were mixed Black and Native, and it never really occurred to me kind of before that time how alike we were and how alike our fight was. But I didn't go down there or go to Flint, Michigan, or go to Baton Rouge because I wanted people to know about it, because know about me. I wanted people to know about the situations and to
How
get
was that not all
visibility,
bull?
and
What the
like I
fuck?
said, lend a hand in any way that I can. But it would be disingenuous if I was doing those things for like a photo op and like a press release. You know what I mean?
Right. How do the cops treat you now in Chicago? I'm sure everybody knows you, and I know you've had some situations. You're on probation now, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how do you feel about the cops now? How do they treat you now that you're a celebrity in Chicago?
Uh, well,
Yo, good
cops
shit.
don't treat me that great. They never did. But
Like, are they angry because you're speaking out?
yeah, I was doing a lot of Palooza last summer, and I had a song called 16 Shots, and it was like, real, very vocal about police brutality and kind of like punching back and fighting back against it. And there were
Shit went
cops
right through
that
my
were at
hand.
Lollapalooza that were telling people like, don't go to Vic Mensa's set, boycott Vic Mensa's set. I've had issues trying to film videos in the city and get permits in the city, but at the end of the day, I I'm more so focused on the system than I am focused on every individual police officer, because it's a fallacy to think that these are just bad eggs in a well-oiled machine when you see these police that are killing us every week and being released, and they say, these are just like bad seeds. It's not true. It's a bad system, but not every person within that system is a bad person. Everybody's got a job. They got to make a living. They got to support themselves and support
Yo,
their
what up,
families.
though?
So I'm not approaching police from a standpoint of, I hate you all.
Yeah.
It's just I hate crooked cops, and I hate the system that allows these crooked cops to kill us and nobody gets convicted. You can't tell me not one of these police officers has committed a crime. You can't tell me not one of these situations has been a homicide, a first degree homicide, first degree murder. But there is no record of convictions for first degree murder, for murder in general. If at the very most, it's gonna be like manslaughter or something. When you shoot a kid 16 times and we watch you unload the clip and come over and kick him once it's all finished, that's not manslaughter. That's a homicide, man. That's a murder, man. And they're not being held accountable for what they're doing. So that's what I don't respect. It's like it's a system of validation and the code of blue and the
About to
wall
hit
of blue,
that
whatever they
SS2.
call it, where they gotta protect their own, before viewing us as people. That's what I have a problem with.
This is my final question, man. You and Chance gotta get cool again.
We've been talking, man.
Y'all have to.
100%. And I feel like that's also a part of my journey is putting this positive energy into the world. Chance is my brother. We grew up together, and if you have a brother, if you've ever had a brother, brothers fight, man. Like that happens, and you know, especially growing up, and everybody is there to watch it, and that's what I'm unpacking in this album is like so many situations that were, you know, hectic and toxic, but as life can be sometimes, and we're just like kind of fueled to grow even bigger and badder through having so many eyes on it. And I feel like at times that's been the relationship with me and Chance because, you know, we came up together from being 14 years old and, you know, recording some of our first records and raps ever and past rap just you know, navigating the city of Chicago and coming into our own as men in a major way, like
brothers like you not supposed to be
next to each other.
like brothers
We
like
ain't
you not
supposed to
supposed to have
be.
an issue.
Nah, the
y'all
city needed. The
yeah.
city need us to be unified, and that's the place that I'm at. And
Black people need y'all to be unified.
100%.
Y'all two can create change together.
100%. And I think that, you know, both Chance and I have always had just a perspective on the community that really wanted to see growth and change, and we come from a creative circle that has always been very progressive and like unique and experimental and also socially conscious. And I feel like socially conscious, like conscious rap or whatever, is like has grown to be something that's like a, you know, a label that's not always positive, but I think that that's something that we both kind of owned and like and and accepted and really pushed that as being like a part of the brand. Both of us separately and specifically have, you know, just been like, yeah, we conscious, you know,
Absolutely.
like we're awake, we're not asleep. Niggas is sleeping.
Y'all made it cool.
Yeah, niggas is sleeping, man. It's like you either woke or you asleep.
Right.
And I'm woke. He woke. So we gotta be unified.
There you have it. Well, we appreciate
Vic
you
Mensa,
joining us.
man. Whenever you mad at any of these young rappers and you like rap is so whack and hip hop is so whack and these kids don't know something, turn on some Vic Mensa.
There you go.
The autobiography out now.
That's right. It's the Breakfast Club.
Autobiography in the streets now.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me.
Breakfast Club. Come on.
Radio silence is the most awkward thing in the world. So I say random things until I turn something on.
Players that they signed and so.
Well, improved his game, found staying power in the league, got a new contract, now without Chris Paul, now without Jamal Crawford, now without JJ Redick, he might be starting. Now, on the other hand, if you're the Tigers GM and you don't have that opportunity to give your son, send him somewhere where you think
Damn,
he
that
might
was
have
some
opportunity to
bullshit.
shine.
Exactly. It's like, oh, son, guess what? We're not going to work together anymore. But you know what else? You're going to a championship contending team and a storied franchise. Something tells me it's going to work out. I think they'll both be just fine with this move. Brian Windhorst, always breaking LeBron news. He dropped this little nugget that I found very interesting. He said that the NBA actually investigated Clutch Sports. They the sports representation agency that is associated with LeBron James, to see whether or not LeBron James was actually had an ownership stake in it, which is obviously a conflict of interest and against the rules. Did the NBA really think LeBron would be this sloppy?
Wendy, Adam Silver, I want to introduce you to two words. Mob rules.
Yeah, come on now.
There's no documentation.
Yeah, that's not on paper.
On a
We're not going to file that when we form the LLC or whatever. We incorporate Clutch Sports. Come on now.
These homies go back since day one. They down like 4 flat tires. They don't have to sign anything.
No, that's not on wax. It doesn't say LeBron
Give me
James
that.
wants to take a stake in Clutch Sports. Please. But something tells me that he might, I don't know, influence some of the players that they sign and some of the moves that they make. He wouldn't influence that kind of a move, would he?
Rich Paul's coming up in the game. You look at his roster.
Sure do.
John Wall, Eric Bledsoe,
Ben Simmons. I love it.
LeBron James, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope.
Yesterday was the trade deadline in the Major League Baseball. And Yu Darvish was someone who was talked about. He's a big arm for the Texas Rangers, and perhaps he was going to get traded. A lot of talk about that. Where was he going to end up? So right before the trade deadline, he just assured his fans that he was going to stay put in Texas, taking a picture of himself at his
I
locker
hear
before the
that.
trade deadline. Well, guess what? He then got traded. Did Yu Darvish jinx himself by posting that picture?
I got you. I'm gonna set you up.
Probably was a
You
good
gotta
game.
get this dub.
Yeah, he ended up on the best team in Major League Baseball, so this isn't bad.
How about this? Now he and Clayton Kershaw, with the way the Dodgers have been playing, they're the legitimate favorites to win the World Series. So he did something right.
He absolutely did. Is Magic Johnson having the best year of his life right now?
Think about it. The Sparks won the WNBA championship. The Lakers got the number 2 overall pick. He's back in the front office. He hired Rob Pelinka. But
Oh, thank God.
you can't beat the year of 79, 8. When you jump from college after winning the championship against playing Larry Bird in the Final Four during that year, and then you get to the league, win the championship as a rookie, jump center in the closeout
Bitch.
game, have 40 points, and put up big-time numbers, that has to be one of the greatest years of anybody ever in sports.
Is he too big to come on the show? Will he come on the show?
He'll come on the show.
Is he in your phone? You got him in your
I
phone?
got him on the text.
Get him on a text. Get him on a text. Finally, there were some rumors that this was potentially going to happen, but we now have it confirmed. Sergio Garcia wore his Masters green jacket at his wedding reception. Is that a soft move or a boss?
Nigga, if your mic is on, turn it on.
His green jacket.
Yes.
Boss move.
Soft move. I disagree completely on this. No green jacket is ever a good look. And you already have it on wax. You got the jacket. There's plenty of cameras around. Flashing bulbs everywhere. We know you won the Masters, dude. This is your wedding night. You should not take any attention on your athletic achievements on the night of your nuptials. Soft move.
You saying that to a guy that wore a red and white suit to the draft.
Good point. Good point.
Boss move. Just think about it like this. If it was Celtic green,
I make money
with bird
move.
on the back and number 33,
Don't
you
pull
would
it.
rock that?
I would not rock that. Not at my wedding.
Oh no, he didn't. Yo, he a dub.
Yes, I am. There's a lot going on in the world of sports and pop
No, I was
culture.
just
Not
running
all of
two
it is
for him.
worthy of discussion,
Oh.
so we have a segment called Keep It Moving. If we don't want to talk about it, Jalen Rose, keep it moving. Method Man backs him up. If it is worth talking about, we hit the brakes and break it down.
Okay.
Just rookie
Yeah,
Jamal
okay.
Adams has said that the football field is quote, a perfect
Nah,
place
fuck
to
you and your
die.
man.
Keep moving or hit the brakes.
Hit the brakes. I understand what he was trying to get accomplished. The game of football has done so much for him. He now made it to the NFL. His dream. He's going to have a terrific career, by the way. I figured if he was in a better situation, he'd probably win Rookie of the Year. But with that being said, he was trying to pay homage to the game that he loves so very much. And normally when we do that, we say, well, I'll be willing to die.
Now at the Honda Summerbration sales event, you can get a great deal on a Honda and kick summer up to a whole new level. Make it a summer to remember at the Honda Summerbration sales event today.
Doing this. I don't think he meant it literally.
Yes, I think that he will be putting out another statement that will clarify his feelings on the matter. Next, the Olympics will come right here to Los Angeles in the year 2028. Keep it moving or hit the brakes.
Keep it moving.
Too far away.
Right.
Hackers have hacked into HBO and they're threatening to release all of the remaining episodes of this season of Game of Thrones. Keep it moving or hit the brakes.
Hit the brakes.
Jalen, did you hit the brakes just for me?
I did, sir.
I don't want your sympathy. Keep it moving. J.R. Smith has responded to Tracy McGrady's comments about the value of a championship and the value of going to the Hall of Fame. Keep it moving or hit the brakes.
Keep it moving. Winning a championship and going to the Hall of Fame, terrific accomplishments.
A man sold a book on Amazon, or selling a book on Amazon, titled How I Made $290,000 selling books.
Hit the brakes.
I'm glad you did that. There's only one copy of this book for sale. It is on sale for $290,000. Jalen Rose, are you going to buy this book?
No.
Something tells me this man's name is Jalen Anthony Rose. Let's keep moving. A museum in London has a very unique display celebrating the life and art of Amy Winehouse. Keep it moving.
I'll try, nigga.
Hit the brakes.
Alright.
This museum, I don't know how to say this, has a
Ain't
jar
gonna be that mean, boy,
that
but
allegedly contains actual fecal matter from Amy Winehouse. Why
I'm
would
glad
you
you
put this
said
on display?
that.
Who wants to see this? Who wants to see this? You want me to pay money to go inside to look at some Amy Wine deuce? Like, what is this?
Hey man, that reminds me of a visual that I hate. When you're in a public setting and you go to the bathroom, there's still tissue and feces everywhere. I'm like, come on now.
Oh, no.
Who are the people in the bathroom?
Can we
ahead of
make
me?
this even worse? Can we make this even worse? Victor Wynn, the museum entrepreneur, said it's an additional fee if you want a sniff. Let's keep it moving. There was a very impatient motorist on a ferry. Keep it moving or hit the brakes?
Keep it moving.
Oh, I want to hit the brakes. I'm hitting the brakes anyway. This dude's on a ferry, and it's a car ferry where you get from one side to the other. He didn't want to wait for everybody else for them to get the green light to go off the ferry, so he just drove his car just straight off into the water. He was rescued. No one was injured, but man, that was dumb. Just let the ferry end. Let the ferry end.
I've been that guy sometimes where there's construction, like say there's an exit closed on the freeway. They feel like, you know what, nobody's looking. I'm about to move this. I don't have
I've
that
done
extra
that.
45
I've
minutes.
definitely moved
You
some
get
cones.
halfway down.
I've moved some cones and be like, wait, I see what's happening on the other side of those cones, and in between here and there, there's nothing, so I'm just going to go right past that. I'll make my own decisions, okay, cones? You are mobile, cones. I love this next one. Malik Monk said he could beat Michael Jordan at one-on-one. Keep moving or hit the brakes.
Hit the brakes.
Malik Monk?
At
You
this
know,
point
he's
in
young.
Michael Jordan's career, since he's over 50,
I think he's 54.
probably so.
Probably, but I wouldn't be surprised if Jordan had some very crafty moves. If it was winner take out in a game to like 7, I don't know if I would pick Malik Monk against Michael Jordan.
Hey man, let me tell you something. If you're a lottery pick and you can't beat any 54-year-old man in basketball, there's a problem there.
I think that's fair.
Like
I think that's
Ice
very
Cube and
fair.
boys in the hood.
But here's the thing, is Michael Jordan would cheat, he would get into a fight, he would gamble some money on something, he would have a side hustle going on. Like somehow Michael Jordan would throw the game and win $1 million or something. Let's
And
keep it
also,
moving.
you got to go by the strength of a player's game. And Malik Monk gets buckets.
He does. Dwayne Wade knows how to stop Steph Curry. Keep it moving or hit the brakes.
Hit the brakes. We all been wondering this the last 3 years. You know, won 2 championships, a unanimous MVP, 73 games. How do you do it?
Dwayne Wade
Nah, I know, I thought you had
all
to
of
rebound.
The grocery stores in the world close, so Aisha can no longer cook him food to prepare him for the game because he feels that the secret to Steph's success is Aisha's cooking. Your thoughts?
I'm not mad at that at all. Way to big up your significant other. But here's the thing I got to get with Steph on.
What's that?
Popcorn. I hear he's a fellow connoisseur.
Really?
Absolutely.
Makes it
So-
from the kernels in the pan?
I have to find out. That's where I have to get my Bob Lee on and figure this out.
You know what I figured out? When Steph Curry crashed that house party in Rhode Island, you know Aisha wasn't there. Aisha didn't make the wedding, or she was already asleep, and he was like, I'll be right back. I'm just going to go down to the lobby for 1 second. And then was chugging beers with the boys. Next, Steph Curry is plus 250,000 to win this weekend's Ellie Mae Classic golf tournament. I believe that means if you bet $100, you get $250,000 if Steph Curry wins. You're going to put some money down, keep moving, or hit the brakes?
Keep it moving.
Let's keep it moving.
No Tiger Woods, I'm good.
Police are on the hunt for thieves who stole 1,700-pound barbecue pit. Keep it moving or hit the brakes.
Hit the brakes. Barbecue pit? Hit the brakes.
Here's the best part about this. 1700 barbecue pit that they stole, it had brisket cooking inside. It couldn't even get better. I mean, first of all, to have a 1,700-pound barbecue pit, you have to be very serious about your barbecue. And then to steal a 1,700-pound barbecue pit, you have to be even more serious about your barbecue. Like, this is some Ocean's 11 stuff. How much preparation has to go into this? And you have the brisket inside? This is a boss move.
It is a boss move. Gotta give that to the entire neighborhood, no question.
Absolutely. Sometimes it won't be that hard to find. Like, just roll down the window, police, and just smell. Follow the scent of the brisket, and you'll be good. Next, Klay Thompson threw out the first pitch in an A's game. Keep it moving or hit the brakes?
Keep it moving. His brother plays in the league. Strike down the middle.
Jalen Rose, let's give the people what they want.
Good fucking day.
Give the people what they want. We open up our Twitter feed, go into our subreddit, and listen to our voicemails to find out. The first question that we have is from the Asian Hoosier. Shout to this dude. He sends us tweets all the time. His question is, how would Mike Tyson have fared as a UFC fighter?
I'm not counting out Iron Mike.
Never.
In any way, shape, or form. So I think if that was something that he really studied and he got into it, he was a physical specimen, especially in his prime. I thought he would have been a really good MMA performer had he decided to do so.
And he can always sell a fight. There's something magnetic about his personality. I feel like UFC is a good place to sort of display your personality and sell the fights. And they kind of it's a little bit looser than boxing. He would have enjoyed that. However, I like him just where he is. He's one of the greatest boxers.
Yo, good game, yo. What's up? What's up? Thanks for stopping by the stream, yo. You just watched me take that L. Fuck it.
Shout out.
Nah, this
I
game,
know
bro. I
your
ain't trying
love
to
of
attack.
minivans, but what is your
Nah,
take
good game.
on cloth
That was a good block.
interior
Who caught it? Who
minivans?
caught that
Okay,
block?
Jacob, I'll take this one.
Damn.
They should never, ever,
I had to be
produce a
king,
cloth
yo.
interior minivan.
Gotta go
Why do
so
people
fast, bro. Nah, I ain't
drive
like that,
minivans,
bro.
Jalen Rose?
Because they have the kids in the back.
Because they have kids. And our kids
They just
clean,
being
Jalen?
bitch ass. They just being bitch ass niggas so we could come around.
Everything, everywhere. The bodily fluids, everything flying everywhere.
Yo, T from.
I need to get
Thank you
like
for
a
stopping
pressure
by.
hose to
Thank you for
spray out
dropping
the
a like,
minivan
yo.
like once a month. There's all kinds of crumbs in there. There's stuff you didn't even know was in there that you find a month later. There should never ever be cloth anything on minivans. Matter of fact, minivans should really be covered in
About to hit
plastic like
that
the furniture
Ss2.
in
You
your
already
grandma's
know.
house.
Thanks.
Finally, we'll continue with the theme. Just the Asian Hoosier today from Twitter. Last question is a Kyrie-led team for real?
That's what he's hoping to prove. And
Kyrie
I
cannot
give
be a
props
leader,
to
bro.
a guy like Damian Lillard.
I want him on the Knicks, but I don't know,
Has
man.
been to the playoffs every year.
Bro, he's not a leader. He can't lead a team. He took more
Doing
shots
it
than
in
bro,
Portland
and still
without LaMarcus Aldridge.
Act like he
As they
has
added
somebody.
TJ McCollum. They've
That nigga
changed
really
around
don't
the
fuck with
roster.
LeBron, yo.
I
He
think
really
when
don't
Kyrie
fuck with
looks
him.
at a situation like his, that becomes a challenge.
He
So
got
I
mad
do
because
think
he thought, I guess.
So
Nah,
here's
he
my
know
question.
that nigga tried to
Where
trade
did you
him.
see that manifest itself? Even more
Yeah, he
specifically,
thought that
where do you
LeBron wanted
want
to trade
Kyrie
him.
Irving to be traded to?
See, the misconception is that that has to manifest itself. It doesn't need to. How about just end up in San Antonio and play with Kawhi Leonard? Figure everything else out later.
They've got a lot of point guards. They've got Tony Parker and Patty Mills, DeJounte Murray.
Let me tell you something. Patty Mills just signed a big-time deal. Terrific backup. Gonna get his chance to start. We know Tony Parker's over the hill. And you talk about the young fella who played really well in the playoffs.
Tony Parker's always the bottom of the other side of the hill.
I
If
know.
you're on the phone with the Cleveland Cavaliers and you can get Kyrie, a guy that put 50 on you twice, they'll find a way to get that done. And so, again, it's way too early to even speculate because he doesn't have a no-trade clause.
Yeah, I try to give
When you're
that
at
up.
the level of talent that he is, all teams are calling to try to make deals happen. It's going to be interesting to see where he ends up. If I'm the Cleveland Cavaliers, I don't move him before the start of the season.
If I'm the Cleveland Cavaliers, I don't move him, period. Like, I know that you want to trade Mr. Irving. I respect that. I understand that. However, I'm not going to trade you. Let's go into our voicemails. If you call 98580 Jalen, you can leave us a voicemail. We'll play it on the show just like this.
Hey guys, my name's Adam from California. I have a question for Jalen. You keep talking about how Carmelo Anthony will come off the bench for LeBron James, but you also say that the positions of basketball are just so
This nigga's phone sound wild trash.
Now, is it conceivable for the Cavs to have a lineup that consists of Kevin Love, Carmelo Anthony, and LeBron
The
James?
fucking. Oh, I thought you had him.
Jalen Rose, could Kevin Love, LeBron James, and Carmelo Anthony comprise of a front court in the Eastern Conference?
On certain nights, you can put junk lineups out there, especially in the East. When you look at the landscape of all of the teams, usually there's only one productive big on each squad. So there are times you can put Kevin Love at the 5. LeBron's thrived at the 4 since playing in Miami, now still doing so in Cleveland. So it, in theory, could work, but not against the best teams.
No.
And so based on Carmelo's defense with Kevin Love's, and then you have Kyrie's as well, now you have some holes out there. So I understand that I was the person that said positions were created so a novice can follow the game. This is why if he plays with LeBron James, his position will be on the sideline waiting for a substitute. Because that'd be
and
the
shout
best
to Adam, but you know what? Carmelo Anthony is like, I'm not going to the Cleveland Cavaliers. I'm not waiving my no trade clause for that opportunity. So thank you very much. I will not be backing up LeBron James. Ladies, don't forget, call 98580 Jalen. And fellas,
you gotta be shitting me.
Girlfriend to call in and leave a voicemail.
Hey, ladies!
We're gonna do all female voicemails tomorrow for Woman Crush Wednesday. So make sure that you call in, ladies. 98580 Jalen.
Oh, he
Fellas,
didn't
get
just
your ladies
pick
to
that
call in
shit.
and leave questions. We always like to represent the females midweek. Also, don't forget, leave a review on
The fucking
iTunes.
defense,
Rate our
yo.
show. Shout to everyone that listens on Google Play, Stitcher, anywhere
My
you listen to
God.
the podcast. We'll be back tomorrow.
Give me that. Oh no. Get yours, clip. Give me that. Oh no. Good pickup. Oh, good move, bitch ass nigga.
He is Jalen Rose.
What up, Dow?
I am David Jacoby.
And on the cool check-in.
And we are Jalen and Jacoby.
Green light.
We're gonna be
Let's go.
If the people want an
I'm trying to zip them up for you, bro, for the stream.
10-second video from a wedding reception, that is
Fuck
exactly
it.
what the people
2,
are
not a
going to
3.
get. You all know what we're talking about.
They got 2 of them
Dance from
things.
around the world. Steph Curry getting
Oh,
down
facts?
with
I
T.
didn't see.
Grizzly, being egged on by Kyrie Irving at Harrison Barnes' wedding. He was mocking LeBron James.
And I
Now, we all
break.
know LeBron James has seen this. What do you think his honest reaction
Oh,
was
good
when he saw the
move.
video?
Big shout to
That was
T.
amazing.
Grizzly. Detroit, stand
Ew,
up.
that chili was nasty.
It's our turn right now. I'm not
Oh,
going
it's
to
okay, bro.
overreact
Come on,
to the
Too.
video.
Thank
It's
you.
just, it should pull people behind the curtain into the modern day athlete
Mean chili.
to understand that while
That
you're
was
competing for
crazy.
championships and you're trying to do the best you can to build your brand and all the things that come with being a professional athlete, a lot of these guys have a kinship with one another. A lot of people don't realize that Steph Curry and LeBron James were actually born in the same Ohio hospital, for whatever that's worth. So we've seen LeBron come out even recently when Steph signed his contract and was like, Steph Curry should get more money. Why do basketball players have salary caps? So these are the type of things when you see Steph and
Ah, that's a fuck. Come on.
Oh, let's get it. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. They're amazing. Wow, that's amazing. Good D.
That's a steal. Last game.
Let's get it. We got a chance.
Scaramucci. That means that Anthony Scaramucci held that position for just 10 days. Now, as of recording this video, it is not clear if Scaramucci is just leaving that position and will continue to work at the White House, or if he's out completely. But it is being reported that Scaramucci's removal from this position was
Oh my.
the new chief of staff.
Yeah, that was a good move.
Who appears to be trying to make it clear that he is the man in charge. Scaramucci, who seemingly was bragging about having direct access.
So good shit, yeah, bummer. Fucking nigga.
Although, update on the story, the White House has released an official statement stating Anthony Scaramucci will be leaving his role as White House. Scaramucci felt it was best to give Chief of Staff John Kelly a clean slate with the ability to build his own team. We wish him all the best. Yeah, that sounds like Scaramucci. That seems to be what actually happened. I also do want to point out that we live in such a weird timeline that we are shocked, genuinely shocked, that the guy that sent someone that works with him.
Right? I hate losing, yo.
And undermining his boss at the time, the chief of staff, that he got fired. Things he openly said to a reporter he called up, while also not asking that it be off the record. That's probably not going to affect him. What is happening? Does anyone know? Also, can I be honest?
Low-key have to.
I'm a little bit disappointed. Scaramucci was the best thing to happen to the White House ever. To me, Scaramucci was like having my dad be the White House communications director. Just a loud Italian guy who said
trying to hit this Ss2 tonight.
On vague threats. But if you do look on the bright side of the situation, Scaramucci was actually successful in just 10 days. He joined the team, said, I'm going to stop the leaks, then either on purpose or on accident leaked information. And just like that, he's out of the White House. Say what you will, he is effective. But a question I want to pass off to you, what are your opinions about Scaramucci leaving? Also, when you're giving that answer, let me know if you're pro-Trump, anti-Trump, you're kind of middle of the road on him. I'm really interested to see what the whole gambit thinks about this. And then let's talk about Russia in the news. So Russia's in the news for two reasons. The first being censorship. Russian President Vladimir Putin has signed a law that, as of November 1st, bans technology which lets you access banned websites, including virtual private
Yo, this nigga said you can't make, like, accounts without your phone number and your ID on it. Russia is wild. Niggas don't allow you to go on Instagram in Russia.
The apps already allowed you to connect to your phone number, but it wasn't a requirement. It was not mandatory. And that's a big deal if you want to have some sort of anonymity. And the Russian government will most likely tout that this is to prevent extremism, but this really does appear to be more about control of their population. Russia's having a presidential election in March. Banning VPNs is going to make it harder for Russian citizens to bypass Russian blocks on news that they don't want their people seeing. It also appears to be meant to make what they're searching less secure, and making it a legal requirement that someone has to connect their phone number to a chat app is going to hurt people setting up protests. It's much more likely that the police are going to be able to
I feel like they got really lucky both games.
It's going to scare others away from even the thought of organizing a protest. And so with these two moves going into place, what we're seeing is Russia's stranglehold on information and their citizens' ability to do anything grips even tighter. Russia was in the news today for more than what they're doing to their own people. Russia's in the news today because they are expelling 755 U.S. diplomats and technical personnel. And those being expelled from Russia will be expelled by September 1st. Also, Russia reportedly closed a U.S. recreational retreat in Moscow and warehouse facilities. And this seems to be in response to a few things. The Russian Foreign Ministry had previously said that the United States should cut its embassy and consular employees to 455.
Let's see how it goes.
That Russia has in the United States. Also, there were the sanctions under Obama. Also, under President Obama, there was the expulsion of 35 Russian diplomats from the United States. And then most recently, this past weekend, while everyone was talking about healthcare and Scaramucci talking about people sucking their own cocks, Congress passed a sanctions bill against North Korea, Iran, and Russia. The bill passed with an overwhelming majority. I'm talking about in the Senate, it was a 98-2 vote. So in addition to having that supermajority, that veto-proof bill, the bill also goes out of its way to limit what the president can do in removing sanctions against Russia. If Trump wanted to remove or lighten the sanctions against Russia, reportedly, he would have to send Congress a report explaining and justifying his decision, and Congress would then have 30 days to decide whether to allow it. And late Sunday night on state television, Vladimir Putin said, "We had hoped that the situation will somehow change, but apparently if it changes, it won't be soon. I thought it was the time to show that we're not going to leave it without an answer." And in response to this move by Russia, the U.S. State Department said that this was a regrettable and uncalled for act. And as far as what happens from here, we have Vladimir Putin saying there's no reason to escalate any further. No further action against the United States is needed at this moment. But it will be interesting to see if President Trump signs the bill that Congress has sent him about the sanction, or if he'll use what Russia has done here as a reason that he is going to veto this bill, even if it is just a superficial veto and Congress can override it. But from that, I want to share some stuff I love today, and today in Awesome brought to you by the Pretentious shirt, a shirt that lets the world know I'm willing to pay a premium for a shirt with a single word on it as long as it's in a red rectangle. So if you want this exclusive, custom, limited edition t-shirt, hoodie, ladies tee, grab one while you can by using the link down below. The first but of awesome is actually a reminder. If you are a member of DeFranco Elite, today at 4 p.m. we're doing our live town hall to talk about all the behind-the-scenes numbers and where we're headed with the new content. We have a bunch of new
Oh,
stuff
I'm not
coming up
even
this
over
week
there right
already.
now.
I'm excited to talk to you about it. Then we had the official premiere of this season of Rick and Morty last night. If you want to watch the first 2 episodes, they are up right now on AdultSwim.com. It's just such a good show. Then we had John Oliver from last week tonight dedicating 22 minutes of his show on Alex Jones. It is a thing of beauty. Then we got a trailer for What Happened to Monday, and for fans of Baby Driver, which by the way was a fantastic movie. Vox actually made a video where they mapped the opening car chase. And if you want to see the full versions of everything I just shared, the secret links of the day, anything at all links as always are in the description down below. Then let's talk about HBO, who's in the news, and not just because, oh my god, last night's episode of Game of Thrones, what's Khaleesi gonna do? That's not why I'm talking about HBO today. Today we are talking about them because it looks like they got hacked. Now, as of recording this video, HBO has not said what was stolen, how much data was accessed, but it does appear if you search and look in the right places that several episodes of the series Ballers were leaked, several episodes of Room 104 were leaked, and reportedly the script for next week's episode of Game of Thrones leaked. According to EW, several reporters were sent an anonymous email last night that read, "Hi to all mankind. The greatest leak of cyberspace era is happening. What's its name? Oh, I forgot to tell. It's HBO and Game of Thrones. You are lucky to be the first pioneers to witness and download the leak. Enjoy it and spread the words. Whoever spreads well, we will have an interview with him. HBO is falling." And today, the CEO of HBO, Richard Plepler, sent out an email to employees that read, "There has been a cyber incident directed at the company which has resulted in some stolen proprietary information, including some of our programming. Any intrusion of this nature is obviously disruptive, unsettling, and disturbing for all of us. I can assure you that senior leadership and our extraordinary technology team, along with outside experts, are working around the clock to protect our collective interests. The efforts across multiple departments have been nothing short of Herculean. It is a textbook example of quintessential HBO teamwork. The problem before us is unfortunately all too familiar in the world we now find ourselves a part of. As has been the case with any challenge we have ever faced, I have absolutely no doubt that we will navigate our way through this successfully." So there's that. If you want to ruin the next episode of Game of Thrones for yourself, you can. I'm personally going to wait. But to each their own. And then we had Chris Christie, the governor of New Jersey, back in the news. The last time we talked about the governor, he was under fire because he and family and friends were vacationing on a beach he ordered shut down that weekend. And his response to the backlash, and really just any criticism these days, seems to be, "I don't care, go fuck yourself," which is also probably the reason that last month it was reported that he had a 15% approval rating. And he was back in the news yesterday because he was at a Cubs game and he got in a fan's face. The Cubs fan in question was Brad Joseph. Reportedly, he called out Chris Christie's name, said "you suck," called him a hypocrite. So then this moment happened.
Appreciate that.
And allegedly, before the video was recording, Chris Christie said, "Why don't you have another beer?" And here's what I'll say. The first thing is to Brad Joseph. It's kind of a bitch move to scream mean things at someone after they passed you. According to his interview, Chris Christie had already passed him. He was 30 feet away when he started yelling. But also, too, I find it so hilarious that Chris Christie's trying to be intimidating. Chris, it is a scientifically proven fact that you cannot be intimidating while dressed like Humpty Dumpty. You can't expect a
Nigga
to
really
take
look
it
like
seriously
Humpty
when you
Dumpty.
dress like a half-done Easter egg. The only reason to fear Chris Christie in that moment is to fear that he's accidentally going to drop his fully loaded nachos on you, which, if we're being honest here, isn't a real fear to have, because the entire time Chris Christie is getting in that guy's face, he's got those nachos tucked like he's ready to break some tackles. I mean, if you think about it, Chris Christie dresses like he governs. You can tell he goes through the motions, but also that he stopped caring a long time ago. Then let's talk about the Tomorrowland Music Festival in Barcelona, which had to be evacuated this Saturday. And the reason 22,000 people had to be evacuated is this insane fire broke out. Reportedly, around 20 people were treated for minor injuries and anxiety. Reportedly, no one was seriously hurt. The evacuation went through. As of right now, they don't know
Third
why
time's
the
the
fire
charm,
started.
fellas.
And I mentioned this story for 2 reasons. The first being, holy shit, that fire is scary. The second is to congratulate authorities on a successful evacuation. The fact that so few are hurt, I mean, it's a thing that
Heard it.
should be applauded. I thought it was important to talk about
I
something
didn't
like
even
this
notice
because
it.
normally a story like this only blows up if there's a huge loss of life. But here, everyone reacted and responded appropriately, so it's less clickbaity, but it's definitely more good for the people that were there. And then let's talk about the big update around the alleged planting of evidence by the Baltimore Police Department. A few weeks ago, we talked about the body cam footage released by the Baltimore Police Department that appeared to show an officer planting and then finding evidence. The cop in question there was Officer Pinheiro. The body camera, which
Yo,
records
third time's the
30
charm,
seconds
fellas.
prior to when you activate it, appeared to show Officer Pinheiro planting drugs, hiding the drugs, throwing it out, then activating his body camera and finding the drugs. This, of course, is a lot of scrutiny. Many saying this shows the police officers here planted the evidence, but you have the local police union defending the officers here, saying they found the drugs in the backyard and the filming was just a reenactment of the find. But of course, this has led to an investigation. Officer Pinheiro was suspended. In addition, the other 2 officers in the video were placed on administrative duty. The big update today today is this video has affected far more than just this one incident. Reportedly, Baltimore State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby has dismissed 34 cases that required the officers in question here as witnesses, and all of them are drug or gun-related cases. Mosby saying the credibility of those officers has now been directly called into question. As I have stated before, it is incumbent upon us as prosecutors to be the ministers of justice and to do what is right in the pursuit of justice over convictions while simultaneously prioritizing public safety. And in addition to these 34 cases, there are another 77 cases being reviewed. And even that's not the end of it. Reportedly, when Mosby's office was made aware of this whole situation, they started investigating a ton of other videos. And reportedly, there is now a second video that brings into question 219 other cases. But as of right now, we have very limited information on this second video since there is an ongoing investigation with internal affairs. I mean, the domino effect we're talking about here could be massive, and it'll be very interesting to see what comes from this investigation. But a question I do want to pass off to you, because I don't think we framed it this way in a very long time. What is your opinion on police wearing body cams? Yes, they should. No, they shouldn't. But also, if you want police officers to wear body cameras, should they be on 24/7, or should the officer have control? And to get the ball rolling for you, the arguments against both of these is if the police officers have control of when it is being filmed, even if it's 30 seconds prior, it's of course that the police will manipulate or omit footage. And the argument against the always-on cameras is it's both an invasion of privacy for the police officer as well as just the general public being filmed. But main point, I would really love to know your thoughts here. And that's actually where I'm going to end today's show. And remember, if you liked this video, you like what I try and do on this channel, hit that like button if you're new, or hit that subscribe button. Also, if you missed you beautiful bastards. Hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, and let's just jump into it. The first thing we're going to talk about today, one of the most requested stories of the day today, and that is a story that revolves around Donald De La Haye. Donald is, or I guess rather was, a kicker for the University of Central Florida. Now, in addition to Donald being a college football player, he's also a YouTuber, and that's where the problem in the story starts. And the problem here is money. On Donald's YouTube channel, he makes money from advertisements, and that seems to violate NCAA rules. NCAA bylaw 12.4.4 addresses athlete self-employment, and it states an athlete may establish his or her own business, provided the student-athlete's name, photograph, appearance, or athletics reputation are not used to promote the business. And essentially, the ad revenue he's making from YouTube would make him ineligible to play in the NCAA. And so this story makes national headlines in June when Donald releases a video titled Choosing Between College Football or YouTube. And he talks about it as simply, I have to make a choice here. They're not going to let me make these videos. He says, I feel like I'm on trial. And after this video comes out, there's a lot of outrage that Donald might be kicked from the team, and it also stirs up the debate around why college football players can't make money. Many say that's bullshit. Colleges are making billions and billions of dollars off of athletes they're not paying. The argument there is they are being paid in education, scholarships. If I can insert my opinion here, I think that argument is bullshit. College football is a multi-billion-dollar business. ESPN's paying $7.3 billion over 12 years. This telecasts 4 bowl games, 2 semifinal bowl games, and the national championship game. Back in 2014, college football
I'm really sad he didn't make
$3.4
that.
billion in revenue. And you've got college football coaches like Nick Saban getting $11.125 million this year. That makes Nick Saban a
good fucking snag, nigga.
Classification as a worker in the DMV, the highest paid public official in the country. And just for comparison's sake, the President of the United States, the highest public official of them all, makes just $400,000 a year. And meanwhile, college football players get paid with scholarships, and if you look at the University of Central Florida, each semester that's $22,000 to $23,000. And that just seems crazy to me. So that's my opinion. Back to the story. So this video and story blow up back in June. Then looks like the UCF Athletics Association was trying to work with the NCAA and De La Haye. And UCF comes up with this waiver that they submit to the NCAA. It would allow De La Haye to continue making monies from his videos, but he couldn't, quote, reference his status as a student athlete or depict his football skills or ability. And if he did make videos where he referenced being a student athlete, he would just have to demonetize those videos. That was submitted to the NCAA. Reportedly, it was granted. Then it was reported that De La Haye would not agree to the terms of the waiver, so he was then deemed ineligible for the 2017 season. Because he could no longer play football, he lost his scholarship. In response to all of this, Donald puts out a video called I Lost My Full D1 Scholarship Because of My YouTube Channel. He says there were terms that he just couldn't agree with. UCF released a statement saying, De La Haye chose not to accept the conditions of the waiver and has therefore been ruled ineligible to compete in NCAA-sanctioned competition. UCF Athletics wishes him the best in his future endeavors. And the NCAA released a statement saying, although Donald De La Haye has chosen not to compete any longer as a UCF student athlete, he could have continued playing football for the university and earned money from non-athletic YouTube videos based on a waiver the NCAA granted July 14th. De La Haye decided not to separate his athletically related videos from non-athletic ones he could monetize, which was outlined in the waiver for him to maintain eligibility. Contrary to misconceptions, making a YouTube video, even making money off of it, is not a violation of an NCAA rule. And I do have to say I'm
Oh,
torn on
I
this.
would
The
do
restrictions
that.
put in place on players I do find ridiculous. But it also appears that the NCAA and UCF offered him a good solution. Over a football career, over a free ride to college, he's choosing his YouTube channel, which, when it's not surrounded by controversy, can sometimes just get 20,000 views, sometimes on his more viral videos, 300,000
Come on,
views.
Clips.
They just wouldn't be able
Need
to
that too.
monetize some of them. That's a win in my eyes, and it's a far bigger give than I thought the NCAA would have given. While you're thinking about dollars and cents, the true value for you in this position is audience. Well, you wouldn't be able to monetize
That's
videos while
cold,
you're
boy.
showcasing that you were a student athlete and all the stuff where you're on the field and you're meeting people and you're going through the stuff. You post that, grow an audience from that, and then in a video where you say you wanted to
Nigga, it took
inspire
us 3
people, you want to talk
tries.
about just people
Good
living their
game.
lives, monetize that. You were
It took
offered
us
a
3
win here. And
tries. You
once
gotta
again,
win
I
it.
say this thinking
I
that
know,
the
I know. You said
NCAA
we're
rules
bigger.
are stupid. I've talked to a ton of other athletes in the past about this, and they have explained how incredibly ridiculous the rules are and how controlling organizations are. That said, it'll be interesting to see what happens here. If you feel like Donald De La Haye is being screwed here, you can go to a GoFundMe. He started for his tuition. He has said he wants to continue pursuing his marketing career, but needs help paying for college now that he lost his scholarship. He set a goal for $30,000. 4,000 plus has been raised as of recording this video. I'll link to that down below. But I do want to pass the question off to you around this story. What do you think? And it's kind of a multi-tier question. Do you think the NCAA rules are stupid? Do you think that Donald should have signed the waiver, or no, you support him making a stand here? And I just love to know your thoughts in general, so let me know in those comments
What
down
up,
below.
though?
From that, I want to share some stuff I love today, and today in Awesome, brought to you by Audible.com/PhillyD. Audible, of course, the fantastic place to get and listen to all of your new favorite books. And in coordination with them, I am very excited to announce the DeFranco Book Club. Here's how it works. Once a month, we're going to go through a book together. And for this first month, we're going to be diving into World War Z, the complete edition. I was a fan of the abridged book. I was not a fan of the movie, and then this, the complete edition, is even more on top of the original, so I'm excited to go through that with you. And what's awesome is for this first month, you can be a part of this for free. When you use audible.com/PhillyD, you get a free month membership and a free audiobook. So you can download it today for free, start listening. Then once you're done with the book, if you want to be a part of one of my videos, film a review of the book, let me know what your favorite parts were, things you wanted to talk about with it. If you upload it to YouTube, use the hashtag DeFranco Book Club in the title, or you can post it as unlisted and submit it to DeFrancoBookClub.com. And we're going to be doing this once a month. This community, we're going to decide what books to take on next. What's cool is even if you end up canceling your membership at some point, the book is yours. You'll be able to listen to it whenever. So if you want to join in, be sure to use audible.com/PhillyD. Link to that in the description. Remember, you get a 30-day free trial and a free audiobook. And the first bit of awesome is a person. That person is Boogie2988. He's a friend of myself and the show. He is a fantastic creator and individual. Today he's going in to have gastric bypass surgery as part of his quest to be a better, healthier version of himself. I just want to send love and support his way. If you want to join me with that, I'll link to him in the description down below. And I just want to say, him sharing his journey like this, it's inspiring. Watching how he's been prepping for this, sticking to his plan, and really showing that it's never too late to try and better yourself or get you to where you want to go. So just throwing that out there, and the Boogie, I love you, sir. Then we got a new trailer for an original series called Mindhunter, a series that follows 2 FBI agents trying to understand serial killers. Then there's this cute little animated short I just had to share. It's called In a Heartbeat. Then we got a Tesla Model 3 impressions video from MKBHD. It looks awesome. That said, if you want one, you're going to probably have to wait a while, because before you order yours, Tesla's going to have to make the hundreds of thousands that have already been inserted. And remember, if you want to see the full versions of everything, I just shared the secret link of the day. Anything at all links, as always, are in the description down below. Then let's talk about J.K. Rowling in the news. Rowling was part of a large group of people that were outraged at the president after a video came out of him just ignoring a little boy in a wheelchair. Rowling quote tweeting this video with a quote from Maya Angelou, saying, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them." Adding, Trump imitated a disabled reporter. Now he pretends not to see a child in a wheelchair, as though frightened he might catch his condition. And she proceeded to rant. Unless related to him by ties of blood, and therefore his creation, are treated with contempt because they do not resemble Trump. My mother used a wheelchair. I witnessed people uncomfortable around her disability, but if they had a shred of decency, they got over it. So yes, that clip of Trump looking deliberately over a disabled child's head, ignoring his outstretched hands, has touched me on the raw. That man occupies the most powerful office in the free world, and his daily outrages against civilized norms are having a corrosive effect. How stunning and how horrible that Trump cannot bring himself to shake the hand of a small boy who only wanted to touch the president. Yes, how truly horrible, shouted hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions. Here's the thing, that video that was originally tweeted by Ansel Pers, the Deputy Communications Director for Democratic Representative from Mila Jayapal, that was a video that was edited to misrepresent the situation. And you can easily verify that it was edited that way because the White House official YouTube page on July 24th posted the full video. And when he first walks in the room, the first person he walks up to is the little boy in the wheelchair. He leans down to his level, they have a little 24th, it seems. And the mother of the little boy went on her Facebook and wrote, if someone can please get a message to J.K. Rowling, Trump didn't stub my son and Monty wasn't even trying to shake his hand. 1, he's 3 and handshaking is not his thing. 2, he was just showing off his newly acquired Secret Service badge. Thanks. So after more and more people realize that this is happening, Ansel Her's tweet deleted an earlier tweet because it turned out to be missing some context, apologies, and then it took 2.5 more days before J.K. Rowling tweeted about this. And she finally said, regarding my tweets about the small boy in a wheelchair whose proffered hand the president appeared to ignore and press with, multiple sources have informed me that that was not a full or accurate representation of their interaction. I very clearly projected my own sensitivities around the issue of disabled people being overlooked or ignored in the
Snag
images
gun.
I saw, and if that caused any distress to that boy or his family, I apologize unreservedly. These tweets will remain, but I will delete the previous ones on the subject. And that response and deletion brings us to a point I feel like we find ourselves in more and more these days. Rowling is taking the blame here. She is admitting fault. She is apologizing to the family, although many people are saying, why are you just apologizing to the family? You made accusations against the president that were false. Your promotion of that false video, that out-of-context video, your tweet was retweeted over 76,000 times. Millions of people saw this false information. And you apologize, but far fewer people are seeing the truth. Far fewer people are seeing the apology. Your apology thread, in comparison, has 1.4 thousand retweets. And personally, I have to say, Rowling looks ridiculous to me here. She apologizes, but not to the victim, the target of her attack, but instead just to the people she used as pawns or weapons. I do also feel that this is a trend with J.K. Rowling. She sees a headline, she sees a top-level story without diving deeper, and she just perpetuates it. She promotes it. She goes to war for it. We saw her do that with the PewDiePie Wall Street Journal story. And I say this, and I feel like I have to say this once every week or every 2 weeks. Donald Trump is my president, but he's not my guy. If you want to hit Donald Trump, there are a ton of different ways to hit Donald Trump. Have you seen what's happening in the White House? When you swing wild like this, you look silly trying to perpetuate a story that Donald Trump hates handicapped kids. You heard your own argument. You make yourself look silly. You make people skeptical of what you have to say next. Most importantly, you're giving your enemies the weapons they so crave. I feel like this could have been a no-win story if she had also apologized to the target of her attack and not just the people she was using to perpetuate a message. And I feel like I could have actually been in Rowling's corner here and said, this is what we need more of, people taking ownership of their mistakes. She just apologizes for using that family and not for misleading the public, not doesn't apologize to her target. It just makes me realize she's playing in the mud, just like all those other people that she seems to hate. And then let's talk about what can really only be described as the insane clusterfuck that is Venezuela. Venezuela has elected a new governing body, which really appears to be more of a dictatorship. Opposition leaders are being pulled from their homes, and the money in Venezuela is now worth less than World of Warcraft gold. So I'm going to try and explain how we've gotten to this point. Let's start all the way back in 1998. Venezuela elects Hugo Chavez to be president. Chavez had a strictly socialist interpretation of how
yeah.
should be, and he implemented policies over the years toward
Let's get these
that
niggas out of
2001,
here.
Chavez manages to pass 48 new laws that help him redistribute land and wealth. It keeps going and going. In 2006, he wins a third presidential election, this with 67% of the vote. He then begins to nationalize many industries, and he fueled a lot of his plans with Venezuela's massive oil reserves. Oil is skyrocketing at the time, and that in turn allows him to spend so much money on social programs. And it's not like Venezuela was a
Get him out of here.
paradise at this time. They had a high standard of living, especially compared to their neighbors. So Chavez keeps rolling. He wins the 2012 presidential election with 53% of the vote. But then in 2013, Chavez dies. So in walks his successor, the winner of the next election, Nicolas Maduro. He barely wins the election, but he wins. So now it's 2014. Oil prices are at an all-time low. The economy is straining, and there are massive protests. In 2015,
Personal, they
leaders are arrested because
bullshit.
of planning to attempt a coup to assassinate Maduro, although they deny them. Then, January 2016, something big happened. The opposition to Maduro, a coalition called Democratic Unity, win two-thirds majority in their parliament. They call it National Assembly, and because of this majority, they can block legislation. But then, the Venezuela Supreme Court, which was widely appointed by Maduro, they reportedly put pressure on 3 members of Democratic Unity in the National Assembly and forced them to resign. So this deprives Democratic Unity of a two-thirds majority. We then jump to 2017, where the economy is in shambles. There are food shortages. There are people starving. According to a 2016 living conditions study, 75% of Venezuelans are losing a concerning amount of weight. Then mass protests begin, starting with several thousand, then hundreds of thousands, then millions. Then in March and early April, the opposition to Maduro claimed the Supreme Court is attempting a coup. This because the Supreme Court took away legislative power from the National Assembly and gave it to themselves. In response to this, there are even more massive protests. And in April, several people die in clashes with security forces. And so Maduro starts arming socialist members with firearms, claiming he's doing this to, quote, protect the revolution. The government's also issuing Chavista cards, these giving rewards and benefits to United United Socialist Party of Venezuela members, not opposition. Some of those benefits include food, essentially saying, if you're with me, you can eat. Then
This
Joe
nigga got
Rosen
me
and the
tripping
Green
like an
Planters want
idiot.
to vote for a constituent assembly. The constituent assembly would be a new parliament, and this new thing
Well,
would
they
have the
could
power
keep
to
looking.
change the Constitution, remove
Good
elected
shot.
officials,
You bum
institutions.
ass
This results in
nigga.
even more protesting. From these protests, many more protesters died. According to some reports, 140 people have died. 6 were under the age of 18. Over 1,000 injured. 862 reported arrests against protesters. An additional 431 were arrested for political statements. And that takes us to the insanity of the
Oh
vote
my
that happened
god.
Sunday. On Sunday, Venezuela held a vote to elect a constituent assembly.
Oh
This
my
controversial vote
god.
was seen as a way to bypass the 2017 election for mayors, the 2018 election for the presidency. This because it was the Socialist Party to lose both of these elections, because party approval right now is around 20%. And a major problem with the constituent assembly is there was never a referendum if this should happen in the first place. Maduro was simply declared that there would be a vote for members. And personally, I have to say it's hard to view that as anything other than insane. That's like if President Donald Trump said Congress doesn't exist anymore. Senate, House of Representatives, never heard of it. But by the way, there's this new thing called Trump's Parliament. You can change the Constitution, and you can vote for who's
Thank you.
president.
Hustle rebound. Oh.
What the fuck? Centrally after what? That would be insane. So that's why to many it seems like this is an obvious power grab to take over the National Assembly. And in a separate non-binding referendum, millions of Venezuelans voted against a constitutional rewrite. Reportedly 7.5 million people voted in that. So then the vote happens for the Constituent Assembly.
Pardon the interruption, but I might do a Von Frank police in Lawrence, Kansas, arrested a man twice.
Drive-by guns and Pablo Torre's dancing videos.
Yeah.
And the occasional kicker video. And today we have the curious case of Central Florida's kicker and what choosing YouTube over football tells you about the NCAA. Israel, Pablo, Kate, and Jackie today. Only one wrote a book that dropped today. It's big and what a Maddie story of Madison Hollow, high school and college athlete. You've worked years on this, Kate. What about the story moved you?
Well, when I first heard the story of Madison Holloran, and she was a young woman who died by suicide during her freshman year at University of Pennsylvania, it really made me think about my first couple years at the University of Colorado playing hoops and how much anxiety I had and how difficult that transition was. I also had a sister who ran cross country at Dartmouth, also in the Ivy League, and I had a lot of philosophies and theories about perfectionism and what it was like to be a runner. And so I thought there would be a lot to dive into about what Madison Holloran said about who we are as a society now and what's happening among our young people.
What have you learned?
I've learned a lot about what's going on with young people, about the rising rates of anxiety and mental health, about athletic departments that are attempting to get ahead of this issue and put more funding into the mental health of their student athletes, and students on college campuses and the college counseling centers that are also trying to deal with the rising rates of
Too short.
anxiety and mental
You
health.
want to
And
be in
there's a
chat.
whole slew of reasons for why this could be happening, ranging from social media to how parents are raising kids. There's just so many factors at play, but that's
W is one of the best things ESPN has ever turned out, in my opinion. It's for all people seeking hope, which is everybody in the world. And here's a prediction. Reese Witherspoon or Ron Howard or Ava DuVernay will pick up this book and make it into a TV show. Make it happen. And you're going to leave us, and you'll be great. That's your Goodwill Hunting is what I'm telling you. Congrats.
Thank you, Tony.
Do a show.
It's the first word.
The Golden State Warriors of Major League Baseball. Flasky was coaching the Dodgers that yesterday. Yankees GM Brian Cashman closed Red Sox at this winter as for sale. And Red Sox GM Dave Dombrowski, well,
But I think that Brian's probably right now the Golden State Warriors, and we're the significant underdogs.
he called the Yankees that after getting Sonny Gray. Jackie, this is your account. Dombrowski being a little cheeky here, and there is what he said.
I think it was very well played by Mr. Dombrowski. I just remember back in the day when Lucchino was calling the Yankees the evil empire. He seemed a little more frothy at the mouth when he was saying it. Dombrowski, I thought, handled this quite suavely. But I would say that if I'm the Dodgers, if I'm the Astros, even if on the Diamondbacks for that matter. I would take a little issue with the idea that somebody else is the Golden State
Give me
Warriors.
that.
I'll have more wins than the Yankees. I will say this.
Yeah, you like the Golden State Warriors. Just my question to you: do we have more
Of
defending
course
champions?
not. No, of course not. That's not true. The Dodgers are the closest thing. Bill is right.
Good
I will say
shot.
this. I think Sonny Gray was the most
I'm gonna have
important
that.
transaction of the baseball season at the trade deadline. It does make the Yankees the firm favorites
Oh,
over the
this
Red
nigga's a
Sox at this
bitch.
point, and I think that's pretty significant. What the Red Sox have missed remains Ortiz. No batting power in that lineup. They need the young guys to come through, and that's
When you're hearing Meathead say the Golden State Warriors of baseball,
Black.
what do you think?
Well, first I think to myself what it says about where we are right now in sports culture that the New York Yankees with 27 World Series titles are using the Golden State Warriors as like a proxy for greatness. I mean, that's where we are right now in sports. Now, if we're asking the question of which team now is the best, I think that that's still the Dodgers, given who they picked up in their record. Now, if we're saying we're comparing them to the Warriors, who mix the Warriors, and there's someone that built like the Warriors, I actually think
How
that
nobody
is the
was over
Yankees when
there.
you consider the depth of young talent that they have brought up and now how they've added pieces from outside to really bolster it.
Okay, I'll look to word Elliot.
Yeah, this is rock bottom for the Yankees. I mean, they're supposed to be the Goliath that just buys things, not out of desperation, but because they can get
Oh
them.
my lord.
Yankees are the Golden State Warriors for the Golden
First of all, that man's
State
amazing.
Warriors. So I would say
Hey, but that shit ain't funny, yo.
at this point, that is just sad. Sonny Gray is an answer.
That nigga snaps my shit.
If I'm a Yankee fan at this point, that is just sad. Sonny Gray is an answer for them. He is a sub-2 ERA in his last since June 23rd. That's only behind Kershaw, the aforementioned days of the Dodgers, of course, and behind But one of the things that the Yankees need to remember here is that there is no single player who can be a Kevin Durant type impact acquisition. This is baseball. No player can be Kevin Durant in a sport where you gotta take turns and you
Block
gotta
that, nigga.
alternate days of pitching. So the comparison ain't worth nothing. Well, I'll go with this. I mean, first of all, I think Chris Sale is more of a Kevin Durant type acquisition than Sonny Gray. But I will say with the Yankees, though, Aaron Judge is kind of the step down, if you will, where the game changer comes in and sort of boosts your whole franchise to where they can be great for a long time. I'd say the tiebreaker is the Red Sox actually
Oh,
have
nigga,
Matt
spank
Barnes
my
or
shit.
like the Warriors.
Bring it up.
Obviously, they have a great race
The
going on.
tiebreaker is nobody's winning games like the Dodgers are in
Bullshit.
baseball this year, so neither of these teams are. Last word, Jackie, man.
Yeah, and you know what? The Red Sox did one good thing. They need to address some Closer Kimbrel, and they got him in Addison Reed. But they need their young players to
Jesus
come through,
Christ. I
and their
don't
last
know
two
these.
majors right now.
Let's talk about this. Jets rookie Jamal Adams. You guys hear this?
If I had a perfect place to die, I would
This
die.
nigga say he would die on the field. That's a house slave right there.
Goodell's is sitting right next to him. 37 folks. Martellus Bennett disagrees. Football's great, but ain't dying for the
Jair.
Said it was done for Adams, he said. Is real
Oh my
Pussy.
lord.
Oh, my first place.
Bye.
Seriously, they take football.
I'm not gonna lie, I would have had to deck you after that, bro. It was too aggressive.
Not prepared to speak about this subject right now, sort of the media training that he has so far in his young career. And then you've got the other side of Roger Goodell, who's somebody who wants to say the exact opposite and probably sort of massage the truth a little bit to help the NFL. So we've got two parties here that are really trying to say the opposite things.
That nigga
Because
playing a
Adam
little
is just a
pocket shit.
football player. His dad was a professional football player, and it sort of is like against him. But the idea of dying explained instead how somebody could suffer from CTE over years and have their family suffer and die this terrible death. You wouldn't hear applause after that, and you certainly probably wouldn't hear Jamal Adams say, yeah,
I remember like I was a kid like one. This nigga ate his family like 3 times. And I was like, I told the party, I was like, you say you want how long?
I think it's still fair to say we let people
He's a
die
person.
cigarettes. The difference is they are completely or should be completely aware of the risks involved in smoking said cigarettes. So if you're Jamal Adams, one of the things that is troubling is his description of death in football as this gladiatorial, glorious type spectacle in the center of the arena. But CTE
families who had victims of this disease, they don't think about it like that. They
I
talk
want to
about,
see
as you said,
Giants.
the longitudinal decrease in quality of life. It's a lot like dementia. There is very little sexiness, cinematic sexiness, in the demise of a player who's suffering from this disease. So we have questions that should be answered and asked about research, but the description here is, I think, where it's in trouble. Hey, Vic?
Oh, yeah.
Adams is like pretty much every young person when you ask them to consider like the long-term health effects of anything. I mean, there's not a lot of young people who aren't going to drink or smoke or worry about their eating habits simply because of what might happen years and years from now. So I'm less concerned about Adams, and I'm more concerned about what he has waded into. I'm thinking about the Don Van Natta piece in 2012 with Profile of Roger Goodell, where he has that great insight about how Roger Goodell is concerned about a death on the football field as being that last straw of the CTE issue. And so Adams has inadvertently waded into that territory with his comments.
Yeah, I'm with Kate a little bit on this too. I think Adams, he needs to have more awareness. We've covered that already. I think he's understood what the Dorson family, the Stay Out family, and these people made
No
me feel.
way, this
So
nigga is
that's a
fucking
mistake. I think everybody should give him a pass on that. I'm sure he's going to apologize at some point, but that's not what I
I'll
meant.
look at that
I'm
nigga.
much more concerned with the commissioner sitting next to him. He had an opportunity there
Oh,
to
good
not
pass.
only clarify for this young man, but also to address the idea of CTE and the problems it's causing this league and the seriousness of this issue. Instead, he went back to old data from 2012 suggesting that the average player lives 5 years less than an average NFL player. That data can be skewed all sorts of different ways.
Damn, bro, why take so long to one shit,
about the data that just came out that players who had issues with CTE,
that
100%
nigga
and 111
got the heart, right?
had that damage. That's skewed, I understand. But let's talk about this issue with real numbers, with real stuff, instead of going back to data that's almost 6 years old and doesn't really make any sense.
So much of this is perception of toughness, right? That is so linked to football players. Just yesterday in Arizona, Bruce Arians put the Cardinals through a tough practice. He said, play like bleep, I'll treat you like bleep. His net bomb count was 113, according to the Arizona Central. I think they were joking a little bit. He moved the Cardinals practice outside in the morning and had them do wind sprints at the end in mid-93 heat. Pablo. What do you think of when you hear that? What do you think of the whole play like bleep, treat you like bleep?
Well, look, performance enhancement through punishment, through this very macho approach is ancient. Like, I get it. I understand. I'm not saying there's no place for it in football, but what's interesting about science today is that they're pointing out performance enhancement through punishment, physical wear and tear, is counterproductive. Like, one of the things that's interesting about this movement to treat players like race cars, insofar as you got to polish them and repair them and keep them tip-top in the garage, you don't run your car into the ground just to try and get better performance out of it. One of the things that's interesting about that is that it's dehumanizing, yes, but it is completely contrary to the whole, we're going to run you until you can't run anymore because that's going to make you better. Scientifically, I just don't think that's the case anymore.
We should point out, though, that Arians does not have a reputation for doing this with his players, and this is an anomaly for him. This, to me, reads like the one day every preseason in pretty much every sport where the coach decides that you're not practicing well enough, and you as a player can't even tell necessarily until the coach tells you that the practice is awful. And that seems to happen every preseason, and then you have to run a little bit at the end. You obviously want the coach to be concerned about the humidity and the temperature out there, but if all those things are taken into account, this is that one day in preseason where a coach hammers home those points.
Yeah, the hope here would be that they have done some research and they do their homework and they maybe check, heat index or
Down by a bucket.
times they do this, and
Down
all
by
they
a
just do is sort of seldomly that it's okay, because I do think there is something to, and I know it's not for better performance, which is punishment for lack of effort, if you will. It's sort of the tough part of sports that people say is sort of getting really soft. Outside of taking their money away, which you can't do for poor performance necessarily,
I should have pulled, but I'm on.
kind of the only way you can go here. So as long as it doesn't happen too often, as long as there's homework done there, I'm not too concerned about it. Right. So it's physical punishment, though. It's the last day of
6 seconds.
What exactly are we physically punishing these people for with games quite a bit away?
Oh.
What the fuck?
I don't want to get too dramatic here, but 20 swingers on a football field on a day in the
Exactly.
mid-90s when somebody pushed
I'm
not
flip
saying
this one.
that Bruce Arians was, obviously,
No,
he's a very fine coach with a great reputation.
that's
But you don't
wrong.
want to ever make a mistake like that in the field, right?
No.
Choosing YouTube over football. Let that sit. Buy or sell. College kicker who chose YouTube over football. You see this? Central Florida's Donald De La Haye ruled ineligible by the NCAA. You know what the
Ah.
NCAA said? Making money off YouTube videos, not automatically a violation, but if the videos are athletic-based, that is a violation, and De La Haye is choosing that over football. In his tweet, De La Haye, all I wanted was to keep inspiring and motivating others through my
Man.
content. Didn't know it would cost me my education. Israel, we finally sell.
I mean, I think I'm selling all over here. It's just kind of ridiculous.
God damn.
She got it down.
That's it.
Lord.
But you cannot do it by depicting
What
any
you doing?
part of the video. You have to disclose your skill. So it means some wide receiver cannot catch something and put that on YouTube and make a dime out of it because his skill is catching it. Absolutely ridiculous. He has to give up his eligibility for it. Meanwhile, the coach at UCF is making $2 million.
This is just another example of the acrobatics the NCAA needs to commit to in order to have a consistent policy. Because it was the case that in video games, you could not be
I
identified
was
as
not.
a college athlete as
This
yourself.
nigga get the ball
EA
again.
Sports, college football, or whatever. And now you cannot be yourself in a video that you are making because there's a possibility of monetization. The problem is everything on the internet can be
Why this
monetized.
nigga on my dick,
The
man?
NCAA mandates using your likeness, which tells you it's the first case of many that's going to come.
What the heck?
This reminds me of Colorado receiver Jeremy Moon's interaction with the NCAA and having to choose between skiing and football. It reminds me of it simply in the fact that
Alright, bet. Now I'm about to fuck this. This nigga just too far.
in the fact that in both of those cases, the NCAA has no ability to actually be nuanced and nimble and flexible in assessing each individual
I'm tired of
case.
2K
They
with
just
these
have
slow ass
something
passes.
blanket
Like,
and
damn.
automatic, and when
Like,
that
can you
happens,
throw
it's
fast ass
evident
check
it's
pass?
inconsistent.
All right, so I can't believe I'm going to do this, but I think I might defend the NCAA for the
Okay.
rest of my life a little bit here. And here's why. So this kicker is not, his situation is completely fine.
You
He
just have to
should be
stop
able to
and
choose
do
to
three.
send the money that he makes back home to Costa Rica. I understand his position entirely. But making a
No
decision,
bullshit.
he just gave up a full scholarship, okay? So that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. From the NCAA's
No
standpoint,
way.
What the
let's say you're a running back for Alabama, and one of those boosters wants to
No,
put a bunch of money in your pocket to wear your Alabama uniform and to hawk some kind of product that goes back to this booster. You wouldn't like that, right?
Okay. Jack, you convinced any of you guys, Israel? Pablo, Israel for
That's a case-by-case basis. They reviewed this and they thought it was too bad. It shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
They gave him away. They gave him
That's
away
some good ball
so
movement.
hard to restrict the
That's
free
what
market that we live in a capitalist country, and that's the acrobatics.
$2.99
It's case by case, and it's also just let them make money, and it's really hard to do the opposite.
We'll move on. Buy or sell two rights. Daryl Morey versus NBA awards. Quote, you could argue for eliminating the awards altogether. I don't really see a good way to do it that doesn't have major issues. Buy or sell Morey here, Pablo, getting rid
You
of
got
the
soda? You got the
NBA
best one?
postseason awards.
So I buy where he's coming from insofar as I use my non-existent MVP.
Some of it was from
I get
YouTube.
that, but I sell his actual conclusion as one of these media
I just took like
I got a damn thing.
I looked at a hand cam. Like they had the camera on the controller and shit. Like teach you how to move and shit.
and that is why I think some of us are employed. Thank you for that opinion.
Who the fuck is a good host? It's 46 up there.
I mean, Maury also makes it seem as if Harden fit into the parameters of the previous MVP award parameters, but he actually didn't. I mean, the previous 10 were either on number one seeds overall or made the NBA Finals, so it was already going to be a subjective change to choose James Harden as this year's MVP. If we're really going to rid the NBA or any sport of subjectivity, we're losing pretty much all of it except swimming and running, so I'm selling it.
I understand
I didn't get that with the first one.
numbers, bottom line, analytics. So to him, the numbers didn't make sense because Houston won more games and Russell Westbrook. All that makes sense. But it wasn't a extraordinary circumstance in that a player, Russell Westbrook, averaged a triple-double for the first time since Oscar Robinson. So all that makes sense to me as well. The bottom line to me is this. If you're Daryl Morey, you have to understand these awards matter to people, including, by the way, your coach. Go ask Mike D'Antoni if he'd like to vacate his Coach of the Year award.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we just gave Steve Barton the World Series ring, so we might as well give Jake Harden an MVP too. Just give those trophies out. I do think Daryl Morey is wasting his argument this week because Steph Curry won the MVP against Jake Harden, not just because of his numbers, not just because of the wins, rather, because the impact.
Hey, B Clips. I'm about to send you the YouTuber's name where I learned how to dribble from.
Showdown one, taking a selfie, inadvertently giving everybody Yankees clubhouse Wi-Fi password. You giving them a pass for this, Israel, or what?
Well, I'm going to give him a pass, even though I don't think it's that big of a secret if it's posted on the wall. As somebody who sent a text message to the wrong person who was intended to and had to dance around that, yeah, I think it happened.
People tend to focus on the password in situations like this and think that password whatever tic-tac-toe sign. What they should do is take the name of the network, change it to viruses, change your name of your Wi-Fi network to virus so that no one's going to log in.
But they ain't gonna be saying, bruh. It said Stockton first. They didn't be saying Brownies, nigga. No weapons, bro. This is the old shit.
He said what? Dude, he'll get you right.
Watch that bitch.
I wanted to celebrate the fact that the NFL has finally done something we thought they never would, which is agree to cooperate with the NFL Players Association on marijuana. And this is important for real reasons, like the fact that opioid addiction is a real issue both in society and in sports. Over the notion that painkillers are something that's very dangerous to keep feeding into the bodies of NFL players. And here's the cause. Here's the backtrack. Weed's about to become a lot less cool because the NFL is embracing it, and nothing is less rebellious than doing anything than the NFL. Society.
There's a guy wearing that shirt today, which is not surprising at all either.
There's three.
Partner up to it on my door. My friend police in Lawrence, Kansas, arrested a man twice in one day for walking down the street.
I'm Frank Isola. Kornheiser made it to Kansas. There you go. Let's get Rock, Walker, Jayhawk. Scared of bridges, scared of the air, scared of mountains. And apparently scared of clothes. Scared of sleep. Clothes are reigniting of the New York Jets rookie named while seated next to Commissioner Robert Goodell at a New York Jets fan forum, had a cringeworthy answer when asked about
Yeah, the lutefisk is a fish. It's a specialty that they That's your people food?
Is that how you pronounce it? I always thought it was like
I do have to say, before we get too deep into this conversation, I just have to give a quick thank you to Adult Swim, who is sponsoring this episode, brought to you by them, and the newest season of Rick and Morty out July 3rd. God bless them. Nature's Spark's delicious waffle snacks, the black tux slick as heck suits, and tuxes, and Vincero's classy affordable watches. More on that later. I'm supposed to do that at the beginning, but I get so wrapped up in this incredible episode. But we'll talk about that later.
More people will see that ad now that you got the cold open.
Yeah, the cold open's in there, and now
let's get some ready.
Yeah. Anyway, can you believe that this was released?
Yes, I can.
We'll talk about it later. It's one of the best shows on television. It's unbelievable. It's so great. But at any rate, you were talking about a fish.
Oh yeah, it was a fish. Not the fake Willie that I got in the back of the truck.
Have you tried it? I've never.
It's actually.
I
mean, it's a bit fermented. It's herring. Yeah. Yeah, it's a. Well.
Who the fuck is mine?
The social justice warriors. They think I'm from the northern part of Norway because they're brown.
Yeah, it's good, bro.
No, there's a conspiracy theory that you're from Norway.
That's what they
want you to be white.
They want me to be, and last time I checked,
They knew your ass was in the right way.
there's a lady in the house.
What is your?
It's Mexican American. Grandparents are from Mexico, and
I'm not about to upgrade
on
it.
my mom's side, got the German and the Native American, and it was always funny to be around our grandma.
That's me, bitch.
I got my mom's eyes, grandma's eyes, and I tell you, my grandma used to be called different names back in the 60s and 70s. She would throw
Wait, your grandma was what?
Native American, and she was dark, and Grandpa was this tall German guy, and she
Yeah, I think Iron Banner was always.
we don't serve people look like, they gave tall, like 5 feet, 6 feet, 5 foot tall, and she would just snap. She'd say, "What'd you say? What'd you say?"
Who this scope look nice? It looked like the
I swear, because I know the kids.
It looked like the
kids
Beyonce.
kick your
You know what's funny?
She did swear. Granny was a mouthy piece of work.
I find it pretty interesting that your family actually faced real, like the Native Americans. Talk about a group of people who got absolutely fucked over harder than anyone. And here, they're like, they want you to be sweetheart, like Norwegian.
Because I'm educated. And our grandma on the Mexican side, she'd always say,
That is all 2 seconds.
English, around the babies, no español, no español. And she was really adamant about it, and her aunts and uncles would be speaking Spanish, she'd cut them off and say, education, education, English. So, in high school, I took Japanese. At that time, I was
what the fuck? Oh my god, bro.
Wait, we all thought that humongous was totally over, but now you're quiet to new levels. Do you know what quiet is?
They call that bullshit. Nigga flop.
Fuck that nigga.
I love it. Well, I tried to be, people go to me, why don't you go to Mexico? I said, well, my mother was on the Michoacan Restaurante.
Ah, fuck.
Why don't you go to Greece? Well, Taki's mad Greece.
I thought we was whole winning. We lose.
And they have the belly dancers on Friday nights, and I go rolling in. Oh, good, sit down across the door, rolling in some lamb, and I'm sitting there, and and it's just killer. I mean, just how exciting.
Yes.
We should be in Seattle. I've often been in Seattle. Everyone who's been there tells me it's such an incredible place.
It's absolutely incredible place. There's 30 minutes from the mountains.
That is fucking shit. This nigga spawned right
The
on my
problem is we've got a lot of outsiders coming in and telling somebody like me who's 53 years old that grew up in Seattle how to act and behave. And it's especially when it was, I swear to God, I have to make this clear. That 30-something-year-old female that jumped my ass at City Hall. She, I'm not saying her name.
What the fuck?
But she jumped my ass, and she needed to learn respect for the elders. I mean, I would not do that.
Why did I not just catch it?
Where she came out, everything about her not to talk.
I don't know. Bullshit. I read that shit
But I want to
perfect.
get into that. I found the whole thing really interesting. You grew up in Seattle.
Hell,
You were there your whole
son
life,
of a
pretty
bitch.
much, right?
Yeah, pretty yes.
And so these people like Zarna, can we say her name? They're like spooky. You know, like they're gonna like fly in here on a broomstick, like in Harry Potter or some shit, like Lord Voldemort.
So
How
she
she
came
gets
to
that?
Seattle?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I'm gonna do that shit
But you're
again.
saying they came, like, do you know where she's from? How long she was there?
You know, I don't know. I'd never seen her. I had to look up social justice warrior. I mean, that's how dumb I was. So I looked up social justice warrior. She's what? I mean, I had to actually figure this stuff out with a flip phone. So anyway, I had a flip phone. I mean, I was like, I didn't even see any videos until like.
What the fuck?
And that day that I left, it was already on CBS radio, and I hadn't heard that either. I'm asking what's going on, and then I get a call from the Yemens, the Arabs in Buffalo.
This thing is turning a
You're famous. I said, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm not jumping in front of
Girls are hip hop. I said, what's that? I'll send you a link. And so I got this looking at my flip phone, and I go, well, I got something, but I'm not sure how to turn it on. Now I do. Humongous forced me to change in so many ways. It was a gift. How I came here, it was a gift. I don't even question it.
Well, one of my questions for you too is like you become like the legend of Humongous, and I'm really curious how like that becoming like that new person of like Humongous has affected your life, because I've seen like on our subreddit you're participating in like school plays, you're making school plays about you, you're running for city council, and you're almost like this mythical figure, it seems like, around Seattle. And I'm really curious, how much did this whole ordeal change in your life?
I think when it hit me right away, it goes back to the 90s when we stuck Fake Willie in the ballot box to scare sea lions.
Goes all the way back.
What the?
Late 90s.
That's when the legend was born.
Yeah, it was. The New York Times called me.
Jesus Christ, boy.
By the way, if you guys don't know what he's talking about, there was an image of you with a giant killer whale in the back of your truck, and you were trying to like pawn it.
It was, yeah.
Because you had medical bills, and that's why we made the whole fundraiser.
Right. Yeah, I was desperate to make sure that this medical was paid, at least my insurance. And I needed to pay like 2 or 3 months in advance to allow my hip to heal, and so I put it in the back of the truck, drive everything around, doing yard service.
People's whale.
It's the people's whale. And so now that
it's worth. I'd sell the people's whale for $1,000.
I was going anywhere from 35 to 5, and I didn't get any.
Did you get any more?
I was close. I got
really. What was the most?
2,500. And
who's gonna buy it?
There was talk about sticking it on top of a casino sign.
Wow.
And I go, well, Fake Willie is not a gambling type, you know. That would be the best.
This is the people's whale.
And she is now, it's a female orca. She's now at the Ballard Box in Seattle, and she's on display with the history of how she came from Scotland to Seattle, and how the local KISW Rockland listeners donated to the fund. So the Ballard Box.
Is at the logs.
At the logs. Ballard Box.
This nigga really on my dick. This nigga chased me, man.
Vote on the air with the KISW rock and roll listeners.
He was so pissed that
What do you think?
that nigga was chased me.
Politicians. You
They
know
just
what?
let this bitch
We
ass nigga
name
come straight
stands.
past
We
me.
support people
Oh
interested
my
in
fucking
subject.
goodness, bro. I'm tired of this
Voted
nigga.
statement. So that's the history of it. And
So that's the name of
yeah, the listeners were, it was overwhelming. And so I called up the council members down at City Hall and I said, I just want you to know that you all voted and the name stands.
People's will stands.
That stands. People interested.
Sounds like you're just you're like a Seattle troll.
Well, I just troll around. Yeah, that's the gardeners.
The legend was born. I could definitely see that.
And we've since then, being a local gardener, it's been kind of fun with chili. Rude dog. The ladies would go, oh, rude dog. You want to go play some golf? Oh, no, this is the moms. The moms. It's actually funnier than stuff.
They say that.
Oh yeah. Oh, rude dog. Oh. That goes out the window. There's that. I know. I'm in the pickup truck, and it just that was something that's happened over the years, and but this humongous thing. It was a slip of the tongue, and the smirk.
Just shit it on. Oh my god.
If you only knew what I was thinking in my head on the smirk, I had to stop.
What was it? Let's get in the mind.
Well, I was thinking HM.
I need to take a double team.
My name is HM.
This is pretty tiny face. This is pretty good because.
But what happened is,
wait, what is that mean?
So I cut out the T's and put humongous instead of going HM.
What was it supposed to be?
What was it supposed to be? Humongous
T's. Oh, humongous T's. That's still not that bad.
But I didn't say it. I was gonna. But I see. I was. When I said it, I backed off, and I get the smirk. I said, "Don't say it." This is a domestic dispute. Seriously, like we're ready to have a conniption fit on Tizzy. So I was just thinking about my hip, walking out that door, getting down the stairs, getting away from this battle axe. And
I got the same.
She was looking. This is what they do. They go in there and they're looking for any morsel about it.
Skirt.
It almost doesn't even matter what you would have said. I don't think so. But they're just there looking. They're sitting. You gotta be careful. You have to do that. You could have said, Rudy. My name's Rudy. What does that mean?
That's all.
No, but you have a good squad, nigga.
What the fuck?
Get mom involved, and those women
Yeah, you have to put that shit
You said what? No, my cousin playing Destiny.
I think the initial video of your confrontation.
Well, who?
Was
No,
a lot of people were talking about it. Like, look at this insane lady harassing this guy.
But she posted
on her Facebook, and then everyone was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you promote this? It makes you look insane." And she erased it, and then someone ripped it from Facebook, put it on YouTube, and the rest is history.
Man,
I did that.
that's my cousin.
Is that she anytime being a public figure or running for office, you usually get the social norm.
Well, that's when that nigga fell asleep. It was like old time.
I spit on you, sneeze on you. You've never been spit on. Oh yeah, and then not over this, but it happens. Taking a stance in Seattle in the crazy nutheads, and they're on both sides. I mean, it's on one side, one side is
What?
Just sparkling.
it's I like my little place where I am.
I'm going to bed right now, babe.
But initially, the reaction before it hit the internet was that Zarna and her friends
Oh, about the
posted
first.
in their community to be like, look at this fucking guy who sexually harassed me, and the police kicked me out. So at first it was all hate.
Oh, totally.
Did you feel that before? Everyone was like, wait, hold on, this is backwards.
See, what I did is I actually took a complaint to the Office of Civil Rights,
You
to
did?
the ACLU, and I had my Arab friends from the Arab community that wanted
You might as well just pull the shit.
to sue her because they
You
were
know I
really
was.
pissed
You
off.
should have been able to just
And,
someone.
and no, and
Yeah,
I
bullshit.
called them slanderous, and then when she started the anti-immigrant
You
stuff,
got the good one too.
she didn't realize
You
that
got
there are people that come from outside of that country that live here now that ask her to take their kids and go to the road in Seattle Public Schools or help their mom who the elders with medical and stuff like that. I don't have a problem doing that. I'm a gardener, flexible, and had no idea that I was a single dad.
What the
And
fuck?
she didn't have any idea that because I speak fluid English and I sound American, that I was Hispanic. And she tried to rip me. She tried to rip me down for anything and everything.
And she
couldn't. She couldn't.
And that was one of my favorite parts about that interaction. Was that
What the
she's
fuck?
like, she's like, oh,
Hey, yo, Clips, I holla at you
saw
tomorrow.
recently the footage from inside the council, which I want to watch with you because we recently made a video about it. But like dissecting the way they attacked you is really fascinating because at first they're like, oh, you're white, and then you're like, no, I'm not white, and so that doesn't make them feel like, oh, maybe I was wrong. They go, oh, then you're a token Hispanic. You're not white, but you're a token Hispanic, and it's like. And then it's like, well, why do you want more police? And you're like, well, they help my daughter. It's like you have a legitimate answer to all their hit job questions, and it's like their intention is so clear because it never makes them reconsider. It just makes them go full force more.
And there's so many of us in the Hispanic community that do call the police when we need a problem because that's the right thing to do. We're not afraid of law enforcement. And the other thing is when people like her organization calls me a token for the whites, and I'm Hispanic, what it does is it dumbs down our kids because I'm telling the kids, hey, education, if you can't read, you can't do the math, you can't do the science, you can't get a job, and no money, no honey. Oh, we love that, Rudy. We love that. Well, I guess that's good. I said, if you want the honey and you want the money, learn to read, do the math, and do the science. Listen to your teachers and your parents, and have fun.
So what is it that by labeling you as a token, like token Hispanic, how does it undermine that?
She can't. I mean, it's just her own opinion, and her little groupies over here that try to push it, and they try to push it on everybody across the board. And and it's hard to stand up to them because they'll go as far as to want to boycott a business or ripping family members.
Label you as a sexual assaulter.
And thank God that I have enough diversity around me that knows who I am. I mean, if I did something wrong, I would have, arrest me, hold me accountable. But this case, she was off her nut, crazy, and I don't mean anything hard will or mean spirited toward her. Probably diversity training herself in learning about others. And if she's going to practice what you preach, sister, the most important thing is
When people think Lincoln,
hunger. You're hungry for experience, hungry for something new, hungry for olives. But you're too scared to do anything about it.
Yeah, I'm scared. Okay?
that's a valid point.
When I think of spending the rest of my life with Lily, committing forever, no other women, doesn't scare me at all. I'm marrying that girl.
But that number skyrocketed
Lily.
versus what it was before.
Lily, I like olives.
It was
We'll make it work.
maybe
You love me? I can't believe I said that. Why did I say that? Who says that? I should just go.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Promise you these.
Olives.
Yeah.
Thanks. I love you.
What is wrong with you? Why are we still sitting here? Let's go. We can still make last call. What do you say, Lil? Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum.
Because you're a pirate?
Okay, eye-patch gone. We can't just abandon Ted. If it doesn't go well up there, he's gonna need some support.
It's been like 20 minutes. You think they're doing it?
You think they're doing it in front of the dog?
Okay, we can go to the bar. Just stop talking.
Hit it, Reggie.
So when you tell this story to your friends, could you avoid the word psycho? I prefer eccentric.
Good night, psycho.
Crazy. How do I get to the F train?
Oh, 2 blocks that way and take right.
Come down and be a little bit. Start your Sunday with a story.
E60, Sunday at 9 on ESPN.
You don't have to sacrifice taste to stay in the game. Miller Lite, always brewed to have more taste and be less filling. Miller Lite, hold true.
Changing your oil after 3,000 miles?
Kevin Harvick.
If you'd use new Mobile One annual protection, you wouldn't have to. Protect your engine for 1 year, just one oil change.
Don't change your oil. New Mobile One annual protection.
Welcome back to Mike and Mike's in case you missed it.
Look, I'm dead serious. Yeah, and I was so embarrassed. Again, I like football. I'm not a huge NFL fan. And I saw, all the footage of the great, ceremonies you guys had. All those guys came to see it and talk. I was like, thinking to myself, who is this guy? I'm looking it up. And I'm like, oh my goodness. And somebody says, yeah, he reminds you of a Mike Vrabel, yada, yada. And I'm thinking, have I been watching some guy wear number 50 for the Patriots? Wearing number 50 this whole time who's not Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, Mike Vrabel is coaching and he's like 2 inches taller.
Again, once I put it all together, I felt like a complete idiot. And I admitted that on the air yesterday. Sure enough, get an email 2 hours later. Rob Nicker's is going to be a
how good.
Yeah.
That's like, but I have to ask you this question. That's 16 years of number 50. You thought for 16 years there was a guy out there just balling like that?
No, it's possible that in my mind I tried to block out whatever was going on that was so incredibly successful in the middle of the field from a defensive standpoint from the Patriots, because I just could not believe that the drop-off never happened.
Where are you from originally?
I'm from D.C. I'm a Skins fan.
Okay.
So, again, but my point is, my bad, and once I did all my research, I was like, of course, Rob Ninkovich.
And never mind the name on the back of the jersey. Like, don't just look at that. Like, Ninkovich and Vrabel.
We all know I can't read.
Yeah, it's similar, honestly. It's similar a little bit.
So, now that you're here and I've completely embarrassed myself on national television and radio, I would like to ask you, just in general, why did you decide to step forward?
Well, you have to really take in the big picture of how many years you play, and just every year you got to train tremendously hard to get yourself ready to go. And after the Super Bowl this year, I was working out, training, and I was honest with myself. You got to be honest with yourself. As an athlete, sometimes I think you try and not listen to what your body's telling you. Like, hey, you're slowing down a little bit. You're squatting and you're sore for a week instead of a couple days. So, taking all that into account, I figured why not go out on my terms. And I had been released a few times early in my career. And I didn't want to get released at the end of my career. I didn't want to go out injured. So I went out on my own terms, which, the Patriot organization, it's been a true blessing to be a part of that for the last 8 years. And I'll forever be grateful for the relationships I've built there. It's been a pleasure. Here's a little nugget, Clint. Since Bill Belichick became that Patriots head coach in 2000, only your boy Mike Vrabel had more sacks than this man, Rob Ninkovich.
That makes sense. I mean, I guess I just had programmed in my mind. The guy who wears that number at that position is a monster.
Well, I mean, we're similar, I guess, right? We're similar. Let's state the obvious. Well, hey, I mean, listen.
You said it, not me.
Yeah. Here's something I want to get into. This team,
I want to get underneath the hood a little bit. And I realize that you just retired, but you guys are the preemptive favorite. You guys were the preemptive favorite before you retired to win the Super Bowl again this year. Model franchise. Everybody on the outside assumes Belichick has his pulse on everything that's going on. It's his show. Everybody just falls in line when they go to New England. Is that the case? And is there a meeting or something? How does that happen? How's that culture built in New England?
I mean, it starts in the off season. It starts in the workouts. It starts in the mini camps and OTAs. It starts in training camp a few days ago. It's all about work, hard work, work. And if you ask anybody who's been in another organization, even their off-season workouts, they're like, these workouts are insane. Like the things that we do just to work out, the running, the conditioning, and it all helps. So the more conditioned you are, the longer you can play mentally. You can, go through the stresses of a football game. In the fourth quarter, you're still able to, hear information and play at a high level. And really, the football comes down to communication. You see a lot of big plays, defensively. If there's a big play, down the field, most of that's coverage, miscommunication, and guys aren't on the same page. So, I think that really from day one, Bill preaches we're going to work. It's all about, the work that we put in now is going to pay off during the season. So, and not to mention Bill's the smartest coach that I've ever been around. Every situation he understands, offensively, defensively, special teams, and that he's that good. He's the smartest defensive mind I've ever been around. So it's been a real blessing.
Rob, sticking with the Patriots, I want to ask you, and I know that you mentioned work so many times, but at the core of the game, it's a game that on some level you have to enjoy. Does playing for a guy like Bill and for an organization like the Patriots make it more fun?
Well, I mean, winning is fun. I hear it all the time with, you hear young kids who'll be like, I just want to have fun. I'm like, well, losing is not fun. If you go out there and, I was on a team in 2007 that was 1-15, the 2007 Miami Dolphins, and I didn't even play. So imagine that, going through a season where you're just trying to get on the field, asking the head coach, hey, what do I need to do to get on the field? And they're like, well, we got the team, we got the roster, we're set. And I'm like, we're 0-10. Like, what's the roster? Like, what are we doing? So those are the things that I've been through. I've seen the other side of it. Just not the things that you want to go through when you're out there on the football field and you're really giving it everything you got to come away with the victory. That's really what it's all about.
At what point, and I want to go back here a little bit, at what point during the Super Bowl did you honestly think that you guys had a chance to win? And don't say the first half. Please don't. Because
we went into halftime understanding that if we played like we did in the first half, it's over.
Yeah,
there's no chance.
Right,
There's not even. It's gonna be embarrassing. That was the big thing with me is you get to a game like that, you wanna show your best stuff.
Right.
It's the last game of the year. You wanna be competitive. You wanna do all the things that everyone's watching. They expect your best. So the first half was not Patriot football. We didn't play well. And then at halftime, we basically came in and we were calm, collected. Everyone came together, said, "Hey, let's go out here and play. Let's play together. Let's play better than we did in the first half." And we were able to do that. It took a little bit in that third quarter, and on that play where I got picked and they scored in the low red there. I mean, that was a tough play because they go up 28-3, and you're like, this is gonna be tough. It's gonna be one for the record books. And then slowly but surely the momentum, you saw it swing, and Tommy Boy's out there slinging it, just being Tom, and then we came back. And those 2-point conversions, I'm gonna just be honest, the first one we got it, and percentage wise, we do a lot of percentages, like what are the percentage of making a 2-point conversion. So it's not high to get two-point conversions. You just know that because the red area is very tough. It's tough to score, and when you have that small of a space, you don't have much room. So to be able to score twice down there for 2-point conversions, it was something special.
You mentioned Tom Brady, and I played with Peyton Manning, and there's a big misconception about Peyton Manning because all we see is the Madison Avenue Peyton Manning. sure like Tom Brady. You said Brady's a better person than he is a player. How so?
He's unbelievable person. Just,
Give me an
a few
example.
months ago, let's I had gotten a little sick, a little run down, and I had missed just a day because I was like, I need to take a day, and get myself ready to go. And he hit me up like, hey Rob, how you feeling? How you doing? And I mean, just for him to go out of his way to text me just to see how I was feeling for missing one day of workouts. I mean, he was just genuinely like, he was concerned for my health, genuinely like, just like, hey, how are you doing, Rob? And just the things over the years. I can give you a quick example. One time I said, Tom, that's a beautiful watch you got on. You got a guy that I can, speak to about, and he goes, Rob, do I got a guy?
You're looking at the guy.
He goes, do I got a guy? I just started laughing. I'm like, yeah, I know you got a guy. You got a guy. Like, you got a suit guy, you got a watch guy, you got a car guy.
He's got the watch guy.
Yeah, he's got the watch guy. So, I'm just sitting at my locker, and he walks up to me. It was, close to Christmas. And I wasn't expecting, this was like maybe 3 weeks later, had completely forgot about that whole conversation. And he just dropped the box at my locker. He's like, there you go. And I was like, what's that? And I opened it up, and it was the watch that he had said was an awesome watch. And it was, it's just the way, the type of guy he is. Like, he's just he's a great teammate. He's humble. Anything you ever need, he's always there. So, I just
better guy than me.
No, just please don't look over there. Let me see that. What is that over there? That's nice. Look at that.
Ask him if he's got a guy.
You got a guy?
Yeah.
Mike and Mike's in case you missed it. We'll be right back.
I sold my dream house to buy my first Domino's store. I built my store with my bare hands.
I use my college savings to buy my store. It means everything to me.
But we've decided to tear them down.
We love what we do, but not where we do it. Come and see our remodeled stores when you carry out large 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each every day.
This house says to me we're ready to have kids, and who cares if it's over budget?
Fun fact, this is where they found the body.
What body?
Bodies, plural. Step into a Slim Jim! For more taste, less calories, and half the carbs, there's only one light beer to grab. Miller Lite. Hold true.
Mattress Firm announces our coolest sleep sale ever. Don't sleep hot anymore. Get the newest in cooling mattress technology, like the Serta iComfort Temp Touch gel infused for cooling comfort. Only $37 a month. Serta Memory Foam Queen mattresses, just $499.99. And get the exclusive Beauty Rest Black Memory Foam with black ice, interest-free for 6 years. Plus, get daily deals on everything from free pillows to 50% off mattresses. Only at Mattress Firm.
These days, pain seems to follow me everywhere. So for my sore muscles, I wear CopperFit Compression Sleep. Knees, elbows, back support, orthotic insoles. For stability and balance, you'll feel better with CopperFit. When I need real relief from muscle aches and pains, I choose CopperFit.
Is that all you got?
The full line of CopperFit Compression, exclusively at Dick's Sporting Goods. Live limitless. Jack Link's Jerky presents Versus.
And the first time out of the game called for Chicago. You know what? I think he had to call timeout right now just to get his guys to.
As you can see by our irrefutable science, Jack Link's has more protein and better music than these other snacks. Jack Link's Jerky beats the snack out of other snacks. Introducing Jack Link's Extra Tender Steak Strips. You can watch your Cubs in Cali. Follow the Yankees in Youngstown. And see the Bo Sox even if you're nowhere near Beantown. With the MLB Extra Innings package, you can watch up to 80 games a week and follow your favorite team, no matter where you live. And since MLB Extra Innings includes MLB.tv, you can watch all the action on over 400 supported devices. MLB Extra Innings with MLB.tv, all from Cox. It's everything baseball. Welcome back to
from Mike and Mike's in case you missed it.
LT, it's good to have you. I'm going to ask you straight up, do you think you're the best player in this Hall of Fame class?
What? Seriously? I mean, I'm a Hall of Famer. I don't know. I don't really care about that. I'm going to the Hall of Fame, and I'm happy about that.
I'm messing with you, man. I appreciate you joining us. But I do want to ask you, what is it like for a guy like you to be finally honored in this way? You were an iconic NFL football player in my mind, and I'm not even joking here. I'm not even that serious a fan of the league. But LT21 is something that's burned in my brain for the rest of my life.
Well, it's a terrific honor, obviously. But I don't think anyone sets out to go to the Hall of Fame when they first start playing football. And Booger knows this. You try to be the best that you can be for your team, and you work your butt off, to try to win championships. And then when it's all said and done, you let the voters say if you're a Hall of Famer or not. And so it is a surreal moment because for years I've watched Dennis Strymon and seen, my idols like, Walter Payton and Emmitt Smith and guys like that go in. And now to have my turn going in is truly an honor.
LT, you were one of the first backs, you and Marshall Faulk, that played the position differently. You guys weren't bruisers. You were dynamic all-around backs who could kill you out of the backfield, running the football or receiving. Is that how you grew up playing the running back position? Because you could really play in today's game because they're still doing that now.
Yeah, that's interesting, Booger. I started out playing quarterback, when I was younger in Pop Warner, even up to junior high school. I was quarterback, but mostly I just ran around because I was the best athlete on the field. And then you kind of start to develop, your pass catching ability. And, I was always a guy that, I wasn't a big guy. I was only, 5'10" and, south of 200 pounds. And then finally got, when I was in college, I was right around 210, but still considered a smaller guy. And my mindset truly was, I didn't believe that you should run into big guys like yourself. I mean, that was just stupid to me. Over 300-pound guys, I'm just a bit north of 200, 210. Why should I run into these big guys all day long? And I just didn't think that was very smart. So I was able to find ways to beat these guys, big guys, even smaller guys. But you just kind of develop that. But I'll tell you, Marshall was the guy I learned from. Marshall was in San Diego. He lived in San Diego right around the time when I was playing. And so we used to play golf together quite a bit, and I would pick his brain about running routes and things I needed to work on and how to take my game to the next level.
We're talking with LaDainian Tomlinson here. He's joining the Pro Football Hall of Fame this Saturday. Some notes from his career. NFL's 2006 Most Valuable Player. Holds NFL single-season records for touchdowns, 31. Rushing touchdowns, 28. Points, 186. All of those were set in that MVP year. He's fifth all-time in gross rushing yards with 13,684 and yards from scrimmage with 18,456. LaDainian, you talked about why should you be running into these big guys all day. You only missed one game in your first 8 seasons in the NFL. What else did you do beyond your running style to make sure that your durability held up so well?
Yeah, that's a good question. A lot goes into making sure you stay healthy. And honestly, I think my off-season regimen of the way I trained and being in tune with my body in the off-season really set the table for how I performed and took care of myself during season. I remember one of the things that Barry Sanders told me one time. I was right around, I think, my second or third year. And, I got nicked up quite a bit my first year and a little bit my second year. And, talking to Barry, he said, do you stretch at all? And I said, stretch? Yeah, just stretch when coach asked me to. He was like, no, you need to stretch more. You need to stretch at night. You need to stretch in the morning. He said, that's what I did. That's why I stayed healthy, is I stretched all the time. And I'm like, seriously? And believe it or not, I started stretching more. And that was a huge part of the reason I stayed healthy, And so all of those things, a massage therapist and chiropractors, all those things really does help in keeping the athlete healthy.
LT obviously had a great career, and I guess you transition now, obviously working for NFL Network, doing some things there. And take a look at the game of football as a whole. You know, last week this study comes out talking about CTE. It's been a big topic of conversation, the war on football. As you kind of look back on the game that you played, where do you see the game now, and do you have any ill effects of playing the game?
First, I don't have any ill effects of playing the game. And I also think that, obviously, you know, our mindset as football players has always been that we're modern day gladiators. You know, it's mano a mano, alpha, alpha on alpha, you know. And so, you know, in that sense, I think you think about how we used to think, and back then, the research wasn't what it is now. You know, so we didn't know how to treat head injuries. I think the research and the education that the NFL has done on brain injuries is a lot more extensive now, and we know a lot more. However, for me, it wouldn't change me playing the game. I would still play the game. You know, I would still have started when I was in Pop Warner playing the game. And I think it's all about the lifestyle. You know, I was never diagnosed with a concussion, and never really felt like I was had the effects of a concussion. And so, you know, I look at myself and say, man, I feel great. I feel fine. You know, memory and all that, those kinds of things. But I do understand the problems that certain players are having, because there are a lot of guys that did deal with concussions and certain symptoms from concussions. But I do believe that we're heading in the right direction, at least being able to treat brain injuries. So that's a tough one. It really is, but I don't think it would change my approach to the game.
That's an interesting aspect. You know, you're going into the Hall of Fame this weekend. There are reports out there that the Chargers head coach Anthony Lynn is kind of blocking two of your homeboys, Philip and Antonio, from coming to the ceremony. Have you had any dialogue with the Chargers organization about this? Have you talked to anyone? And what's your thought on that?
Yeah, I have, and that's a false report.
Okay.
Anthony Lynn he's not blocking those guys from going at all. I've had conversations with all of those guys, all the parties involved, Lynn and Antonio and Philip. And, you know, Philip is kind of in a different situation. He's the quarterback of the team, and he's the leader. And really, it would look good for him to be there. I understand that, and I had that talk with Philip about that. And so, Anthony Lynn, you know, it's his first year as the coach of that team, and obviously he want to set a certain standard there. But by no means is he blocking those guys from coming to the Hall of Fame. If they wanted to come, then he's going to let them do so.
So will they be there?
I don't know, honestly. I believe Antonio Gates will come. I'm not sure about Philip Rivers.
Okay. We're talking with LaDainian Tomlinson, Pro Football Hall of Famer, on the Shaw Penzo Performance Line. The Chargers moved from San Diego to LA. I wonder what your thoughts are in terms of that franchise leaving a community you knew so well and played for so long.
Yeah, well, I tell you, it's really hard to forget about 56 years in San Diego, and I don't think it will be forgotten about. You know, the impact that the Chargers made on that San Diego community, and the support that San Diego community showed the Chargers for so long. It really was a unique experience, a unique relationship between the community and the organization. However, this is a new beginning, you know, and so I think playing in a market like LA, for one, you're going to have to win. You know, we know that. You have to win, but if you win, you can have the support of that market. You know, my hope is, guys, that we continue to get the support of the San Diego community as well. I know they're very disappointed in losing that organization, and rightfully so. But hopefully they can forgive and forget, and continue to support the organization.
LT, did you know you're going to be the youngest member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 38 and the only member under 40 years old? When you hear that, how does that make you feel?
Man, that's pretty amazing. I didn't know that, Booker. It's pretty amazing to think about that. But at the same time, I think, man, I retired at 32. How many players actually does that?
Mike and Mike's, in case you missed it, we'll be right back. You know, Geico just saved me hundreds of dollars on my car insurance.
Huh. I should take a closer look at Geico.
Geico has a 97% customer satisfaction rating and fast and friendly claim service.
Speaking of service. Ooh, just out.
It was in.
Out.
In.
Out.
In.
What about now?
That was our only shuttlecock.
Take a closer look at Geico. Great savings and a whole lot more.
It's hard to resist great taste. It has to be Heinz.
If you're going to chase your dreams, remember, they're faster than you think.
Nothing says love like a box of truffles in a blizzard.
This is all my favorite truffles. It's like a surprise in every bite. Bet you're full of surprises.
Actually, I'm full of chicken strips. Just had my break.
The new Triple Truffle Blizzard Treat with fudge, peanut butter, and caramel truffles.
This is the original light beer, brewed with the belief that a beer could be light and not compromise on taste, to be enjoyed from opener to headliner. Miller Lite, hold true.
Brother Malachi, we must summon all our forces to attack the Castle Wolfshire at once. While laser warriors are scattered about the battlefield. Release the Black Raven to signal the attack.
Oh, this isn't real.
Well, then send a group text.
Managing an unruly band of knights and elves? That's bad fantasy. Managing your ESPN Fantasy League from anywhere? That's good fantasy. Start your league at ESPN.com/goodfantasy.
Changing your oil after 3,000 miles?
Kevin Harvick.
If you'd use new Mobile One annual protection, you wouldn't have to. Protect your engine for 1 year, just one oil change.
Don't change your oil. New Mobile One annual protection.
This is what I feel like when I wear regular shoes. Cramped and uncomfortable.
Mr. Long, you've been upgraded.
Which is why I wear Skechers wide fit shoes. It's like first class for your feet. Try Skechers wide fit with air-cooled memory foam.
Welcome back to Mike and Mike's, in case you missed it.
Colin Jost, Michael Che. Michael's got the Rodman jersey on.
Yeah.
I don't think I didn't notice that.
No, yeah.
I like it.
I thought you did.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it too.
Yeah, I noticed it. I'm glad we figured out the mic situation. I know before we started, you were trying to figure out where the mic goes.
Yeah, no, I knew it. I knew where it went. I just didn't know how close should I be to the mic or not. Is this good? Is this okay?
Yeah, I think you're good.
These two are hosting a primetime 4-week run of Saturday Night Live Weekend Update. The half-hour specials premieres Thursday, August 10th at 9 Eastern. You mentioned this is a pretty big studio compared to what you guys got. What's the best part about working at SNL?
I don't know. We have our own desk. Money. Money's good. Yeah. I like the money.
Yeah, you're going with money?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with money.
Okay. I was gonna go with like this wonderful tradition. Yeah, money.
Yeah, I mean that sounded more politically correct than money.
Yeah, exactly.
So how does this show come together? I mean, we all watch. It's Saturday night, but throughout the week, as you guys are planning what to do, skits, all that this stuff, kind of walk us through it from kind of the infant stage until we see it.
We start writing on Tuesday. We meet the host on Monday. We have like meetings. Writing staff has meetings on Monday, and then so Monday's kind of an easy day. And Tuesday we literally stay there for about 15 hours, sometimes overnight. And then we have a table read Wednesday, and then we start doing rewrites and rehearsals Thursday and Friday, and then Saturday we're live. So we write the show in a week.
And then Monday too, like because you have a show Saturday night, and then you're out, you're out till at least 4 or 5 a.m. Saturday night. Like even if you just want to like unwind at all and then go home. So
our Sundays are like half day off, and then you're back in Monday. So the ideas we have for the host on Monday are usually like the most half-thought ideas, and you're just trying to reassure them that we're starting to think about it, but they're not really good ideas yet.
Who are some of your favorite hosts that you two have worked with? Because I know you two being on the Weekend Update desk, it's a little different necessarily than being in there sketch by sketch, at least to the viewer.
Right. Well, we're also writers. Like when I first started, Carl was head writer. But we also write sketches, so we have to work with the host when we write sketches, give them notes and stuff. My favorites are always like Kevin Hart was like maybe really great, and of course like Tom Hanks, somebody that's been there a lot that kind of gets it. They're a little bit easier to work with.
And someone like Chappelle, this year was like a dream host that finally came. Like that was one year. He's for years. Yeah. And it was also like the night after, the day after the election or whatever, the week after the election. So it was.
Well, right. Speaking of the election, how much is that played in as you guys write these? Because like that's
it turns out it's a big factor.
Right, I'm just saying, like, 'cause that's been the biggest joke around the country.
Yeah.
Everybody's making fun of the people that are working in the White House, guys that get hired and fired in 2 weeks and all that good stuff. So how do you guys deal with that without worrying about, I guess, the repercussions that may come, if any at all?
Wait a minute. What repercussions? I didn't even consider that. What do you mean repercussions?
Yeah. I grew up in Staten Island, so I'm worried when you say repercussions.
Okay.
I'm gonna end up in a swamp.
No. You're not gonna end up on the Hudson.
Not maybe with the mooch.
Yes,
maybe.
exactly.
I was gonna say, were you in line to play mooch?
I was deferring to Michael to let him do it. I feel like he should have an ESPN radio show, like right into it. It'd be great.
Absolutely.
So, what can we expect from these upcoming specials? Like, what is this going to look like in terms of
that's a great
versus the usual Saturday Night Live set?
We are going to go in today to work after this and start trying to figure that.
Well, it'll be more time,
like
so we can kind of stretch a little bit more. Like a lot of people don't realize the show is 90 minutes, so the time. If something runs long, something might get cut. This is a little bit more structured, a little bit more uniform, so we can kind of cover more. Actually. It'll be more fun, I think.
So as it's related to sports, who do you guys root for? Who you?
He's my favorite political athlete.
Yeah. But you have a Kim Jong-un jersey.
I got a Kim Jong-un jersey.
It's amazing. He asked you about the Knicks, and he answered everything except that. He's like, "Are you a Knicks fan?" Yeah, I grew up. I'm a Mets fan. Like he didn't want to answer the
Well, Knicks are complicated for me because I didn't like the Knicks in the '90s. Like I loved Oakley, but the rest of that team I didn't love. So I love Jordan. So now I go to Knicks games because I like going to the games and I like the team. Like I like Melo, but I don't know.
I got an idea for something. I mean, since you mentioned Dolan, Oakley, the Knicks. I mean, that whole fiasco that happened. I'm sure we can cook up something to deal with the being hurried out of the stadium.
Best story of the next season.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
I'm sure Dolan and Oakley want to get together and do something fun.
Well, I mean, we can always find people to imitate them.
I'm really worried about that whole free ticket situation. If we make fun of them too much, so I'm just saying I support my owner. Wow. If Oakley wants to give me courtside seats, then maybe I'll support him too. But right now, I'm rolling with James.
You rolling with James?
Yeah. And by the way, great band. I don't know if you heard them.
Yeah. Are you serious?
Oh, they're pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, we are landed on 6 right
Mike and Mike, Clay James, filling in. Colin Jones, Michael Che. I do want to ask you though, athletes have made a fair amount of noise on Saturday Night Live in terms of being hosts. Who are some of the favorite athletes that you've worked with, if any, or whom have you liked in this regard in terms of making stage appearances?
Barkley was great, right?
Barkley's awesome. And you run into Barkley now, he's like, get over here, here's a drink.
Right.
He's a great dude, and he tried to get us all. He tried to all get us on a helicopter to go gamble, like go up to Foxwoods at like Friday, like midnight after rehearsals. We're like, dude, you gotta host the show tomorrow.
Right.
And then like LeBron coming when he was like in 2008 or something. He came and he was the season premiere, and that was awesome because someone like him, you never know if you'll ever get him again. Like it was just that moment that he came. It was awesome.
We haven't had one in a while though.
What about like Odell Beckham Jr.? Like he seems to be the biggest star that's in New York right now, or Aaron Judge. Like somebody like that. Are we working toward getting one of the famous athletes?
Well, when the Cubs won, they all came. The Cubs came on with Bill Murray, and that was kind of cool. Like right after they won the World Series, and that was kind of special for.
You gotta get my man Bartman on now that he's got a ring.
I would love to get Bartman on there, man, with his headphones.
Yeah,
he's got a ring. Yeah, he's got. You seen that? He's got like the.
That's great.
Good for him.
I'm sure that makes up for everything.
Yeah, I'm sure he's
Life's great now. Yeah, it'd be like something like Judge or Odell too. Would be fun to come by and do something, and then as they keep growing, like as they keep getting a bigger and bigger following, or you know, win a title or something that they.
Yeah, I mean Aaron Judge is like the king of the city now, at least for this summer.
Right, because I was gonna say, like, who's the biggest, from you guys' perspective, who's the biggest star in New York right now?
James Dolan, without a doubt. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but those seats are great.
Hey, where exactly are these seats at? Are they like right next to Spike?
They're really good seats. Like on TV at all time seats.
Yeah, they're pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Now, is he giving these tickets to you specifically, or is this?
Booker really needs to know what's going on with the ticket situation.
Like, he's taking everything. I asked him, who's the most popular figure in New York? I'm thinking Odell. Nope, James Dolan.
And a great band. I don't know if you heard his band. It's awesome. I can't.
Hot in these streets.
Thanks for watching Mike and Mike's in case you missed it. We'll see you next time. This is Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
The Web.com tour this week, former NBA MVP and world champion Steph Curry is there.
Not in a million years would I think I'd be on this range with these professionals.
Kaepernick would be a pretty big improvement over the Ravens' current backup quarterback.
I don't have that much faith in the NFL in this particular situation. If he doesn't get fouled, I'm going the other way. I'm boycotting.
Don't suddenly tell me that it's the media's fault that we're covering LeVar Ball.
They talking about me and Michael Jordan. Well, guess what? I can beat him with one hand.
Now, here's Mike and Mike.
Mike and Mike, ESPN2, ESPN Radio, Clint Yates, Sean Parham. What's up, man?
You know, it's Mike and Mike. I mean, this is. You know, I don't know how you felt, but when I first started working at ESPN about like 8 years ago, like I remember the first time I went on Sports Center.
All right.
I remember the first time I covered a game at Rupp Arena, and now like sitting here with you, like and seeing that logo behind
It's
us.
a milestone moment for you.
It's kind of like one of those ones that I think I'm going to remember.
Okay.
So I hope it's good.
I hope so too.
Yeah, like I'm kind of counting on you. You've been in the last 3 days. You've been doing a great job with Booger McFarland.
I'm here. Sidney Dean, Billy Hoyle. If you want to get that reference later. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. All guests appear on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line. You can tweet us on the 1-800-Flowers.com Twitter feed at Clint Yates. What's your handle, Sean?
At Sean Farnham. It's really complicated.
Very, very straightforward. I enjoy that. So, we met each other last night for the first time. You are on West Coast time, to be clear. Let the people know who you are.
The laptop right here in front of me says it's 3:01 in the morning.
Okay.
So I'm doing great right now. I'm usually up. I've got 3 kids. Obviously been married like for 15 years. Been working at ESPN covering college basketball, mainly on Super Tuesday, working with the great Joe Tessitore.
Okay.
And of course, Brent Mossberger, who had 258 analysts. I was 258. It took 3 games of working with me, and then he was like, I'm done. I'm out.
Gotta go.
And he's like, I'm going to Vegas. And before that, the great Brad Nessler. So it's been a good run in college basketball, but did radio for a long time before I came to ESPN. Excited to be here today with you. Lots to talk about. You know, you think about August and you think about, all right, what are we really diving into? Obviously, NFL is starting to take over, but there's a lot of things going on in sports that I think uncharacteristically for this time of year.
So you told me you could dunk a basketball. I'm not sure I believe that.
All right, well, we can try to get a hoop in here later.
This guy played at UCLA. We've got some nuggets on that one later. But I'm happy that you're here.
I'm happy to be here.
Let's go off the top.
Off the top.
Christian Vasquez hit his first career walk-off homer, and the Red Sox defeated the Tribe 12-10. Sox rallied to win despite striking out with 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth and trailing by 1. From Elias, Vasquez would never have had the chance to win it if the batter immediately before him, Mitch Moreland, had reached first on a wild pitch after striking out. The last team to go on to win after striking out when trailing with 2 outs in the ninth or later was the Twins on July 31st, 2003 against the O's. The game also featured what could be the catch of the year when Cleveland's Austin Jackson flipped over the bullpen to make an incredible grab. You know, I'm not going to say this isn't a good grab. I'm just saying that, like, At some point, that becomes dangerous. And as cool as that looks, every single time it happens at Fenway, I'm concerned somebody's going to break their neck.
Okay, but it happens a lot of times when the ball gets hit down foul territory. Do we say that that's dangerous as well? Should we put up nets and fences all the way around?
I sort of feel like you have a choice when it's in foul territory.
He has a choice whether he's going to go for that or not. If he doesn't go for it, it's a home run. If he does go for it, it works out great. It's a big catch.
That's a good point. The Dodgers moved to 75-31 in the 3-2 win over the Braves. They're the third team to reach 75 wins in 106 decisions or fewer in the last 70 years, joining the 98 Yankees, who were 75-27, and the M's in 2001, 75-29 is the fastest the Dodgers have ever reached 75 wins in team history. Those are your boys, Sean.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm a Giants fan. I just happen to live in Los Angeles, but I will tell you this. Everybody in LA, this is fine. You can throw out all the numbers you want right now, but if they don't win the World Series, they really don't care. I mean, they've won the division consistently, but they've got to get to the World Series and win.
Mark Teixeira said it the other day on the Baseball Tonight trade special. He said it's World Series or bust. What do you think of that Yu Darvish pickup?
I think it's huge. They needed help in their rotation. They got it. And when you look at some of the problems that the Nationals are having...
Hey, whoa. We're going to speak ill of my Nationals on this air. Sorry. Sure, the bullpen is problematic. We'll see how that goes. Just
Off the top.
Evan Longoria became the second player in Rays history to hit for the cycle in their 6-4 win over the Astros, joining B.J. Upton, some people call him Melvin these days, in 2009 against the Yankees. Those are the last two instances of a player hitting for the cycle against the team with the best win percentage in the AL. That is totally an Elias stat.
Astros, doesn't really matter. They've been a great baseball team all season long. Upset that they didn't make more moves, obviously, inside the clubhouse. They've been talking about that. I think the Astros are going to be just fine. Congratulations to Longoria.
I went to a minor league game the other day, and a guy almost hit the cycle. That was one of the problems. It didn't happen.
He buried the lead. You went to a minor league game.
Hey, now. I go to minor league games all the time.
I like that. Minor league games are fun.
I keep scoring.
Off the top.
Max Scherzer hit his first career home run, but took himself out of the game after an inning on the mound with a neck spasm for my Nationals. Scherzer is the first starting pitcher to hit a home run and not last more than one inning since Randy Lurch in 1979. Scherzer is second in the bigs in ERA at 2.21, Ks at 201, and first in opponent batting average. That's only 169 this season.
I'm really not worried about it. I think he's going to be okay. I've at times slept poorly and had a neck that's a little stiff, so I can imagine as a pitcher taking yourself out. I thought the best thing out of last night was his wife's tweet, saying that she's going to have to continue to listen to this for the rest of her life, that he actually hit a home run.
The funny thing is that Scherzer is such an intense guy that, like, I feel like a neck tweak for him is a different thing than it is for everybody else. Like, that's a serious injury for a guy that moves around that much just to pitch. You ever seen him, like, stalking around the mound and all that? He's a serious dude.
Well, you got to look. Also, at this point in time, it still is August. You've got all of September, and then the playoffs still to come after that. Is there any reason to push it right now and say, you know what, I got a strained neck, but I'm going to stay out here on the mound?
And they just picked up Edwin Jackson, who's played for every team in the bigs, it seems like, and he's only like 32 years old, which is crazy. But I hope, for my sake, Scherzer gets better soon.
Off the top.
And lastly, John Lester recorded his 2,000th strikeout and hit his first career homer in the Cubs' 6-4 win over the Diamondbacks. He became the second pitcher in the modern era since 1900 to hit a home run in the same game he earned his 2,000th strikeout, joining, guess who? John Smoltz in 1999. John Smoltz is the Hall of Famer, so that's very cool.
Here come the Cubs.
Look, don't get me started about the Cubs.
Here come the Cubs.
Don't get me started
Raise
about
the W. Here it comes.
I had my mentions were full of Cubs fans because I told them that they didn't deserve Steve Bartman as a class act from Cubs fans yesterday on the show. And now people are hitting me with the not all Cubs fans. If you ever find yourself saying not all anything, know that you're probably in the wrong. I'm just saying. All right.
Off the top.
Mike and Mike's presented by Progressive Insurance. Here's our guest list for today, Sean. We got Field Yates, my cousin, at 6:30. Herm Edwards is coming on at 7:30. Will Cain's going to be at 8. Stephen A. Smith is at 9. And Jody Avergan is a friend of mine is at 9:30. All phone guests join us on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line. And if you miss any of those guests, you can listen to all 4 hours of Mike and Mike on demand on the ESPN app. So, Colin Kaepernick. Baltimore has been, I don't want to say flirting with him, but they've certainly discussed the possibility of bringing him in. Joe Flacco, starting quarterback there, has been injured, and John Harbaugh has discussed openly whether or not he wants to bring him on. Steve Bisciotti, the owner, has said he's talked to a fan forum over the weekend and said, hey, look, this isn't a race thing. We're talking to a lot of different people. They consulted Ray Lewis. Just so America knows, what are your thoughts early about sort of how this situation has developed? I don't want to say over the last 3 months, but over the last, I don't know, month or so.
Okay, so we're not going all the way back to last year.
Go wherever you like. I'm just saying. I'm presuming the loyal listeners of this show
have
heard
what's happening with Colin Kaepernick. I would hope so, because if you're listening to Sports Talk Radio, one would assume that you might have heard this once or twice before. Look, I think that when it was in May, to me, I was like, okay, I'm kind of like a wait and see what's going to happen here. That there was going to be a team I really thought would probably sign Colin before now. Now that training camps have actually opened, now you have some quarterback injuries. You have one in Indianapolis. You have one, obviously, in Baltimore, and that's the one that's most commonsensical because of Greg Roman, his former offensive coordinator, being there.
From the
Harbaugh family, how do you use him? How does it work? How can he make him successful, make your team successful? I think it's a most natural fit. I think that we have to get to a point where you look at this in two very different ways. I think you look at it, one is, okay, ownership, and maybe some of the people are worried and concerned about what transpired last year, taking the knee, and how the public will react to that. I think we need to get over that personally. Okay. The secondary option is quarterback-wise. Is he the quarterback that you think can help your team win? At the end of the day, this is a business. At the end of the day, the business is of winning. In all professional sports, you have to win. So if he can help you win the game, then yeah, you've got to bring him in. If you don't think that Colin Kaepernick is going to help you win, then yeah, go look somewhere else and find somebody that you think is going to help you win. But when you look at some of the names that have been signed, and some of their resumes, comparatively speaking, to Colin Kaepernick,
literally pulling guys out of Arena League.
Yes, one could say that Colin Kaepernick's resume is a lot better.
Absolutely. Let's hear what Ravens head coach John Harbaugh has to say about potentially signing Cap.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, I've enjoyed it. I mean, I think, not just the quarterback thing. We were looking at different position guys. I was looking at guys last night on tape. That's fun for me. That's exciting. That's something that you love to do as a coach. But with of course, with a quarterback situation, with a guy that's been so successful, with a guy that I really like personally, had good conversations with. He has a relationship, obviously, played for my brother. He took him within 5 yards of winning the Super Bowl, as we all know. So that's been fun to talk to him and get to know him better. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out. It's going to be a process here, and we'll see what happens.
That's a little tweak on his own brother, by the way, right there.
5 yards.
5 yards. By the way, still got you.
And as a 49er fan, by the way, I'm still upset about those 5 yards.
Okay, understand that, America. John Farnham, biased about the Kaepernick situation.
I wanted those 5 yards, and I wanted the Super Bowl.
Fair enough. But what I do enjoy about this is that the Ravens have at least come out and said, hey, it's about a little bit more than football. This isn't just a matter of whether or not this guy can win games. The owner said, it's not racial, it's not whatever, but he made the point that we understand what this means. Baltimore is not any other city in America when it comes to Colin Kaepernick coming to town. The police brutality situation there has been on the front page of many newspapers in this country. If Kaepernick comes there, they know they're dealing with a whole lot more than just a guy holding a clipboard on the sideline on Sundays. They've got a guy who's going to be in the community. They've got a guy who's going to be trying to be in the community. And they're going to have a guy who potentially a lot more people like than maybe even like Joe Flacco, whether they're football fans or not.
When is that a negative thing? When does that become a negative thing? I mean, look,
I don't think it is.
Like, here's the crazy thing about this is you look at it, and this is a league in the NFL where you read through the draft, and guys that all got drafted, and we all have the preview magazines, and we all reading up, and off the field issues are listed on, like, almost everybody drafted somebody with an off the field issue.
Right.
His issue was that he wanted to voice a complaint. He wanted to voice and bring attention to an issue. Now, you can agree or disagree with the way that he went about it. He did not break any laws. He simply protested something that, by the way, is a right in this country to protest, and put himself out there. Now, when you put yourself out there like that, there are going to be people, regardless of what your stance is, that are going to agree or disagree. And I think now, when you look at the way this whole thing has shaped up, we spend more time talking about that than we do the quarterback, the play. What does he bring? You look at the time that he had with San Francisco, in particular last season. Once he came in as a starter, his QBR wasn't very good. However, his ability to run the football still was elite. He was the leading rusher as a quarterback during that period of time. Right. And I think, to me, I go back to Kirk Morrison in the locker room, which comes on after the morning roast.
Hey now, look at that, little shout out. What's up, Dominic? What's up, Mina? How are you this morning?
On Sunday. But in the locker room, Kirk Morrison, former NFL linebacker, he said that when he broke down the film, his concern with Colin Kaepernick was his ability to read the defenses and to progress through the routes. So I don't sit in the film room. I'm not a linebacker. I didn't play in the NFL. So I think there's two ways of looking at it. One is, can your community handle what's going to happen when Colin Kaepernick comes to town from that standpoint, which I think having somebody, half the time we say we want our athletes to actually talk and come out of their shell and stand up for something. The other half now, all of a sudden, we say we don't. Right? We pick and choose. Well, we pick and choose what we want them to talk about.
Yeah.
You know, like when LeBron James came out and he gets involved socially, we tend to be like, oh no, this is great. This is great that LeBron is making a stand. When the SB started and you had Dwayne Wade out there with LeBron, and they at that SB. Okay, that was a powerful moment, very big moment. Yeah. Okay. Now there's other times though when we don't look at it that way, and that's then a question where I think we need to stop projecting out, and that's when you have to project back in and see how you're dealing with it.
Mike and Mike is presented by Progressive Insurance. You can save hundreds on your car, business, or recreational vehicle insurance from a local independent agent. Go to Progressive.com today. Now that's Progressive. Clinton Yates, Sean Farnham filling in here on a Wednesday. Losing track of my days here. I'm not even at home. Headline, Ray Lewis to Colin Kaepernick, let your play speak for itself. Reverend Ray decided he was going to go super old Uncle Black Man and make a video of him riding in his car talking to the people. I only know this because I got millions of dudes on my Facebook feed that are relatives of mine and friends of mine that do this every day. And he said, the football field is our sanctuary. If you do nothing else, young man, get back on the football field and let your play speak for itself. And what you do off the field, don't let too many people know, because they're going to judge you anyway, no matter what you do, no matter if it's good or bad. All right, look, let me explain something, Sean. This is bad advice, very plainly. It is a stay-in-your-place argument from a guy who claims to be a man of God and a guy who had a second chance not only in America but in this league to play the sport, so I understand where he's coming from. But to say this to me implies that Ray Lewis simply believes that we are to be seen and not heard. And let me tell you something, that is incorrect and it is harmful. Colin Kaepernick speaking up about any issue in America, be it police brutality, be it urban farming, be it whatever it may be, is his right as an American. Forget about football. It doesn't matter whether or not he plays in the NFL or not. He is allowed to say what he likes or do what he likes, because those are the rights afforded to him in America. Sean, what do you think about what Ray Lewis had to say?
When I read it, and on my flight yesterday out here, I was taken back by it, because he's basically telling him, shut up and play football. And that's not what we should be telling people. We should be able to express yourself. Like now, again, Colin Kaepernick's going to make the decisions he wants to make. If that affects his NFL career, it affects his NFL career. That's his call. If you want to let his play speak for himself and then go off in another direction, and yet be involved actively in any community or any cause that is deemed necessary for him, then go ahead and do it. Be true to yourself. That's the thing that we lose sometimes, I think, in life, is just being simply true to yourself. Who are you? What do you want on a daily basis? What do you want to get out of your day? How do you want yourself to be seen? And the more that you do that, the better. If you start trying to hinder your own personal self because you think that others aren't going to like who you are, then you're a fraud.
Yeah.
You're a fraud.
I totally agree. I think that if the NFL really wanted to make a statement about who they are as a league, who they are as an accepting place, and what they're trying to do in America, Colin Kaepernick in Baltimore would be a great idea. And considering some of the headlines that are coming out around that league, this might be a way to actually step forward. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio, ESPN2, Clinton Yates, Sean Farnham. We'll switch gears here a little bit. You're a basketball guy. You're a West Coast guy. Your man Steph Curry's out here showing up at parties, drinking Bud Lights, but he's also making fun of LeBron James in videos. He said he didn't mean to mock him. You're in basketball circles out there. What was the first reaction when you saw him at Harrison Barnes' wedding with Kyrie Irving in the background,
yucking it up as well?
I think it's just fun. I think look, when you have cell phones, this thing all right. So when he was just having fun. Like to me, it's a non-issue. Have fun, enjoy it, Steph. Hit the ball straight this week. I think that's more the thing. He's on the web.com tour with the sponsor exemption this week. I'm more nervous for him for that. And I'll tell you why. Being Lee Jansen.
Oh, I know who Lee Jansen is.
Yeah. All right. So all of a sudden I'm like, okay. Now, when you realize that you're in a pro-am, right? You're sitting there, and now you're playing with somebody that actually people want to watch. Now there's going to actually be people lining the tee box, especially at one. Maybe not on some of the holes, but on one. And I agree with Steph. Steph said this earlier today. He said he's most concerned just getting off the tee box on one. It is the most important thing you can possibly do. I hit my first shot. It actually went in the middle of the fairway, so I was like, but it relaxed me for the rest of the day.
Question, John. When you hit that first drive, do you just holster the club and act as if it was routine, or do you go full bully man?
No, you 100%.
What do you have to prove? You're not the pro.
Yeah, you 100%. You're like, yeah, that's how I'm gonna hit it all day, fellas. Let's go. But in reality, in your mind and in your heart, you're like, thank God I didn't kill anybody on the first tee. Like, I mean, that would have been probably the worst thing. That's the worst thing you could possibly do, shank your drive at one. So that's my concern as he gets going on the web.com tour today.
Let's hear what Steph had to say about the LeBron dance video.
Obviously, I didn't know anybody was filming, so when I saw the video, I knew it was going to blow up. It's not something that, if you look at it through the keyhole of just that 20 seconds, you'll understand what I was doing. I've been, ever since he posted that first video, I've loved it because he made a song and maybe a lot of people wouldn't have known pretty popular just by posting that video, so he's got me doing the dance.
This is way too serious for me. Okay. Why is he like ice grilling the camera, addressing this as if it's anything other than a wedding video? All right, he's making fun of a guy he knows at another guy he knows is wedding. This is so not a big deal, and it was actually hilarious.
How did he not know that somebody would videotape it? Right. You're Steph Curry. Right. You're at a wedding. Like, that's the headline to me out of all that. It's like, obviously I didn't know that somebody was going to... What do you mean you didn't know?
I think that's a veiled shot at the person who filmed it.
Right, but when you walk out of the house in the morning, I'm pretty sure if you walk down the street, someone's grabbing a cell phone to take a picture of you because you're Steph Curry.
Very true.
Okay, especially if he's in the Bay Area or whatnot. Like, I mean, he's one of the faces of the NBA. He's one of the most recognizable athletes in the world. Did he not think somebody was going to take video of him doing something like this?
I have to ask you a question.
Yes.
What is your golf style opinion? Whom do you most approximate when it comes to how you
fashion
on the course? Yes.
Speed.
Okay. This is a big deal in my world.
Jordan Speed.
What guys wear when they play sports is far more concerning to me than what they do.
No, I look like I can really play. That's the important thing. Like,
are you a visor guy or a cap guy?
No, I'm a cap guy.
Okay.
I'm wearing the cap.
White belt?
If the pants are blue, yes. If the pants are blue, you're going white belt, no question. But because you got to add the pop to it, you got to add a flair to it.
Okay.
I just got these new Nike shoes though that are unbelievable.
Little plug there.
Oh yeah, it looks good. Thank you so much, Lon Kruger's Coaches vs. Cancer event in Las Vegas.
Well done. Coming up, we'll get my cousin Field in here next. How concerned are the Colts about Andrew Luck? We'll ask him next. But first, a word from Simply Safe. Do you know this? Summer is burglary season. Every summer, burglary rates spike according to the Department of Justice. It's a domino effect. You go on vacation or you spend your day away at the beach, nobody's at home, burglars see the signs are not there, no cars in the driveway, no lights on inside, no grill in the back. It's an open invitation for a break-in. This is why my friends at Simply Safe Home Security have extended their biggest ever summer sale until August 13th. It's a whopping $100 off Simply Safe's special summer package. It has everything you need to keep your home safe from intruders. Just order Simply Safe online. Simply Safe is completely wireless. It comes pre-programmed to work out of the box. You can install it yourself in under an hour. There are no installation or activation fees, no holes in your walls or unsightly wires either. Simply Safe's around-the-clock monitoring is just $15 a month. There's no long-term contract, nothing to lock you in. It's protection done right. Don't miss out. This sale ends August 13th, and these systems are flying off the shelves. Go to simplysafemike.com. You'll save $100 today. That's simplysafemike to get your $100 off. Simplysafemike.com. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio, ESPN2, Sean Farnham, 28.
If you love queso, you'll love Wendy's new bacon queso burger, chicken sandwich, and fries. Because everything's better with queso. you're staring.
Sorry.
Feed your queso obsession for a limited time at Wendy's.
If anyone has a reason that these two should not be wed, speak now.
So sorry. It's just that your friend Daryl here is supposed to be live streaming the wedding, and he's not getting any service.
It's like the whole thing.
What? Anna just got an unlimited plan. It's the right plan, wrong network. See, Verizon has the largest, most reliable 4G LTE network in America. It's built to work better in cities. Tell you what, just use mine. Thanks. No problem. All right, let's go live. Say hi to everybody who wasn't invited.
When it really, really matters, you need the best network and the best unlimited. Plus, get the Pixel by Google for $5 a month.
You don't have to sacrifice taste to stay in the game. Miller Lite, always brewed to have more taste and be less filling. Miller Lite, hold true.
This is what I feel like when I wear regular shoes. Cramped and uncomfortable.
Mr. Long, you've been upgraded.
Which is why I wear Skechers wide fit shoes. It's like first class for your feet. Try Skechers wide fit with air cooled memory foam.
May God bless and keep you always. May your wishes all come true. May you always do for others that others do for you. May you build
Long live the fearless, and long live the trucks that push you further. Ram, America's longest lasting pickups.
Now get an average 11,468 in total values on the 2017 Ram 1500 Big One Crew Cab with a Hemi V8 engine.
The running of the bull dogs? Surprising. What's not surprising? How much money Aaliyah saved by switching to Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
and where down we go. Where down.
This Sunday on E60.
People just know me as a guy from Serbia who was second pick, who didn't do nothing. He was like a deer in headlights.
One of the biggest flops in Detroit sports history.
I was so lost that I really become to hate basketball. I just want to come back home and live another life.
Start your Sunday with a story. E60, Sunday at 9 on ESPN.
If you're going to chase your dreams, remember, they're faster than you think.
Changing your oil after 3,000 miles?
Kevin Harvick.
If you'd use new Mobile One annual protection, you wouldn't have to. Protect your engine for 1 year, just one oil change.
Don't change your oil. New Mobile One annual protection.
This summer, a Wendy's Frosty is just 50 cents. So feel free to freak out, because now's the best time to indulge a little, or a lot. Do you? The 50-cent Frosty, available for a limited time at Wendy's.
Tweaks on Mike and Mike.
Joining us at this moment right now, Colin Jones, Michael Che.
Who do you guys root for? Who are your favorite teams? Are you a Bulls fan? Or are you supporting Rodman today?
I'm just supporting Dennis Rodman today for all of his great efforts in North Korea. He's my favorite political athlete.
Yeah.
But
you have a Kim Jong-un jersey.
I got a Kim Jong-un jersey.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't wear that.
Yeah.
I'm glad you didn't wear that.
It's Bulls 1/2.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm a Knicks fan. You're a Knicks fan, right?
I was a Bulls fan growing up because I was Carolina basketball because they were great when I was young and
front runner, I said.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
You're young, you don't know.
I'm messing.
Who's like, I like this bad team.
Tell us about the skid idea that you thought was an amazing pitch, but didn't get greenlit.
Oh, that's actually
perfect.
We have
something to do with James Dolan.
That's why y'all got the special. I was gonna say.
I'm just saying.
But no, Colin, we had a good one.
I had I pitched for, when The Rock hosted at the end of the year. I pitched. You know how people do like gender reveal parties where they cut a cake and it's like blue or pink icing?
Yeah.
It was someone cuts the cake and the icing's black.
I get it. Okay.
That did not go over well in the room at the time, but at least it killed now. Michael?
Yeah, maybe.
By the way, I asked Michael that first, and he's like, "You gotta pitch that."
Yeah.
Oh,
in the room.
He told you
to the host. He's like, "You gotta pitch that," and I was like,
"It's kind of threw him out there, huh?"
Crickets. That's funny to me.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen The Rock in person, but he's bigger than what you would think. And it took a lot of guts to say that one. I had a sketch one time for Black History Month about the first white guy to boo Jackie Robinson for a baseball play. It had nothing to do with racism. He just was like, "Oh, come on, he's supposed to turn two."
That didn't
work. For more Mike and Mike, check out the podcast on the ESPN app.
Christian swings, hits a drive to center field. This ball's back, and it's gone! It is gone! A walk-off home run! Christian Vasquez does it! 2 outs in the ninth. A 3-run homer for Vasquez. His second of the year.
That's from WEEI. Christian Vasquez hit his first career walk-off homer as the Sox beat the Tribe 12-10. Sticking to baseball, John Lester recorded his 2000th strikeout in his first career home run as the Cubs beat the Diamondbacks 16-4. And Evan Longoria became the second player in Rays history to hit for the cycle as Tampa Bay beat Houston 6-4. SportsCenter is brought to you by Goodyear, offering superior tire performance where the road takes you. For traction and handling in challenging weather, choose Goodyear. Everything they learn making tires for expert drivers inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Got some tweets here. Mike and Mike, ESPN2, ESPN Radio, we're presented by Progressive Insurance. Sean Farnham, Clinton Yates, let's read them. At Mike and Mike, speech while in the uniform is not free. He's representing the team while in uniform. This clearly makes no sense as he is not wearing a uniform. At Mike and Mike, why should the NFL look out for him? Why should he get special treatment? Sean?
Is anybody asking for special treatment? Are they asking him just to play football, or just by the rights afforded us? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think anybody's asking for special treatments. My favorite was this one at Sports Profit 1. He said, "I'm a 49er fan, not a Cap fan. Didn't like taking the knee, but many other players did it too. Let's just move past this."
Right. I tend to agree. Lastly, because I'm all into personal self-promotion. At Clinton Yates, I sent you a tweet a while back trashing your show, but after seeing you on Mike and Mike, I apologize because you seem pretty cool.
You are pretty cool.
Confirmed.
I mean, you are pretty cool. I'll be honest. Like, meeting you last night in West Hartford, I was like, this guy's pretty cool. I mean, the conversation lasted less than 45 seconds.
It was really like explaining to my buddy. And by the way, the voice you heard was that of Field Yates, ESPN NFL Insider, who's brought to you by DraftKings. Try daily fantasy for free at DraftKings. Use code Mike at DraftKings.com. I said, Field, to Sean, that was the conversation you have with the guy right before you step onto the basketball court in like a 3-on-3 game. It's like, yo, what are we doing? You play down low, you pick up him over there, pick him up, what's your shooting situation?
You some pick and pop.
That was it.
Were you was there a West Hartford rec league you were playing in last night?
No, we were out there.
It would be better if it was literal.
It's true.
You're also tugging at Sean's heartstrings. Former captain of UCLA basketball, ESPN college basketball voice.
Do we have proof that he actually played for UCLA? We have this. I have a secret for you. Anyway, Field Yates is here.
Talking about what Field is wearing?
Yes, we always talk about
fashion. Happy Easter, Field. I mean, it's a great time of year.
It's wedding season. Listen, you have to have an arsenal of coats in the closet that you can dispose. Wow, is that
more
up on the TV?
More than just coats.
Look at that. I mean, you are always making a fashion statement, though.
Listen, if you don't have confidence in what you're wearing, he's got no chance.
Okay, so Clint was just asking me about my golf attire.
Yeah.
And I do plan my golf outfits when I go to play in an event, a tournament, whatever it is.
Really?
How long does it take for you to plan, when you picked out this outfit, how long did it take?
This? My closet is like an assembly line. My girlfriend loves it. She's like, I wish I could do that. I just go, when I pick up a shirt and tie, and I wear it at the end of the day, I put it to the left side and then the right to left. So you just go one after another.
So if people are really at home and they're paying attention to you,
The
I'm sure
rotation
it's pretty
100% the
consistent.
same.
I mean, listen, I'm sure there are curveballs
Is there a
left
Twitter
and right.
account for your clothes?
There should be a Twitter
Is
account.
there an
for my
at
closet.
Field Yates jacket?
Maybe closet. That would work. At Field
is-
Yates closet. But
that
listen,
is a good idea.
You wear it with confidence. You wear it with conviction, and you got a chance.
All right.
This thing is
Before
frustrating.
we get to football, we do have the proof.
No.
The Tom Brady.
I can see it already. It's horrible.
Let's see this.
Look at that.
Please.
Look at it. Look at it.
We have a corresponding
Look at
yearbook
this
quote to go
guy.
with that.
That was my freshman year.
This is the guy you bring home. Mom, I found a boyfriend. He plays on the basketball team. That is him. Look at that. I love it.
What interests include, like, favorite TV show growing up, like, favorite pregame meal. Like, I'm ready to read that part of the bio underneath this
It'll
picture.
get there. It'll get there eventually. We're just starting though.
That's
We're
why
only.
Steph Curry wears number 30, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, Field Yates
Took
is
after
here.
me. I was his favorite player.
NFL Insider. Obviously, we got to talk about Baltimore. Are we going to get a development on this? I'm hearing reports, Field, that guys are throwing picks all over camp. They can't seem to figure anything out with Joe Flacco being hurt and not in. How much do they actually need this guy?
Colin Kaepernick, you mean, of
Yes.
course. Obviously, they need a quarterback to breathe some life into this quarterback competition behind Joe Flacco. Make no mistake about it. Whether you or anybody thinks that Colin Kaepernick is a better quarterback than Joe Flacco, the Ravens would not sign Colin Kaepernick with any intention whatsoever of him to compete for a starting job. Zero. None. Nada. Okay? None.
Okay.
So they would only sign Colin Kaepernick for him to be a backup quarterback or part of that competition, which also includes, amongst other players, Ryan Mallett. Now, Ryan Mallett, if you follow along with the training camp reports,
I'll just say it.
but if you follow, so let's get to what we've seen over the past 5 or so days from Ryan Mallett. It has been an abysmal showing to start training camp. Now, coaches will tell you, and I'm not trying to take one side here, not trying to make the case for Ryan Mallett, but coaches will tell you that there's more that goes into training camp evaluations beyond just interceptions thrown or completions thrown as well. However,
That's what I used to tell my coach when I had a lot of turnovers.
Right,
I just,
exactly.
There's more that goes
I'm
into
just
playing
telling you.
basketball.
I'm just
Don't look at
telling
these
you.
turnovers and the fact that guy just drove by me. That's irrelevant.
Right. So my
Trust me,
point,
the lights
though,
come
was
on,
that
it'll be
there's
great.
a lot more that goes into it. But if you look at what Ryan Mallett's done and you haven't been concerned, even with those qualifiers, that there's more that goes into the evaluation beyond just interceptions thrown, it's been abysmal. It's been brutal. And if you are a fellow Ravens veteran and you are an inch worried about Joe Flacco's back injury, maybe not being significant enough for him to miss time to begin the season, but being something that could linger and flare up later,
Right.
and you're thinking to yourself, if he gets hurt and we're going to have that guy throw passes to us or try to carry our offense, that's a harrowing thought right now for other Ravens veterans. So, back to Colin Kaepernick. I would say this. You can agree or not agree with how the Ravens have handled it. But I do believe that it's been probably the most open window into how an organization is weighing the possibility of signing Colin Kaepernick, right? It was sort of crowdsourcing by Steve Bisciotti and Dick Cass and other members of the Ravens organization, taking the pulse of fans, going to the court of public opinion. And what we saw there is that they conceded that there are some people that have no issue with it. There might even be people that applaud the Ravens for signing Colin Kaepernick, which is the point that we've gotten to. There would also be a swath of individuals who would have outrage, who would feel significant anger towards their beloved Ravens. You can agree with that or not. I'm just saying that's basically what they put out there. And the other thing I'd say is that we now know just how much, we know this is not about football anymore. We know this is not simply about football anymore. You know, every time I see a tweet about how many quarterbacks are either employed or unemployed right now, and is Colin Kaepernick better than them? I get it. We all get it, right? This is not just about football anymore. But what we saw is that it's the factors that it involves beyond football put people that are largely comfortable in their football elements into an uncomfortable spot, right? You're having to weigh, is it worth it relative to the backlash we could get for a player that, if our plan goes as planned, will not start a single game for us this season.
Okay, but here's the question I have. All right, we're uncomfortable with this, yet we're comfortable in the football world, that bubble that you're talking about, with so many players that got drafted in April, that have multiple issues, arrests, things against them. There's players in the NFL that have been convicted of crimes against women, and yet we don't have a problem with that in the football bubble, yet we have a problem with this.
There's a difference. Joe Mixon's probably going to start for the Bengals this year. Yeah, that's the difference. That's it. That's it. If Colin Kaepernick were viewed as a top 12 quarterback in the NFL, top 20 quarterback in the NFL,
It's a non-issue.
It's a non-issue. I'm not saying that to be, offensive. It's just the truth.
I get it.
Just the way it is.
Phil, let me ask you this: how good are the Ravens anyway? Meaning, if you're a Ravens fan, and you talked about what the veterans may think, but if you're a fan of that team, do you say, look, we got to get this guy because we actually got a shot this season. We can't just throw everything out because of one particular social or political issue. This team is actually decent. Where are they from a talent standpoint, overall, quarterback aside?
They're they're an above average team right now in the AFC. We think that that's probably New England's conference to win, but still, you can't just hand them anything in August. But the Ravens at one point last year, they're excellent defensively. Remember, they were the first team to really give the Cowboys some fits last year. They had an excellent game down in Dallas, mid to late portion of the season. They're a very, very good defensive team. Offensively, they're a work in progress, and that's a kind way of putting it. And injuries they're snake bitten with injuries right now. So I understand your point that, hey, if you're a team, it's one thing, let's just say this were a conversation about the Rams, for example. Well, adding a distraction to a team that probably isn't going to be competitive this year may not be worth it. The fans may be saying, it's not, we have hitched our wagon to Jared Goff, for better or worse. We can't stunt his development by, having him win his job as opposed to just giving him the job. And it's not going to, we're going to win 5 or 6 games this year. Whereas for Baltimore, being better as a backup with a backup quarterback situation, even if it's incrementally or if it's several notches above Ryan Mallett, should be worthwhile.
Coming up, we'll go to Yates versus Yates. That is me versus Field, and Sean is going to moderate. But first, a word from La Quinta. We're halfway through another baseball season, and we're really seeing some players who stand out as winners, kind of like business travelers who win at business by staying at La Quinta Inns and Suites. Just drive up with no reservation and instantly redeem points for a free night that same night simply using the La Quinta app. It's like hitting a grand slam with an app instead of a bat. Prepare to win at business by learning more about instant free nights and check out the summer rates at lq.com. Mike and Mike, ESPN2, ESPN Radio, Sean Farnham, Clinton Yates.
Let's go.
We're not coming out. I got this. Guys, I know being a first-time homeowner is scary, but you don't have to do this. What if a tree falls on our garage? What if a tornado rips off our roof? You're covered, and you bundled your home and auto insurance, so you're saving a ton. Come on, you don't want to start your new life in a dirty old truck. Sorry. You're safe. You're safe now.
Can you stop using the bullhorn?
I don't make the rules.
Thought the chalupa couldn't get any better? Meet the double chalupa. Get it with a Doritos Locos taco, a crunchy taco, and a medium drink. The new limited edition $5 double chalupa box. Love it while it lasts. Only at Taco Bell.
At Ace, kids are some of our favorite customers.
How far does this spray? Why would anybody want to take the duct? How do you unglue?
There's nothing better than helping kids. That's why ACE supports Children's Miracle Network hospitals.
This Friday and Saturday only, donate $5 to your local Children's Miracle Network hospital at your neighborhood Ace and get the 5-gallon bucket plus 20% off almost anything that fits inside.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware.
Excellent.
I need to refuel.
We've been compromised! Don't let hunger kill your game. Fuel up with hearty Hot Pockets, made with premium pepperoni and 100% real cheese.
Guys, it's back!
With this level of engineering, it's a performance machine. With this degree of intelligence, it's a supercomputer. With this grade of protection, it's a fortress. And with this standard of luxury, it's an oasis. The 2017 E-Class. It's everything you need it to be, and more. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
Christopher Nolan's Dunkirk is a stone-cold masterpiece.
Down here we're sitting ducks.
It's a grand spectacle, a supreme achievement, the year's most powerful movie, and the #1 movie in America. Dunkirk, rated PG-13, now playing.
Golden Corral's Prime Rib and Shrimp Spectacular is here. Slow roasted prime rib, shrimp skewers hot off the grill, garlic herb butter sirloin, and butterfly shrimp. Dinner's just $13.99. So hurry in for endless prime rib and shrimp. Golden Corral, your choice, rules.
Brother Malachi, we must summon all our forces to attack the Castle Wolfshire at once.
While ladies and warriors are scattered about the battlefield.
Release the Black Raven to signal the attack.
Oh, this isn't real.
Well, then send a group text.
Managing an unruly band of knights and elves? That's bad fantasy. Managing your ESPN Fantasy League from anywhere? That's good fantasy. Start your league at ESPN.com/goodfantasy. Jack Link's Jerky presents Versus. Proteiny granola bar. Is it true that you have 10 grams of protein but also 190 calories? The Proteiny granola bar admits to having 190 calories. Jack Link's Jerky. Is it true that you have less than half the calories yet the same 10 grams of protein? The jerky admits to being awesome as a good source of protein with only 80 calories. Jack Link's Jerky beats the snack out of other snacks.
Presenting Just for Men Auto Stop. It's time travel in a comb. It gives you back your natural hair color before you went gray. No mix, no mess. Comb in and your natural hair color is back. Lift off. Just for Men Auto Stop.
I could describe IHOP's new French toasted donuts. I could say French toasting a donut and topping it with bacon or fruit makes it unbelievably delicious. But those eyebrows say it all. Get French toasted donuts as a combo, only at IHOP.
Mike and Mike, ESPN2, ESPN Radio, Clinton Yates, Sean Farnham. Field Yates is with us here as well. Let's read some tweets, Sean. At Mike and Mike, every action equal and opposite reaction, guys. He made people mad. His right to do it. People's right to say no thanks.
True. People can say no thanks.
Yeah.
Are we invoking like a Newton's law?
That's what I was saying.
Mike
The science factor here was a little.
I did not. By the way, I did not do well in science.
Me neither. That's why I'm sitting right here talking about What's next?
All right, Chester Rockwell says he has a right. McDonald's has a right not to hire him if he's protesting in front of the location. I could be the best cook in the world. Well, let me help give you a little bit of advice. If you're the best cook in the world, get a job better than McDonald's, okay? You're flipping burgers at McDonald's. If you're the best cook, get a nice restaurant for yourself and do it your own way.
Absolutely. That was a nice little plug there for a different fast food place. Not to mention, there's a lot here. Anyway, next one. At Mike and Mike, did the players drafted with criminal issues do those crimes while wearing a uniform? Cap, that's the difference. Let me explain something to you. It is not a crime to protest the national anthem or anything involved with it.
Moreover, there have been plenty of players that have committed a crime, have done jail time, and have come back into the NFL and been signed to teams because of their ability. All right?
Oh, man.
Exactly.
Michael Vick literally was incarcerated for multiple years and made it back in the NFL because he was viewed as a capable starter, which is what he became again in Philadelphia.
Last one here, at Mike and Mike. CK's a grown man. He made an informed choice and is wearing the results of his choice, right or wrong. His current situation is on him.
If I could quickly say this, just these tweets, I know this is a tiny sample size, but again, it speaks to what I think the Ravens are weighing right now. There is so much passion on both sides of the spectrum here. That's what they're weighing.
Yates versus Yates coming up next. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio, ESPN2, Clinton Yates, Sean Farnham, Field Yates is joining us here as well. We're presented by DraftKings. Try daily fantasy for free at DraftKings. Use code MikeNow at DraftKings.com. Speaking of fantasy, what's up with your boy Andrew Luck?
So let's just clear the air here. So Andrew Luck was placed on the PUP list to begin training camp, which gives teams the right to keep that player if they want to use him on, or if they want to put him on the regular season PUP list as well. Like that possibility remains. For now, Andrew Luck is not practicing in full with the Indianapolis Colts, but he has begun his throwing regimen. Okay. He's non-committal on week 1, but the team has said they are going to lift him off the PUP list before the regular season begins. I always turn back to this factor. If the Colts were seriously concerned about Andrew Luck's availability and viability as a starter to begin the season, they would have addressed their backup quarterback spot in a more significant way. Many people watched the Thursday night game last Thanksgiving when Scott Tolzien stepped in for Andrew Luck against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Calling it an abomination to begin would be the nicest thing ever said about an abomination. It was bad. they would have more aggressively addressed their backup quarterback spot, in my opinion, if I think they feared Andrew Luck might miss significant time or even time at all this year.
All right, it's time for America's favorite game show, Yates versus Yates.
Two men, two voices, two opinions with one commonality in their name. Mike and Mike presents Yates versus Yates.
Do we need to clear the air first and describe that we are related? People
Yes.
We're
actually one and the same.
Let's do
We're
it.
twins. It's like the movie back in the day with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito. Twins. It's Yates versus Yates, and this is going to hopefully clear up some of the Twitter issues the two of you have. First question is to Clinton. All right. Where did quarterback T.J. Yates, who won a playoff game with the Texans back in 2011, play his college football?
He went to North Carolina, the Tar Heels.
Sure did.
There you go.
That when he wore number 14 as well, Playboy.
There you go. To Field, what team is he currently on?
T.J. Yates is the best quarterback on the Buffalo Bills.
Wow.
All right. Can you
He's actually the second best.
Well played there. Mixed in a hot take.
Can you name in the other teams that he's played for?
Other teams for T.J. Yates include the Atlanta Falcons, the Miami Dolphins. Am I missing one more?
You missed the one that we already gave in the first question. He won a playoff game with them in 2011.
Oh, the Houston Texans.
There you go.
Yeah.
Boom. There you go. All right, guys, you guys are doing great. We're off to a hot start here in Yates versus Yates. Let's go back to you, Clinton.
All right.
Former NFL running back Clinton Portis rushed for 1,500 yards in each of his first two seasons in the league with the Broncos. He was traded before the start of his third season. Who was he traded for?
Come on, this is a layup. He was traded for Champ Bailey. Everybody knows this.
Okay,
I know that also because Champ Bailey played with my radio mate Dominic Foxworth on the Morning Roast, Sundays 9 a.m. to noon, by the by. Meaning Combs is on that show as well in Denver. That's how I know that.
All right, let's stick with Champ Bailey. We'll go to Field. Champ Bailey was the 7th pick in the 1999 NFL Draft. Can you name the 6 players that were taken ahead of him?
The 99 NFL Draft?
Wow.
No chance. I know that. So let's see. Let me see if I can get a couple of these.
This is a really hard question.
Yeah.
Like, your question, I'm going to be honest.
Was the first pick Courtney Brown?
No.
Okay, so I have the draft years mixed up then. It wasn't that was not Tim Couch's year either.
It was correct. Tim Couch.
Tim
That is
Couch,
correct. You want to go with
quarterback
that?
from Kentucky.
That would have been a better question. Just who was the number 1 pick then?
There's some other quarterbacks there. Philadelphia.
99. Donovan McNabb.
Boom.
Bengals. Another quarterback. Achilles Smith.
Boom. There you go. Running back. Colts.
I was gonna say, was that Edgerrin James?
Boom. There you go. Out of the University of
the U, baby.
That. In the 80s. Not really, but it was later. Wide receiver, fastest greatest show on turf.
Torrey Big Game Holt.
There you go. They got Holt.
And Ricky Williams, who they traded the entire draft for that year, right?
Yes. Yes. So, okay.
The Saints traded their entire draft to acquire Ricky Williams.
Who did
Ricky
that?
Williams.
Okay.
Dick Gap.
All right, let's go to number 5. Clinton, this year, perhaps the most famous athlete with Field in their name are a father-son duo, Cecil and Prince Fielder. So, out of the two, who hit the most home runs in a single season?
Ooh. I think it was Cecil.
And how many was it?
51.
51 back in 1990.
Get out of here. Is that a guess?
Prince
is a guess. I mean, I think I remember that. I had baseball cards back then. I'm a baseball fan. I knew it was 50-something. I couldn't.
You are a big baseball fan, though. You mentioned that you keep score at minor league
scoring games, and I go to minor league.
Okay,
so
Prince's best was 50 in 2007. Back to you, Field.
Okay.
Which of the two hit for a higher career average?
I'm going to go with Prince here.
You are correct.
Again, I had 50-50 shots, so you play the odds. If Cecil got the first answer, it's like, we're going to try to be...
Cecil was not exactly what we would call a...
Are we going Cecil or Cecil?
His name is Cecil.
Okay.
He was not a contact hitter. He was,
283, by the way, was Prince's best. Cecil was 255.
Right. Okay.
All right. Let's go. Question number 7 to Clinton. Which of the two had the most career home runs?
Field.
That is incorrect. You want to guess again? Guess again.
I forgot because Field's career was cut short.
Guess again.
Obviously, it was Cecil what I'm saying.
No, you're wrong. They both had the exact same amount of 319.
Really?
Well played, y'all. I enjoyed that.
Wait, good job. I mean, Prince, man, that's...
You
for a
like
guy that had his career cut short.
All right, Field, we go to you.
Yep.
Which of the two had the most runs batted in?
Cecil, because of the prolonged career. Wow.
Prince. 1028 to 1008.
Heck of a career. Yeah.
And that, my friends, is what we call Yates. First Yates.
Very well played. I enjoyed that. Good talking to you guys.
Coming up, Herb Edwards. Thanks, Phil. That was fun. Who won there? Oh, wait!
It's a tie.
Yates wins! That's the whole point of the dumb game, kiddos. Mike and Mike, ESPN 2, ESPN Radio.
Come on, one more?
One more.
Okay,
Start the show!
Totino's pizza rolls. Also, Totino's stuffed nachos.
I'm eating a croissant which made with 100% butter.
a croissant riche with 100% butter.
Oh, the way she said it was a lot prettier.
Made with 100% butter, it's the new croissant sandwich. Get two for just $4, only at Burger King.
Long live honor, and long live the truck that salutes those who've built this country. Ram, America's longest lasting pickups.
Right now, get 0% APR financing for 72 months on all 2017 Ram 1500 models.
This is Crab Fest at Red Lobster, with choices like the classic Crab Lover's Dream and new favorites like dueling crab legs with Dungeness and Snow Crab. It's happening right now, right here at Crab Fest. Red Lobster. Now this is seafood.
Bellinger has that sweet left-handed uppercut swing.
He's just been a sensation out here in LA.
Sunday Night Baseball. Dodgers Mets at 8 on ESPN.
On DXP is a show that defies description.
All of your favorite people in one place playing video games. What can go right?
Actually, he described it. Polaris Primetime. Watch it on DXP. DXP and its programs are general audience.
This summer, we've got a job for you. To make summer. Now, we're not gonna lie, there's a lot of work to do. But the perks, there will always be plenty of Coronas. So let's all get out there and get to work. Because this is how we make summer.
It's in the heartbeat, it's in the real thing. You can't make it up. It's in your soul deep. It's in the stars, the stripes, this dirt on my feet. The way I love my woman and the way she loves me. It's in the heartbeat. Hey.
Say hello to the chicken parmesan sandwich. Crispy chicken, shaved parmesan, melted mozzarella, and a rich marinara sauce. Then say arrivederci to hunger, because Italy's a bite away. The new chicken parmesan sandwich, only at Burger King.
It's time to pack your bags for a cruise to the Bahamas. It's Royal Sea's deal of the day. An incredible $99 cruise for two to paradise. You'll get the royal treatment, including a private stateroom, gourmet meals, Vegas-style gaming, live entertainment, and so much more. Imagine an award-winning cruise for two to the Bahamas for just $99. These deals are extremely limited, and when they're gone, they're gone. So call now.
Call 800-440-1374. That's 800-440-1374.
Why do we say Town Fair Tire has the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone tires? Because nobody beats our prices. Not the warehouse clubs, not the internet sites, not the other tire stores. Nobody. Plus, you always get all our free services with any Bridgestone tire purchase. So drive away with confidence, knowing you got the best deal on your new set of Bridgestone tires from Town Fair. Like I said, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Name brands and discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Previously on Mike and Mike, brought to you by Bass Pro Shop.
Joining us right now on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line is Pro Football Hall of Famer LaDainian Tomlinson. You were an iconic NFL football player in my mind. What is it like for a guy like you to be finally honored in this way?
Well, it's a terrific honor, obviously. But I don't think anyone sets out to go to the Hall of Fame when they first start playing football. And Booger knows this. You try to be the best that you can be for your team, and you work your butt off, to try try to win championships. And then when it's all said and done, you know, you let the voters say if you're a Hall of Famer or not. And so it is a surreal moment because for years I've watched that enshrinement and seen, you know, my idols like, you know, Walter Payton and Emmitt Smith and guys like that go in. And now to have my turn going in is truly an honor.
You know, LT, you were one of the first backs, you and Marshall Faulk, that played the position differently. You guys weren't bruisers. You were dynamic all-around backs who could kill you out of the backfield, running the football or receiving. Is that how you grew up playing the running back position? Because you could really play in today's game because they're still doing that now.
I didn't believe that you should run into big guys like yourself. I mean, that was just stupid to me. You know, over 300-pound guys. I'm just a bit north of 200, 210. Why should I run into these big guys all day long? And I just didn't think that was very smart. So I was able to find ways to beat these guys, big guys, even smaller guys. You know, but you just kind of develop that. But I'll tell you, Marshall was a guy I learned from. Marshall was in San Diego. He lived in San Diego right around the time when I was playing. And so we used to play golf together quite a bit. And I would pick his brain about running routes and things I needed to work on and how to take my game to the next level.
For more Mike and Mike, check out the podcast on the ESPN app. This is Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Colin Kaepernick's going to make the decisions he wants to make. If that affects his NFL career, it affects his NFL career.
Colin Kaepernick in Baltimore would be a great idea.
On the Web.com tour this week, former NBA MVP and world champion Steph Curry is there.
Not in a million years would I think I'd be in this range with these professionals.
Don't suddenly tell me that it's the media's fault that we're covering LeVar Ball.
I think it's just entertainment. They talking about me and Michael Jordan. Well, guess what? I can beat him with one hand.
Now, here's Mike and Mike.
Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPN2 were presented by Progressive Insurance, and all phone guests are on the Shell Penzo Performance Line. Clinton Yates, Sean Farnham filling in here on a Wednesday. You can tweet us through the 1-800-Flowers.com Twitter feed, at Clinton Yates, at Sean Farnham. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's 4 a.m. on the West Coast.
Yeah.
I have a lot. I'm sure my parents right now are up watching.
Say, are all your friends tuned in?
No, I think my parents are really grateful for DVR. Mike and Vicky Farnham in Clayton, California are going to be sitting at home right now, like probably about 6 hours from now, and they'll be watching this back, and then I'll get a text from them later on today.
Okay. Yeah, my mom has gotten up at 6 a.m. for 2 days to watch.
Yeah.
Let me know that.
What was the reviews like?
The review. I said,
what's the reviews like?
I said, Ma, you don't have to get up and watch every single day. She goes,
but she's
she
mom.
literally texted me back. She's going, I got to watch. Clinton Yates is on. I thought that was pretty funny. So.
But did she like what you've done? Does she think you've done a nice job?
She's a fan.
Did you get an attaboy? Like, way to go?
Brag to her friends that her son is on TV. That's basically what it comes to.
Okay, it works.
It's good enough for me. Keep Bob happy.
My dad was texting me reviews of you yesterday, scouting out who I was working with. It was great. I'm on my flight, and my dad's like, this Clinton Yates guy is pretty good. I think you're going to get along with him just fine, son.
Appreciate that. So, let's read some tweets. We were talking about Colin Kaepernick last hour with Field Yates. People hitting me up at Clinton Yates. When talking about Kaepernick 7th, what's never mentioned is why he was kneeling, and also that third stanza talking about the national anthem. We're not going to get into that part. But, yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting thing to talk about. He was trying to raise awareness for something specific. He wasn't just making it about himself, and he was trying to show a lot of people who have the option of turning a blind eye to this, that it is not just something that only affects people in certain places. It affects everybody, people of color, law enforcement officials as well. This is obviously something that happens on both sides. He was trying to raise awareness for something that I think is an important issue in America outside of the NFL, obviously.
And others joined in, by the way. He wasn't the only one that was taking a knee. Right. Others joined in across the NFL. We're not talking about them right now like we are Colin Kaepernick. I think that's also important to note. Again, well, I would say this. The one thing, looking back on what Colin said last year, though, is he would do it as long until he felt like there was change or something that had evolved enough for him to not have to make his stand or to try to make this a spectacle to bring awareness to it, right?
Right.
If he stops doing it now, how do you view it? Has something changed that I'm not aware of?
I think that personally he's made his point.
Okay.
Very plainly.
So even though, like, he said he would do it until he felt like there was some kind of change that was out there, and I don't think we've seen that change maybe that he's looking.
No, but I also don't think that you are locked in to necessarily the same thing you said to start, having not allowed for any sort of evolution of your opinion, number one.
So my opinion can change over the course of this show, and you're okay with
I
that?
know, it's a fascinating concept. But number two, I don't also buy into the notion that you have to, like, sacrifice in order for protests to make sense. So in my opinion here, he's made his point. If he gets back on the field and he's got to focus on football as if the two things are mutually exclusive, they're not. But if he doesn't decide to, if he gets back on a team and decides not to kneel or sit or whatever it may be, I'm not going to have a problem with that. He's obviously made his point.
Do you think fans will, if he comes back and he does as Ray Lewis said?
Absolutely not. I think people have decided that he is an anti-American in a lot of people's minds, and he's not a patriot, and that's never going to change no matter what he does. Dominic Foxworth, who we mentioned too many times on this show already, he had an interesting tweet. I'm joking, Dominic. He said, I wonder if he had the situation with CTE in the league. He was sitting right next to the commissioner when he did it. He clarified his comments. First of all, what he said was the football field, Sean, is the perfect place to die. And he was making reference to the danger of the game when it comes to playing in brain injuries.
Yes, and I also think he was also talking about the journey to get there. And as an athlete and somebody that plays a sport or loves a sport in particular, I think sometimes the emotion aspect of it, which is such an important aspect, by the way. Sometimes we don't want to talk about the emotional aspect of the game. We don't want to talk about analytics. We want to talk about the X's and O's, but the emotional aspect of the game. And I think when I heard those comments, I heard a player who was extremely passionate. I heard somebody who is categorizing his feel and his love for the game that has now given him an opportunity since he was young. What was his vision? His vision was to be on an NFL football field. Okay? My vision was I wanted to play college basketball. And two very distinctly different. One's a professional, one's a college athlete. But yet at the same time, you're working so hard, you sacrifice so much to obtain that goal, to accomplish that feat. I think the setting might not have been the best setting, and in particular with the CTE study that just came out, that people kind of look at that and go, wait, what's going on here? But overall, I just thought it was more about passion than anything else.
A lot of people said that people were attacking him, and I don't think it was an attack on him. I think it was a very just scary statement for a lot of people. I don't fault Jamal Adams for saying what he said. I don't think that anything he said was wrong in the context of right or wrong. I just think a lot of people were really sad to hear that. He clarified those comments yesterday, talking about what he meant.
You know, when you see something that's blowing up, that's on, First Take and ESPN, I think it should be addressed. My words were simply that I'm very passionate about what I do. I said at the beginning, while you guys were there, that I'm all about making the game safer. I understand, the CTE symptoms and whatnot and what families are affected, but it's simply about passion. Not one time did I say anything about CTE, say anything negative. I respect it. I understand the outcome of it, and I know there's families that are affected, but at the same time, everything's about passion when I say it.
Mike and Mike's presented by Progressive Insurance, comparing rates to help you save. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today and find out how much Progressive could save you. What'd you think of those comments, Sean?
First of all, Jamal, thank you for watching ESPN. We appreciate you watching. First Take comes up a little bit later on today. Stephen A. Smith will be joining us in just a little bit here on Mike and Mike this morning. So that's first and foremost. Thank you for the free plug. We appreciate that. But yeah, it goes back to what I said. It is about passion, and again, when you edit a person's quotes to get that sound bite, and it's done every day.
Yep.
No matter whether it's sports or in regular news, whatever it is, people are looking for that sound bite. And what is going to grab attention? And when you have an NFL football player that says that he's willing to die on the field, that's going to draw a lot of attention given all the other news that is out there that is deeper than just the passionate aspect of football.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there was a couple of factors that made it particularly odd. Number one was that he was right next to the commissioner. Number two, people applauded, which was really strange. And number three is the forced realization of what actually happens if a guy does die on the field. Like, it twisted. The NFL does not want that. Like, this so-called honor notion goes away once the reality of that potential
Football's got a problem.
stepping in. Yeah.
Football has a major problem. And I see it in Southern California. There are less and less kids playing high school football. All right, it's dropping. I have 2 sons.
Do they play football?
One is 12. The other one is 6. My wife will never let them step foot on a football field.
Wow.
And both of her brothers played football. Both of her brothers were very good in high school. And one even had a chance to go play in college. She just doesn't see the value of the risk-reward aspect. We've got friends, Justin Vargas, former running back, Oakland Raiders. And, Justin had a very successful career, but he suffered some horrific injuries going back to his time at Michigan. I believe the game was at Iowa when he broke his leg. And now, as he played 7+ years in the NFL, he walks a little bit slower. And he's still young. He's not even 40 years old. And that's the realization. The worst aspect is when you look at what this study came out with the CTE, and now you wonder, okay, how widespread is this going to be as we move forward, as we educate ourselves more on this? How much of a problem will this be in the future moving forward for football in general? Not just the NFL, but football as a sport.
It's not an attack on football. It's simply an observation of what the game is and whether or not something so brutal is going to be something we can continue to do down the line for years. It's time for next question. It's brought to you by Indeed.com. Post your next job opening on the world's #1 job site. Emma, let's do it.
Let's have some fun.
Let's do it.
Something or nothing. Training camp fights.
I think there's something because I like training camp fights. I enjoy the notion of as soon as you walk in there, somebody's got to crack a head just to establish a little dominance. If you like football and you're going to say that you're into the barbarism of the game, training camp fights are pretty fun for me.
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing. I think at the end of the day, all of these things amount to absolutely nothing. Whether you're playing college football, NFL football, any sport, when you're in a locker room with people as often as you are, there's going to be conflict from time to time.
Bill Belichick has gotten to ejecting guys from practice because he says we don't have time to waste. This is how I feel about hockey and fighting, but that's during the game. This is practice. I don't care what you do in practice.
We talking about practice?
It's not my time.
Wait, we talking about practice?
Yeah, it's not my time. What's next?
Now that Melo has appeared to cut the Cavs from his trade list, how likely is it that Kyrie remains in Cleveland?
Not at all. I think he's gone. I don't really. The New York thing is intriguing because it's Melo and Melo teaming up with LeBron and their friendship and all that stuff is fine. I still think the Phoenix Suns make the most sense for Kyrie Irving and also make the most sense for the Cavs and what they can get in return.
Yeah, I think the horse is out of the barn on this one. There's no way Kyrie comes back. Not that the wedding making fun of him thing really matters, but the point is that Kyrie has made it known he doesn't want to be there. And quite frankly, at this stage of the game, I don't blame him. What's next?
How should Dallas Keuchel's teammates feel about him expressing his displeasure at his team's trade deadline inactivity?
Look, they have the best record in the American League, right? 69-37. The last 10 games, they're 5-5. What you basically are saying is, I really wanted to get rid of some of you all.
Right.
Like, you know what? If we could have got rid of this guy over here, that would have been better for us. And I think that is a very dicey situation because things, by the way, are still working out just fine for the Astros. Don't hit the panic button here.
You're still the Stros. You're still kind of in bonus territory. Nobody expected the Stros to be this good, and the Stros haven't been relevant in God knows how long. Ride it out, Playboy. Y'all are fine. If I'm on that team, I'm not looking at him the same way the next day.
I'm like,
not happy
did he want me gone? Did he want me gone?
Exactly.
Was I the one he wanted to
He might have to approach a guy in his
I
lap.
think there's something there. That's definitely something.
What's next?
Despite not being on a team, Colin Kaepernick still having a top-selling jersey is
predictable. Predictable. All right, when you're a newsmaker, you're a headline maker, whether it's controversy, positive or negative, people will attract to it. And it's like LeVar Ball.
Yeah.
People continue to walk into the LeVar Ball. He throws it out there, and you get hooked right away. So if you're causing controversy, jerseys are going to sell. That's not a surprise.
It's something for me, and it says a lot about what people actually feel about him. I got these people in my Twitter mentions telling me I'm in the minority in America of people who agree with this. Well, if you're buying a Colin Kaepernick jersey at this stage, you are making a social and a political statement. And if his jersey is selling that much, obviously people agree with him on some level. Clearly, there's no other way to put it. What's next?
What would you consider a success for Steph Curry at this week's Web.com tour event?
Making the cut. You make the cut. I mean, you've got consistency. B, you got some game. And then he did well at the American Century Golf Championships. I think he came in 4th. That's actually a pretty good event too. By the way, I've been up there before and watched it. I think that if he makes the cut, that is a huge success.
To me, a success is not getting hurt. I mean, you don't want to be the guy that gets out there.
He's not gonna get hurt.
Tweaks the neck, or tightens up the back.
He's not
hooping around on the golf course. I'm just saying, golf guys get all sorts of injuries. This is not, it ain't got to be swinging the club. He could be out there dancing, celebrating, doing something else.
Yeah, and
you never know.
And Steph, I do want to let you know, no matter what you do this week, don't be surprised if someone actually videotapes it, unlike the wedding dance.
Very true. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio, ESPN2. We're presented by Progressive Insurance, and all phone guests are on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line, playing a little game of next question or something or nothing. I'm forgetting the name right now. Emma, what is it? What we got next?
Next question. Beyonce is reportedly interested in buying the Rockets. Which celebrity would you want to buy your favorite team?
First of all, Beyonce buying the Arugulas, as I call them. Do you know why I call them the Arugulas?
No.
So, you know what Arugula is, obviously.
Yes.
In England, they call it Rocket. So I call the Houston Rockets the Arugulas.
Okay.
That's the kind of fun stuff I do.
Okay, so your sports team, who would you want to buy?
I don't know if anything could outrank Beyonce buying the Rockets. Like, forget about who I like.
Yeah, but
this would be
which
incredible.
celebrity would
I
you want to
understand
own
that,
your own
but
team?
I also have the microphone here. Beyonce buys the Rockets.
Come on.
I'm reconsidering where I live.
Are you going to be a Rockets fan and then claim them as your team so you can jump out of this question?
I'm not going to do that. I enjoy the Arugulas, but let's just say if Beyonce gets involved, I suddenly become a much bigger fan of that squad.
Yeah, you know what? To me, I mean, it's interesting. You think about celebrities, and I like music. I like all different kinds of music. I think it would be cool to have Garth Brooks as an owner. Okay, now, I do like country music. That's my favorite kind of genre. I like all music, but genre-wise, country is my favorite. And Garth Brooks is such an entertainer and a performer. I'd love to see how he would run an organization.
All right. If Barack Obama bought the Wizards, I would be a big fan of that.
More than Beyonce buying the Rockets?
Absolutely 100%.
Okay. Because you just were ready to move to Houston 2 seconds ago.
Wow, that's a different discussion. Almost did move to Houston once in my life. What's
Okay.
next?
If you had to adopt Tom Brady's diet, what's the one thing you wouldn't give up?
Let's get some details on this. His
What is
diet is his.
It's heavily plant-based, no carbs, no dairy, and almost no sugar.
No dairy. I'm obviously out on that. I'm the guy standing up here on the set drinking huge things of milk first thing in the morning. So this is clearly a no-go for me.
I've got a mocha frappuccino in my hand right now.
Yeah, milk. I couldn't give up milk. Sorry.
Yeah, so
Wouldn't work.
So no, like I wouldn't. Yeah, the sugar thing, the dessert. I'm a dessert guy.
I don't understand this though. How does he?
I can give up some of the carbs. Okay, I can give up like you can have a hamburger wrapped in lettuce and stuff like that. That's fine. I can do that from time to time. But the ice cream, the dessert thing, I've always had that sweet tooth. I'm not giving that up.
Right, but you're okay. You're a family man. You've got kids. Meals are a large part of your bonding experience. It's a large part of how you sort of bring fellowship to your family. If you've got such a bizarre diet, how do you hang out with the people that you love?
You start becoming a short order cook at that time. You're like, okay, so my son Kellen, he's 6. Okay, so he gets the chicken nuggets over there. My daughter's going to have the chicken apple sausage with the kale over here. My son, I got to go get him the turkey meatballs from the grocery store, a little extra marinara on top. And there are nights that are like that.
Right.
But I think it's unrealistic to do that on a nightly basis.
So weird.
What's that? I need you to pick one thing.
Milk.
I said
Milk is
dessert.
yours.
Yes.
Dessert. A specific dessert. Give me a
Ice
specific
cream.
dessert.
Fine, ice cream.
Okay.
I like ice cream.
Okay. Fair
What
enough.
would you give up? I'm gonna throw it back at you. You over there asking all the questions. You got to answer.
I would not be willing to give up bread. I would not.
Bread.
Bread with.
Are you a guy
pasta
that just like grabs a
sandwiches.
roll of bread and hides in the closet and eats
We'll
bread?
dip it in olive oil,
Okay.
and then cause us something,
Crusty breads.
which I can deal with.
Ah, sophistication there. I like that. Well played. What's next?
The Undertaker has a cucumber phobia. What are you irrationally afraid of?
Okay, so I have some questions on this. I have what I consider to be an allergy to cucumbers and melons. Like when I eat them, they kind of make me want to barf. But where does like phobia come in when it comes to food? You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't have to be food.
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
No, but I'm
It doesn't have
saying,
to be a
I
food.
get yours, but like, what is the phobia of a cucumber? Like, I'm gonna run up and
What
hit
is
you
my
upside the
phobia
head
is
with a
the
cucumber?
Undertaker. I mean, look at that guy right there. My phobia is actually the Undertaker. I know he retired at WrestleMania. I'm also a big WWE guy.
Okay.
All right. And I mean, like, I wouldn't want to see that guy in a dark alley. I wouldn't want to see him in a lighted alley either. I mean, he's huge.
I don't understand this question. Like, what is the fear
Irrational
of
fear.
food?
You have an irrational fear.
But what are you scared of? It's a cucumber. What is it? Was it gonna grow legs and come up? You know what I mean? Like, I don't even understand this. It's very strange.
I don't know why he
irrational.
is that as a
I don't know that I have an irrational fear of a lot of things, but I have stopped riding roller coasters. I stopped riding roller coasters a long time ago.
All roller coasters, like, would you go to Disneyland and go on Thunder Mountain Railroad?
I probably would do that, but I mean
Okay.
like real roller coasters.
Okay.
Like things that take you multiple dozens of feet in the sky.
Okay, so no, not California Screaming.
Out on all that.
It goes like upside down and everything.
Out on all that. I actually went to Kings Dominion with my family a couple summers ago back and literally rode no rides. I like watch shows.
Mine is heights.
Okay.
I went to a theme park when I was a kid, and I thought it was like the parachute drop, and I thought that it just kind of go down slow
Oh, no.
up to the top. No, it like drops, and then the parachute like opens, and then you go like this. And I dropped to the bottom of the cage, and like they literally had to pry me out of it. And ever since then, like I really dislike the heights.
Yeah, I understand that. It's similar to my fear of roller coasters. Next, Herb Edwards joins us in studio, but first, a word from Dollar Shave Club. The smart choice is Dollar Shave Club. Get a great shave at a great price, conveniently delivered right to your door. And when you use the DSC Executive Razor with their Dr. Carver Shave Butter, the blade just gently glides, giving you such a smooth shave. For a limited time, new members can get their first month of the Executive Razor with a tube of their Dr. Carver Shave Butter for only $5 with free shipping. And after that, razors are just a few bucks a month, kiddos. That's a $15 value for only $5. You can get this offer exclusively at dollarshaveclub.com/Mike. That's dollarshaveclub.com/Mike. Mike and Mike, ESPN2, ESPN Radio, Clinton Yates, Sean Farn.
Nothing says love like a box of truffles in a blizzard.
This is all my favorite truffles. It's like a surprise in every bite. Bet you're full of surprises.
Actually, I'm full of chicken strips. Just had my break.
The new Triple Truffle Blizzard Treat with fudge, peanut butter, and caramel truffles.
At Ace, kids are some of our favorite customers.
How far does this stray? Why would anybody want to take the duck? How do you unglue?
There's nothing better than helping kids. That's why ACE supports Children's Miracle Network hospitals.
This Friday and Saturday only, donate $5 to your local Children's Miracle Network hospital at your neighborhood Ace and get the 5-gallon bucket plus 20% off almost anything that fits inside.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware.
Excellent. Howdy. Hey. There we go. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's not your car.
Car's ready.
Wrong car.
Isn't that your car? I would love to take it, but no. Oh, so sorry about that. You guys want to check it out?
Someone else's car.
This is beautiful.
What is it?
It's the all-new Chevy Equinox. This feels like a luxury SUV.
I love this little 360. How do they even do that?
I made a bad decision on my last car purchase.
Well, your car's here.
Bummer.
Wah wah. I'm ready for an upgrade. If you're going to chase your dreams, remember, they're faster than you think.
It's 6 a.m. 40 million Americans are waking up to a Gillette shave. And at our factory in Boston, 1,200 workers are starting their day building on over 100 years of heritage, craftsmanship, and innovation. Today, we're bringing you America's #1 shave at lower prices every day, putting money back in the pockets of millions of Americans. As one of those workers, I'm proud to bring you Gillette quality for less, because nobody can beat the men and women of Gillette. Gillette, the best a man can get.
Why wait for the weekend for fun when you can get our best deal ever on Wednesdays at Dave & Buster's? Play half-price games every Wednesday. Every game is half off all day long.
this Sunday on E60.
People just know me as a guy from Serbia who was second pick, who didn't do nothing.
He was like a deer in headlights.
One of the biggest flops in Detroit sports history.
I was so lost that I really began to hate basketball. I just want to come back home and live another life.
Start your Sunday with a story. E60, Sunday at 9 on ESPN.
Every home is unique.
Hi.
Hi. Oh.
Come on in.
That's why I rely on science.
There's not a crumb in this house, and yet I still find bugs.
Well, insects aren't always looking for food. Sometimes they look to stay out of the cold or for a place to lay their eggs. That's why I'll create a customized plan using the latest science from my team of entomologists to keep your home from becoming their maternity ward.
Liberty Mutual stood with me when I was too busy with the kids to get a repair estimate. I just snapped a photo and got an estimate in 24 hours.
My insurance company definitely doesn't have that.
You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Nothing says love like a box of truffles in a blizzard.
This is all my favorite truffles. It's like a surprise in every bite. Bet you're full of surprises.
Actually, I'm full of chicken strips. Just had my break.
The new Triple Truffle Blizzard Treat with fudge, peanut butter, and caramel truffles.
How long you want to play? There's always a disclaimer, you know. I mean, I hope my mid-40s. I've always said, so naturally that's 45. But you know, football's a contact sport. I don't think you can take anything for granted in football. I mean, things happen. It's just part of the sport. I would love to be able to continue playing at that level. You know, as long as I keep playing well and committed to it, you know, I'll keep doing it. So I know I got a lot left in me.
Brady hasn't missed a game due to injury since 2008. In May, Brady's wife of 8 years, Gisele Bündchen, made comments about her husband's health on CBS this morning.
He had a concussion last year. I mean, he has concussions pretty much. I mean, we don't talk about it, but he does have concussions.
She's there every day. I mean, we go to bed, you know, in the same bed every night. So I think she's, you know, she knows when I'm sore. She knows when I'm tired. She knows, you know, when I get hit. I mean, we drive home together. So, but she also knows how well, you know, I take care of myself. She's, you know, she's a very concerned wife and very loving.
Brady says his longevity on the field is in large part to how he takes care of his body off the field.
It's a lifestyle to be going into my 18th year. I think it's very much a lot of individual choices that all add up to still being able to play. You know, based on everything I've learned and what I do, I believe I can be a very good 40-year-old football player. So that's what I'm going to try to do. Not competing against anyone else, just, you know, showing people that you can be 40 and still play at a very high level. And it's going to take some commitment, some discipline, but, you know, I can show you the way.
Christian swings, hits a drive to center field. This ball's back. It is gone! It is gone! A walk-off home run! Christian Vasquez does it! 2 outs in the ninth. A 3-run homer for Vasquez. His second of the year.
Right down Broadway, and he gave it the bat flip. That was some WEEI. Christian Vasquez hits his first career walk-off homer. And the Red Sox beat the Tribe 12-10. Sticking to baseball, John Lester recorded his 2000th strikeout and hit his first career home run as the Cubs beat the Diamondbacks 16-4. And Evan Longoria became the second player in Rays history to hit for the cycle. Tampa Bay beat Houston 6-4. SportsCenter is brought to you by Pennzoil. This summer you'll want to jump in the car, find yourself a body of water, and cool off, Sean. And you'll want your car to perform when you hit the road. Pennzoil Motor Oil keeps it performing so you can enjoy the drive, get the most out of your summer with Pennzoil. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio, ESPN2. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. All guests are on the show. Pennzoil Performance Line. Clayton Yates, Sean Farnham. How are we doing today?
It's good. It's now moving along. I mean, you know, I feel like I'm not on West Coast time. You've brought the energy so far. It's been good. And I've had a good time. This has gone as smooth as I could have hoped. My dad was right. You're pretty good.
I appreciate that. Joining us right now in studio is ESPN NFL analyst Herm Edwards, giving the Straight Talk, brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless, best phones, best networks, no contracts. Coach, obviously we've been talking a lot about Baltimore recently.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on just sort of how this has developed, where this has been, and from a football standpoint, the decision they have to make as far as their quarterback situation?
Well, they have to make a decision at the quarterback position, and the fact that Joe Flacco right now seems to be still not well enough to play. Ryan Mallett is struggling a little bit in camp. When you think about their situation with Cap, he's a guy that's familiar with the offensive coordinator. He was with him in San Francisco. The head coach can get all the information he needs. All he has to do is pick up the phone and talk to his brother. And then from there, you're talking about a team the last 3 or 4 years have not been in the playoffs. They talked about being a dominant team again, and the first thing they go out is 3 of the draft picks out of the 4 were defensive players. So their mindset is very simple: become a dominant defense again, and then offensively start running the ball better. And if you're looking at Kaepernick, he's a guy that can help you with the run game. They know that. They faced him in the Super Bowl. And the thing they feared the most is his ability to get on the edge and run the ball. So he's a guy that's available. It's puzzling that he hasn't gotten a job yet, but hopefully this might be a landing spot for him.
When you look at a quarterback situation, you go into camp, and obviously you've been in this position before. How much of like a Ryan Mallett struggling right now, even just in training camp early, does that concern you?
Well, a couple things come to mind. Is the defense playing better? I mean, they added a lot of guys to the secondary. They brought in free agents. They drafted guys. So that's a good thing. I mean, sometimes we look at one side of the ball, as fans, because well, the quarterback threw a bunch of interceptions. Yeah, well, the secondary's pretty good. Okay, well, we don't say that. We just say, what's the quarterback? I understand that, but I think when you look at the history of Ryan, it's a concern. He's a veteran guy. He's been in enough training camps. He was in this system last year. That's a concern. We know Bortles down in Jacksonville this week threw, I think, 5 interceptions in practice, and there was a big oh no. And you get all that, but practice is one thing, the game is another. But I still think that quarterback situation is fluid for them right now.
We're talking with Herm Edwards here on Mike and Mike. Clinton Yates, Sean Farnham filling in. I said before that I think that if you're the Ravens, to me this decision as far as getting Cap doesn't need to go further than owner, GM, head coach. What do you think about the fact that they've decided to poll the community and even go so far as to ask former guys like Ray Lewis from the team who's come out and said all he needs to do is shut up and play football?
Well, this is an owner's decision. This is why this guy's not playing, basically.
Okay.
I mean, it's been an owner's decision. It's not a head coach or a GM's decision. It's an owner's decision. And, you can spin it any way you want to spin it. Here's a young man that took a stand. He was the voice of the voiceless. And really, when you think about how it affected people, you have 2 different camps. We know that. This is a team, and let's just say not a team, this is a league that we know that there are players that are playing in this league that had transgressions, that didn't meet up to the code of ethics, but still have the opportunity to compete and to play in the league. This guy has not. He basically protested a nonviolent way, but basically he didn't respect the flag. And it tells you a lot about America.
Yeah.
Whether right, wrong, or different, what side you fall on, it doesn't matter. I know this, that he's sitting in a situation now where basically it's an owner's decision. It's not a coach's decision. Let's don't put it on the coaches, because if you're truly trying to compete at every position and you're trying to upgrade your rosters at every position, then coaches want the best players. As long as they conform to obviously the expectations of that organization. With that being said, you think about 100 quarterbacks are in camp. He's not one of the 100.
Yeah.
Getting an opportunity to compete.
Pretty wild.
Okay, and we can say the fans are mad at him and disgruntled. Jersey sales is number 39.
Yep.
So, we can make excuses for it, and I get it. I was there the night that the Philadelphia Eagles signed Michael Vick after he was incarcerated.
Yep.
Rightly so. And I can remember being in Philadelphia doing the game in the preseason when they called up to the box and said, hey, we're going to sign Michael Vick. And when they said that, the cell phones went dead because there were so many people on cell phones just, tweeting it out, whatever they were doing, because Michael Vick was going to sign with Philadelphia. So we'll see where this goes. Hopefully this guy will get an opportunity. This would be a good landing spot for him as well as his organization as well.
Moving off Colin Kaepernick for a second, Vontez, perfect.
Yes.
Obviously,
he's had a few.
Yes, $800,000 worth of fines over the course of his career for unsportsmanlike conduct.
Yeah.
Yesterday at camp, goes low on Bernard in a non-contact drill when Bernard is coming off ACL. As a coach, how would you handle this situation? How would you try to get through to this man who seemingly no one can get through to?
Well, it's an emotional game, and certain guys have problems with controlling their emotions, especially when it comes to football. It's competitive violence within the framework of the rules. We know that. Vontez is a guy, is a veteran. You expect more out of him. I know Marvin personally. I know Marvin will call him to the side and say, look, we can't have this. You never have the intentions to injure a player. That's never the intent of players, to be quite honest. At times, he gets a little outside of the realm of playing within the framework of what is called, legal football, right? Hey, I mean, that's, hey, look, I played my whole life. I get it, and you never want that to happen, especially in training camp or during the season. That's not a good image of how the game should be played.
Speaking of, though, Bill Belichick came out and said he's throwing guys out of practice for fighting. And along similar lines, how do you feel about training camp fights and sort of what the productivity level is for squads?
I had the same idea that we don't practice fighting. When you think about it, it's kind of it's almost comical because basically I tell players the only reason you want to fight is because you're tired. That's the only reason to fight. Because they're tired, they want to stop the drill, then you got to take 5 minutes to break it up, and then all of a sudden, you work all off season of putting this practice schedule together of time periods and the number of plays you want to run in those periods. And I tell players, I said, look, man, I spend my whole off season trying to wing down practice schedules so I can get you guys in and out. And once you start fighting, you messing my schedule up. We're on schedule here. It's an hour and 20 minutes of practice. Now it's an hour 25 because we got to break up a fight. And I said, look, we don't fight in football. When you fight, you get fined, you get kicked out of the game. And so when that happens, you're going to get some skirmishes every once in a while. Guys pushing. Guys really don't want to fight. I mean, when you really break it down. When you really want to fight with a helmet on, and shoulder pads, you don't want to fight. I've always told guys, go down over there to the gym. We'll put some boxing gloves in there. And after practice, you guys can fight. They don't go down there. They don't do it. They don't want to fight. So, I mean, you don't want to teach that. It becomes a distraction. People say, well, it's tough. No, it ain't tough. You're kicked out of the game. You're out of the game. I mean, you're out. It's not like, well, you get a second chance. The officials say you're out of the game. So now your best player is out of the game for fight. Really? Come on.
When you look at what Jamal Adams said the other day,
yes.
What was your initial reaction to those comments?
Well, my reaction.
What's being made out of it?
Well, I don't know if too much is being made out of it. I think now with all the information we have on CTE and obviously the families that are affected by that, it's a sensitive subject. I think if you know this young man, he was really talking about the passion he has for football. And I've said this all along. The information we have today obviously helps players and family members make decisions on whether they want to play this sport. I do know this. If I can wind the clock back with all the information I have, I'm the first in line. I'm going to play. I think it's the greatest game ever invented.
What about some of the guys in your generation, though? I mean, you've obviously been around this game for a long time. Does everybody who's a friend of yours or is in this sort of realm of football at this stage of their life feel the same way?
I would say probably 95% of them, to be quite honest. When you think about this game, what it brings to you, the life lessons it teaches you, for a lot of players, it's their way out. I'm not sitting here today if it wasn't for football, to be quite honest. So before we bash football, let's just pump the brakes. With all the collection of our choices, once you gather information, players have information now to know that they play this game, there's certain risks you take, My father used to tell me all the time, he took a risk joining the Army. He joined the Army, fought in the Korean War and World War II. He put his life on the line for us, for our freedoms. Okay, that's part of it. When you're a police officer, every day you walk out of your home, there's a risk. when you're a firefighter and you walk into that building, there's a risk. There's risks in life. We understand that. There's a risk playing football. There's a risk playing sports. I get it. That's part of it. You get to choose. Whether you want to choose this profession or not, it's up to you. If you have talent enough and you have passion for the game of football, go play it. I never lived my life in fear. Never have, never will.
When you look at the non-guaranteed contracts that players are getting, and this is going to, I think, is going to become more and more of a focal point in the next 2 years.
Yes.
What can the NFL do? I mean, how can they get to a point where this money gets guaranteed for these guys? So when you look at these contracts like Derek Carr gets, and it's like Steph Curry gets a $200 million contract. He gets all $200 million. You see Derek Carr's contract, and it's $123 million, but really when you get down to it, it's far less than that. I think it comes out to about $70 million over those 5 years. Do you see this changing without a strike?
That's what they're going to have to do. It's the only way it's going to change. And the owners will still win out. Because there's 2,000 players. They won't all stick together. I was in the strike. Missed 8 games. Went on strike, missed 8 games, and we ended up coming back. And we got some things for that, obviously. But I think when you think of a player's ability to get a guaranteed contract, if I'm a player in today's world of football, it's not difficult. You sign a 2-year deal. Every year you sign 2 years, you get about it out. You bet on yourself. Most players won't do that. Why? Worried about injury. Agent, he doesn't get enough off his cut on a 2-year deal. You got to renegotiate every 2 years. But it gives you the opportunity, and maybe one of the smartest guys to ever do this was Darrelle Revis.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He bet on himself. They got a guy in the NBA that does it every 2 years, too. His name is LeBron James. Best player on the planet, right? Every 2 years, hey, I can stay here. You give me a good team, I'll stay. If not, I'll go somewhere else and get another team. Because I'm trying to win championships, right? He bets on himself. So unless you're willing to do that, hey, then you got to go strike. I mean, we see the guy in Washington doing it right now. Kirk Cousins. Yeah. Smartest guy in the room. He says, hey, you know what? I'm going to decide if I want to play for you guys now. Because I played good 2 years in a row. You guys don't want to give me a long-term deal. You've taken 2 receivers away from me for 1,000 yards apiece. Now I got a tight end that's always hurt. Maybe I don't want to play here. How about that? Not a bad deal. You can get it. But you got to be willing to bet on yourself. Right? And that's the scary part of football, because you're 1 hit away from being injured. And I get that, but that's part of the deal. If you want the big money and you want to stay in the top 10 of salaries at your position, bet on yourself, 2-year deal. If I'm playing in today's world, 2-year deals.
Sean Gilbert is Darrelle Revis' uncle, who also did the same thing back in the day with the Skins. Coming up, the NFL is apparently open to research on marijuana use for pain. We'll ask the coach about his thoughts on that. Next, this is Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
La Quinta presents How to Win at Business. Step 1. Point decisively with the arm of your glasses. Abracadabra, the stage is yours. Step 2. Choose La Quinta, the only hotel where you can redeem loyalty points for a free night instantly and win at business.
Golden Corral's Prime Rib and Shrimp Spectacular is here. Slow roasted prime rib, shrimp skewers hot off the grill, garlic herb butter sirloin, and butterfly shrimp. Dinner's just $13.99. So hurry in for endless prime rib and shrimp. Golden Corral, your choice, rules.
In 12 feet, come to a complete stop. Repeat as necessary. Recalculating. In 1 mile, arrive at a place where you make your own lane, only to discover it has traffic jams too. Your all-new compass.
For more Miller Lite. Hold true.
There's nothing more important to me than my vacation. So when I need to book a hotel, I want someone who makes it easy to find what I want. Booking.com gets it. And with their price match, I know I'm getting the best price every time. Come on, Gary!
Your vacation is very important. That's why Booking.com makes finding the right hotel for the right price easy. Visit Booking.com now to find out why we're booking. Yeah.
We have 2 footlongs for $6 each for a limited time. You can tell by that blinking starburst. Unless you're blinking at exactly the same time, then you wouldn't see it. They're footlongs and they're $6 each. For now, Subway so much sandwich.
Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack knocked over a candlestick onto the shag carpeting, and his pants ignited into flames, causing him to stop, drop, and roll. Luckily, Jack recently had Geico help him with renter's insurance. Because all his belongings went up in flames, Jack got full replacement and now has new pants he ordered from Banana Republic. Visit geico.com and see how affordable renter's insurance can be.
Brother Malachi, we must summon all our forces to attack the Castle Wolfshire at once.
While ladies and warriors are scattered about the battlefield.
Release the Black Raven to signal the attack.
Oh, this isn't real.
Well then, send a group text.
Managing an unruly band of knights and elves? That's bad fantasy. Managing your ESPN Fantasy League from anywhere? That's good fantasy. Start your league at ESPN.com/goodfantasy.
2.4-mile swim, 112-mile bike, and then a marathon where I'm running him down. 140.6 miles. That's what I'm building with chocolate milk. Nutrients to refuel, protein to rebuild, backed by science.
When I got to be 50, my doctor told me that an aging prostate often causes frequent urination day and night. He suggested Urinasync. Supports a healthy, normal prostate. That can mean less frequency day and night. Take Urinasync and take care.
Presenting Just for Men Auto Stop. It's time travel in a comb. It gives you back your natural hair color before you went gray. No mix, no mess. Comb in and your natural hair color is back. Lift off. Just for Men Auto Stop.
I could describe IHOP's new French toasted donuts. I could say French toasting a donut and topping it with bacon or fruit makes it unbelievably delicious. But those eyebrows say it all. Get French toasted donuts as a combo, only at IHOP.
Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio, ESPN2, Clinton Yates, Sean Farnham, Coach Herm Edwards joining us here. Going to read some tweets here. At Mike and Mike, Yates, why does the NFL need to make a statement? It's up to the teams. If they are committed to winning, they will add to their own rosters. I don't think the NFL needs to make a statement. I just think that sometimes you can find reasons to justify not having people that actually would help you when in fact they probably won't.
How long would, if you sign Colin Kaepernick, how long is that going to be a story?
I think it depends on how well he plays, and I think it also depends on how good your actual quarterback is. This is part of the reason why in Baltimore, I think guys like Flacco are saying, I don't want him to have a chance here because he might mess around and steal my job, and that's a concern if you're certain franchises.
Well, they've missed the playoffs the last 3 out of 4 years. This is a team that plays in a division that everyone's trying to catch Pittsburgh. I mean, they're the team to beat in that division. The Ravens, obviously, have a situation there with their starting quarterback that you don't know. You don't know if he's going to make it all year.
Yeah. At Mike and Mike, regarding Adams' comments, this guy says, over 50 folks had no issue. Younger folks are too PC and overanalyze comments. There's some truth to that, but I do think that for the most part, I don't think people had necessarily an issue with it in terms of right and wrong. It was just a little scary to hear a kid say, hey, I wouldn't mind dying on a football field.
Yeah, I just think that, that was his passion speaking. I think he walked it back. I thought Todd did it. Head coach Todd Bowles told him to go out there and address the media, and he did. And I think we moved past it now.
Yeah, last one, Sean. At Mike and Mike, wrong. Baltimore is a tinderbox of racism. Put Cap there, and you're asking for trouble. Plus, they got rid of Ray Rice. They don't want back.
I don't think that's an accurate statement. I mean, I think if you put him in the right situation, he can be successful. Helps your team win. Everything is forgotten.
Mike and Mike, ESPN2, ESPN Radio. Mike and Mike, ESPN2, ESPN Radio, Clinton Yates, Sean Farnham, Herm Edwards joining you here. We're reminding you that if you want to get in touch with us, tweet us at Mike and Mike with the 1-800-Flowers.com Twitter feed. Nothing makes a summer, birthday, or anniversary more magical than 1-800-Flowers.com. Right now, when you order a dozen multicolored roses for only $29.99, you'll get another dozen absolutely free. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN. Headline, Coach, report. NFL hopes to work with Players Union on marijuana use study. This is a pretty progressive stance in terms of that league and what they do. It's obviously there for pain treatment. not for recreational use, as some of us call it. What do you think about this in terms of trying to manage what players deal with when it comes to injuries?
Well, I think it's a good idea. I think going forward, look, I get it. I mean, you know, when you say marijuana, people go, oh. Hey, I went to Cal Berkeley in the 70s, so I mean, hey, I've seen it full flow. Yes, you know, when it was used not for just for injury purposes.
For pain, right?
Yeah. But I think it's smart. I really do. I just think that if you're the NFL, if you can help players, especially alleviate pain, and this is one of the substances now that people say, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent, everyone doesn't agree, is the thing that can help players, they should look into it.
The legal issue of it, obviously, it's growing.
That's the problem.
It's growing across our country, where in more and more states it is legal. There are some that it is not. Does that impact how the league could implement this down the road?
Yeah, I think that's what they're dealing with, and you know, right now it's a banned substance, and I'm a big believer in the one thing about athletics and just life. There are expectations. I don't say rules, but expectations, and there's a code of conduct that you sign on to be a part of when you get in this league, whether it's you agree or not. It's part of the deal. And with that being said, you have to march under the guidance of those rules until they get changed.
Herm Edwards joins us here, Mike and Mike, ESPN2, ESPN Radio, Clinton Yates, Sean Farnham. Look, yesterday, Booger McFarland made an interesting statement, and he said that he doesn't think that the NFL will issue any disciplinary things to Zeke Elliott or the Cowboys as a result of the fact that Jerry Jones is being inducted into the Hall of Fame this weekend. What do you think about how the league has handled this overall situation in terms of what has been an investigation that apparently nobody knows anything about and is taking forever to unfold?
I don't know if we don't know anything about it. It's just, they don't want us to know anything about it. I look at it that way. I think when it comes to players, I've always been a big believer is that the organization doesn't need to depend on the league. You have your own standard of how you obviously want players to conduct themselves. I've always was in the forefront when I felt players were straying off. The only discipline you have and the only thing they understand is take them off the field. And I didn't need the league to do that. I did that twice in my career as a head coach, once in New York and once in Kansas City. And called the league office and said, you do your investigation. I've done enough. I've investigated already. I got players that were there and they told me the story. And I said, here's the deal. Here's the punishment. Here's consequences. And so, you know, that to me, that's always one of those deals where waiting on the league. Really? Your organization. You're the head coach. You know, there's a certain standard you expect these players. There's a code of ethics here, and this is the deal, guys. You cross this line, here's the consequences. Doesn't matter who you are, there's the consequences. And I dealt with it that way. I didn't have to worry about the league.
Right. Coach, jumping outside of the NFL, you're a leader of men, and you've been that your entire career. When you see LeVar Ball and how he conducted himself as a coach, and the video that you've seen from the AAU tournaments, what is your reaction to that?
That's not good because I've always said you got to honor the game. As a player, as a coach, you honor the game. The game always needs to be honored. It needs to be played right, coached right. And when you do not do that, you do a disservice to the game. And I think with all the publicity, obviously his family is receiving now, rightly so. His son is obviously a Laker. I'm a Laker fan, as people know. That he has to be careful, and I think when you're a coach, you know, you're the leader. I mean, you're the guy that's got to set the example. And you know, coaches get that. Look, there's friction. I mean, coaches always get upset. You get upset at the officials. I get all that, but at the end, you got to keep your composure because your team follows your lead, and that's kind of important. You're setting an example. You know, I've always said for me, coaching was real simple. I was a builder of men. If I can make them better men, they make good decisions. They're good fathers. They're good teammates because they understand it's bigger than themselves. And I think he's got to look at it that way.
In one word, who do you think the best player in this year's Hall of Fame football class is?
Oh, that's hard. You know what? I'm gonna say on the defensive side easily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
UCLA
appreciate
guy, right?
There you go.
UCLA guy.
Bruins. Appreciate your time, Coach.
My pleasure.
Coming up, Will Cade's going to join us.
He's sleeping, this guy.
He's coming in studio, and he's on the record saying that Jamal Adams should not have apologized. We'll ask him about that next. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
It's an American favorite on top of an American favorite, Alice. It's like rodeos on top of roller coasters.
Get your favorites on top of your favorites. Only at Applebee's. With this level of engineering, it's a performance machine. With this degree of intelligence, it's a supercomputer. With this grade of protection, it's a fortress. And with this standard of luxury, it's an oasis. The 2017 E-Class. It's everything you need it to be, and more. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
Jose Altuve is like a great player with a major energy upgrade.
I could use a major energy upgrade.
Like upgrade. Concentrated bio energy. It's fast, powerful, just the right size. Like me.
But if you're here, how are you also out there?
I'm pretty good.
Upgrade to Extra Strength 5-Hour Energy, official partner of the MLB All-Star Game.
Hi, Dad.
Is this my car? State Farm knows that for every one of those moments, there's one of these.
Is this my car?
This is ridiculous!
This is ridiculous.
From car insurance to car loans, State Farm is here to help life go right.
The flavors. The style. And of course, the nightlife. Only in New York could we throw a party this big. Don't miss out on the 2017 U.S. Open. Get your tickets today.
Get up, get down. You're gonna rock the party. Get down.
All
Get up, get down. You're gonna rock the party.
Wait, I got a really good one. You guys gotta watch this.
Is it gonna load or?
I gotta go.
Jake realized his network left him hanging.
I'll catch you guys later.
Why don't you send it to me when it loads?
Loading.
That's why he switched to Metro PCS, because he figured out he gets a 4G LTE network that's more reliable than ever and bigger than Sprint. And now, add a line for just $25 period. Plus, get 2 free 32 gig phones. Only at Metro PCS. Wireless figured out.
At Panera, a salad is so much more than one thing. More than one flavor, or texture, or color. A good, clean salad is so much more than green. And with Panera Catering, more for your event. Panera, food as it should be.
The internet. It's how we connect, play, share, shop, and work. But the fact is, there are security risks lurking online. Cox High-Speed Internet gives you free security tools to protect you and your family on the internet. Don't risk it. Safeguard your personal information, your family, and your computers. Learn how with the Cox Discover More video series at cox.com/learn.
Joining us right now on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line is Pro Football Hall of Famer Morten Andersen. He's going to be enshrined this Saturday. You got to this nation in 1977. When did you first learn about the pigskin?
2 days after I arrived on my 17th birthday, and I wasn't that interested in it, quite honestly. I was more interested in playing soccer or running track and field, doing gymnastics, things I've done in Denmark. So football wasn't even on my radar screen, to be honest with you. But they didn't have the high school team on the west side of Indianapolis, didn't have a soccer team, and they needed a kicker. So put foreign guy next to a football, see what happens, and that's kind of where we ended up.
When did you think that your career could turn into a Hall of Fame career?
I never did. I honestly, it was a work in progress, and I never thought I was going to get out of the gate. I had a dismal rookie preseason and got hurt on my opening kickoff, very first kick of the game. So it's my first kick as a pro, and thank God Von Phillips had a little bit of patience with me because 82 was not a good year. It was a strike year. And then 83 came around and became much better. But I think it was just a slow progression of improvement and of consistency and of becoming really great at my job. Lots of work and perseverance and will.
There's only one other kicker that's in the Hall of Fame. When you go to this ceremony, is it going to be a little strange representing that specific position?
No, it's going to be unique, it's going to be exciting, and it's going to be groundbreaking. I just feel all along that I belonged. I think it maybe took a little longer than I thought it was going to take, but certainly thrilled, honored, and humbled to be in this great exclusive club of great legendary men who, 310 of us now. Looking forward to telling my story and seeing all the fans and celebrate with people that really made a difference in my life.
For more Mike and Mike, check out the podcast on the ESPN app. This is Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
The Web.com tour this week. Now, Curry is there.
Not in a million years would I think I'd be on this range. We might have a shot at the senior tour, actually. We might.
Really?
Yeah, he's got game.
Don't suddenly tell me that it's the media's fault that we're covering LeVar Ball.
I think it's just entertainment.
Colin Kaepernick's going to make the decisions he wants to make. If that affects his NFL career, it affects his NFL career.
If he gets back on a team and decides not to kneel or sit or whatever it may be, I'm not going to have a problem with it.
Now, here's Mike and Mike.
Mike and Mike, ESPN2, ESPN Radio, Clinton Yates, Sean Farm, all guests are on the show. Pennzoil Performance Line. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. Joining us in studio right now is ESPN contributor Will Kane. Hey, Will.
Morning, guys.
How are you?
Good.
Will's dressed to impress. You're not dressed as well as Fields.
I saw it with his pastels. Sean's in his Easter colors.
What'd you think? I mean, very Easterish.
I mean, he's just very Nantucket. That's Field, you know. Some of us didn't grow up on the East Coast.
Tomorrow, later on today, he's going to go out on a yacht and start cruising the harbor just a little bit.
That's right.
I bet you he knows how to sail, too. Let's read some tweets here. At Mike and Mike, Coach Herm is spot on. Football is a great sport. CTE is a risk. I'm positive genetics plays a part. Some are more susceptible. This guy's probably not a doctor. What do you think?
Well, I do. I've said this. I think that our knowledge on CTE falls short of our certainty. I think most of us come out here and talk about, as we know, that CTE is a definite and positive symptom of playing football, that football causes brain damage, and these are conclusions that, honestly, the science does not back up yet. There's a correlation. There does seem to be a correlation, but we have no idea what to compare that against. That's the guy's honest truth. We have nothing to compare it against.
I'm going to be interested with the CTE thing as it goes on. Is how does obviously we're focused so much on the NFL, but how much is it going to come out? Like, what is soccer? I mean, there's a lot of people that take concussions in soccer, and there's already been some soccer players that say, hey, I'm going to donate my brain with the concussion, the headers that they take. Is this symptomatic across all sports? Obviously, boxing is a focal point of it. The UFC. How does it impact how we view those sports moving forward?
Taylor Tolman, who works for this network, famously retired as a result of having one too many concussions, and quite a few other soccer players have done so as well. At Mike and Mike, Herm Edwards is often the smartest person in the room.
I would agree.
That was certainly the case.
I would agree.
In the last segment. At Mike and Mike, he says he completely disagrees. Guys are fighting for a job every day. This is regarding fighting in training camps. Things get said and tensions rise. And agree. In addition to that, I agree. Most fights happen when guys are frustrated, which comes from being tired and being.
So which one is it?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm going to go with the guy that actually ran an NFL football team. And I'm going to agree with the second one, which is that they're tired, they're frustrated, they want to break. It's the easy way out.
That's what Herm said?
That's basically what he said. His guys
fight like a time.
Yeah, he basically was like, when you get tired of running drills, you're messing up the schedule of everybody, so you decide you're going to pop off.
You give into fatigue. It's a mental thing. You give into fatigue, you get frustrated, and that's a byproduct of it.
Okay, but not like a calculated, I'm going into this, I'm burning.
I think there was some level of both.
I bet you sometimes it is. Yeah. Well, I got to fall back on Herm's experience. I don't have the background to challenge him on that, but that's shocking.
How about this, though? I mean, there are times where when you're going through training camp or you're going through conditioning and stuff, like oh, my back is tightened up on me here a little bit. I need to shut it down a little bit. I mean, there's those two. The guys that just want to take a break for a little while. I think I just tweaked an ankle.
Yeah.
Should I go see the trainer and get that fixed?
Was that you, Sean?
I was gonna say
Maybe once or twice.
That's,
My
he
hamstring
slipped
back
into
there
that
now
tone
in these
real
chairs.
comfortably, you know.
Yeah. No, you can do it sometimes. I mean, I think I did my senior year. One time we were out running, and it's August in LA, and we're just doing some conditioning out on the field, and I was like, you know what, like, I'm done for today. I'm just taking this one off. I'm like, yeah, my back. And the trainer's like, yeah, you seem like you're a little tight. I'm like, yeah, that's because we just did a back workout with the weights right before we came out here. So yeah, it's gonna work.
Let me just tell you really
quick. You gotta be smart with it.
That's the privilege of a player that knows his place on the team. Now, I'm not gonna hold myself out as any big D1 collegiate athlete, but I did go to school in LA as well, play sports, play water polo.
At the dime.
However, man, I was hanging on to a roster spot, and if you're like that, you are running every hill at full speed. The guys who don't have a spot...
It's Pepperdine. Pepperdine doesn't get over 80, and, you know, you got Pamela Anderson walking across campus, and Montel Jordan. This is how we do it. Like, sitting courtside at basketball games still. Those also went to Pepperdine, by the way.
Those are facts.
Will Kane joins us in studio.
Down the hill.
He's giving us the Straight Talk, brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless, best phones, best networks, no contracts. You said that you didn't think that Jamal Adams, the player who came out and said he didn't mind dying on the field, he didn't need to apologize. Tell us what you meant by that.
Yeah, Clinton, I don't think, not only do I think he shouldn't have had to apologize, I don't like that he had to clarify his statements at the behest of Todd Bowles. Jamal Adams said something that, if we're all being honest, we ask of football players. We ask that of anybody in any profession. Are you giving your all? Are you emotionally committed to the very end of whatever it is we're asking you to commit yourself to? And when it comes to football, it's an inherently gladiator sport. It has war and battle metaphors woven throughout it. By the way, we do that in everything in society, from politics to showing up to work, like battleground states and fight, fight, fight. But football, it's so interwoven. And then here's a guy that steps up to a microphone and carries that out, carries that metaphor out to the full extreme. And that's all it was, man. It was a metaphor.
I don't disagree, but I think that the reason why it caused shock, and I didn't think he needed to apologize either. I just thought it needed to be clarified why people took issue with it. And it wasn't a matter of right or wrong, Will. It was a matter of, this is scary. And now that we've seen the CTE study results, and now that we've seen sort of the very serious reality of whether or not the science proves it or not, which, by the way, I don't need science to tell me that football messes your brain up. I can just walk around and see the guys I know that play football their whole lives and tell me that anecdotally, and I'm fine. But my point is that it's one thing to read a report. It's another thing to see a guy get carried off a field on a television screen. It's a third thing to hear a guy say, I'm willing to die for this, and then have people applaud when he's right next to the commissioner. I just think that for the casual fan, that was a shocking statement to hear said in such a forceful and direct way from a guy who is extremely young in this league.
See, I agree with you, Will. And I said this earlier. It's passion. That's all he was talking about, is that my whole life I thought about this. And even the clarification, that when I watched it, that's the first thing I said, man, this guy is so passionate about his sport. He wants to give it all for his sport. And I think anybody who's been an athlete, water polo, soccer, golf, basketball, whatever it is, you invest so much into it to get to whatever level you get to when you tap out and say, I got no more, I can't go any further in my career. That's all he was saying, is like, I'm just all in here. I'm 100% committed to everything that I have to do to be the best version of myself, for not just myself, but also for my team. And that's it. That's simple.
I mean, if there's somebody that felt awkward, I'll give you this one. It was clearly the man sitting next to him.
Absolutely. Death on the field, Roger Goodell ain't trying to have happen.
I would really like to have, like, a live stream of what was going through Roger Goodell's mind as Jamal Adams was speaking in real time. No. Stop, Jamal. Stop.
Protect the shield. Protect the shield.
But here's where I disagree with you, Clinton. I don't think many people sat there shocked. I mean, I think that the crowd illustrated there was clapping, because we're all in on this emotional metaphor, this emotional commitment. And the truth of the matter is, here's what I think's going on. I don't think what Jamal Adams had anything to do with CTE. And I don't think CTE has anything to do with CTE at some point. We start having fights.
What is that?
Wait, yeah, you confused me on that one. You had me at hello, but then you lost me on that one.
The fights that we have are very rarely about the things we seem to be fighting about, okay? And you talked about this morning, Clinton, and I totally agree. The Colin Kaepernick debate is not really about Colin Kaepernick as a quarterback.
No.
It's the reason he is the number, 39, 49 selling jersey in the NFL is not because of his quarterback play. It has nothing to do with how this guy throws the ball. It truthfully has nothing to do with the guy as a human being. It has to do with the symbol and the cause that he now stands for. And every time that you or I, and you and I have had a few back and forths on this, have this debate, we are in some extent pretending. We are some extent pretending when we use the name Colin Kaepernick that that's what we're actually talking about.
Well, I mean, I can talk about me, Playboy. You know what I'm saying? We can make it personal. But
I'm not accusing you.
No. But what I'm saying is this. I want to know your thoughts on this, because for a lot of football fans, I think that when we discuss the attack on football and the war on football, all of a sudden it becomes this world where it's like, well, either I'm willing to die for this or I don't care at all. There's a lot of football fans who are like, there's a point where I'm just kind of going to check out. I don't need to see anybody die. This is not where I'm at. And I wonder what you think about sort of the long-term viability of the game for fans that are like that. Because there's people like yourself who are like, yeah, it's violent. I'm here for it. That's fine. But there's also people that are like, ooh, this is maybe just a tad too far. And I wonder what you think about the long-term ability of the NFL to sort of sell the casual fan, considering how obvious some of the violent effects are.
See, now I think you're getting to it. That's what I'm talking about. When I say CTE conversation isn't about CTE,
I got you.
The truth of the matter is what we're having a conversation about is football, because football itself has become political. I don't want it to be that way. I don't know that you want it to be that way. It just is. Bob Lee, I was on Outside the Lines last week, and Bob Lee pointed out that when it comes to CTE research, it's somehow become completely and utterly partisan. Republicans on one side, Democrats on the other. How's that possible? How is that possible? You know how that's possible? Because it's not about CTE. You know, we're having fights about something else, and you said war on football, culture, what football symbolizes. These are the things we're having like proxy fights about. And the truth of the matter is, I think the long-term future of football is going to be totally and utterly fine, Clint. Because I think the casual fan that you point out, actually in the end, doesn't want to hear the politics, doesn't want to hear the symbolism, wants to see a Hail Mary at the end of the game to win the game.
Again, I have two boys, 112, 16. My wife has already stated they will never play football because there's fear factor. The fear factor of these reports, the fear factor of what you read, what you see in the news. I do think there's an impact that's going to be had on the sport because of it. You know, I look at high school. There's a high school team around the corner. 10 years ago, there was 65 kids on varsity, 55 on JV, and they had 100 kids trying out for the freshman team, and they whittled it down to 55. This year's freshman team has less than 40 people trying out for it. There is an impact at that level. Does that mean there's going to be an impact at the NFL level? No, because the best players that play the sport are still going to stay with the sport. They're still going to rise all the way through. But there is an impact from the fear factor that is being created through this discussion of CTE. How parents that have young children now view the risk rewards of playing a sport.
Hey, I have a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old boy as well. And, you know, the 9-year-old plays flag football, so I don't really feel like I'm invested in that debate yet. I haven't had to make a choice.
Right.
I don't know.
What do you think you'll do?
I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah.
And you know, you've heard me. There's a big difference between the intellectual debate and the emotional debate.
Absolutely.
And so when you do the risk-reward analysis on your own children, you know, it doesn't have to be much of a risk to
say no.
No. So is it a correlation, CTE and football? Yeah. Is it a loose correlation? At some point I go, I don't care.
Right.
It's my kid. But by the way, just in the end, just to your point, Sean, I don't see how you can click the dominoes to the point where football's ratings and popularity start to fall. Right. I know we had a down year last year, but there may be less participation, but that doesn't mean less people watching.
Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio, ESPN2, Clinton Yates, Sean Farnham, Will Kane. I want to ask you this because this is where I'm at right now on Colin Kaepernick and whether or not he goes to Baltimore. We've talked a lot about what the owner said, Steve Bisciotti. We've talked a lot about what their head coach, John Harbaugh, said. I am personally of the belief that, number one, Baltimore is a great landing spot for him for reasons that you said have nothing to do with football. I think that's a place where he could ultimately be extremely popular, and as far as his cause and his efforts and activism goes, he could be extremely effective. I also think that if the NFL wants to find a way to spin this forward in a manner that actually makes some level of sense beyond just controversy, having him be a little bit of a cult hero in Baltimore could actually help them. What do you think about Baltimore as a landing spot for Colin Kaepernick?
Who tweeted this yesterday? Someone, I can't remember, but okay. If these guys aren't actually human beings that we're talking about, they're just symbols, you know what the Ravens ought to do? They ought to sign Colin Kaepernick and Tim Tebow. They ought to balance these symbols out right away and get both of them on the roster. I can't remember who tweeted that, but that is a perfect metaphor of how we turn these guys into just symbols and not actual football players. I've listened to you guys this morning, got a couple points on this Kaepernick thing. Number one, Ray Lewis. Did Ray Lewis give Colin Kaepernick bad advice? Well, that depends on what advice he's giving Colin Kaepernick. I defended Michael Vick's advice to Colin Kaepernick because what Michael Vick is giving Colin Kaepernick advice on is how to get employment, not be a spokesman for a cause, not be true to himself, not anything else, but the best steps to saying someone else saying, I'm going to give you a job. And I think the same thing about Ray Lewis. If Ray Lewis is saying, Colin, this is the best way to get a job, put your cause in the background, he's probably right. But be clear, that doesn't mean it's the best advice on how to be true to yourself,
right,
or how to sleep well at night, or how to get greater things done in your life that you think you're committed to. But if it's about how to get a job, I don't think we should be kicking Ray Lewis in the shins over this.
Well, let's be clear, but the problem is with that, and I think you're right on that. If it's about how to get a job, the inherent issues that come with what your presentation is like are things that have been issued in double standards across America. And that's what makes a lot of black people cringe, quite frankly. The notion of pull up your pants, cut your hair, nobody's trying to hear that because that is what the excuse has always been to not award somebody in an otherwise meritocracy something they should have deserved. That's where people get upset about that when it comes to Ray Lewis, because it's like, look, man, it's the NFL. It was never just get a job anyway. Let's be real about what we're actually talking about.
The second thing I want to say on this is you asked me directly, what do I think about Baltimore as a landing spot? Now, you know very well where I've been on Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah.
You and I have had personal back and forth. I've had it with Mike Jones. I've had it with Michael Smith. So my position on what I thought of Colin Kaepernick's protest is very well known. I think the Colin Kaepernick's future employment is a simple risk-reward analysis. Does he, from a business standpoint, bring you more than he cost you at the bottom line? And I've been through this, Clinton. I've done this risk-reward to the best of my abilities, not being an NFL owner. And it comes down to me on, you probably sign Colin Kaepernick.
Okay.
Because in the end, they can use him on the football field, the Baltimore Ravens. And I don't see, no matter how mad fans were, myself included, I don't think they buy less caps. I don't think Baltimore Ravens fans buy fewer tickets. I don't think they turn on the game less frequently. I think it will not hurt their bottom line to have Colin Kaepernick on their roster. And my analysis says this. I'm a huge, as I make it very well known, Dallas Cowboys fan. If they sign Colin Kaepernick, it will not impact my fandom whatsoever.